Hello everyone, you know who this is, yet you have absolutely no idea. Of course.
Wow, somebody gonna be famous, real famous.
I sit here writing to you now with my exceptionally long penis buried deeply and warmly into my vagina butt.
Isn't that neat?
Julie Hunter 77 has joined the game.
Call 911. This place needs to be swatted. It's obnoxious.
You have a bully cabal.
You don't find people being bullied into suicide on 4chan.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Okay, if he says any more bad words, I'm gonna hang up on him. He doesn't own Kiwi Farm, and he died last night. A little kid named Moon owns Kiwi Farm.
How do they make this more and more epic every time? We're defend ourselves.
I'm sorry, I'm a soy-filled bitch and like videos.
Hey. If we get Donald Trump just to tweet out, I mean, you know, just a tweet.
The funniest thing Sargon's ever said.
It doesn't even necessarily matter how we use it. Man, the blue check marks are going to shit their fucking pants.
It's 2019. I can't believe anybody believes in a spinning fucking ball of water.
True. I bet you when Jim finds out, he's gonna just give me so much shit.
One never knows when the homosexual is about.
I've had over 1,000 rejections in real life, 2,000 rejections online, so that's 3,000 rejections total. I aim as low as possible. I aim for obese women, ideally ugly and obese. I would do anything just for a 300-pound ugly white girl.
I said it's not even hot. You are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it.
You gotta be kidding. It's just like this declaration, right, of male dominance.
Put that in your pipe.
I definitely cheated on Super Mario with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Stop doing this stuff.
He's like the blue seductress who takes me out into the night and does wonderful things to me.
And now, stop!
How can a Yorkshire Terrier live in the wild? It's in plain sight, but you just don't see it. You know what I mean?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another stream. Jeez. How long has it been? 10 days? Oh, God. It feels like an eternity. Hello, chat. Hello. Hello. I've been off the grid. I've been off the grid uploading videos and shorts. A lot of personal things going on. I do wish to extend a thank you to Diorio for inviting me to the stream yesterday. It looked like it was a lot of fun. I was watching in between. Unfortunately, I was unable to make it. The cop, the guy who kneels on people, wasn't there. I'm very, very upset with that. But regardless, I want to shout out Diorio and everyone for allowing me to be invited. Thank you so much, dude. But I really believe that stream was held together so well by the parties involved. There was no reason to add another. I'd rather talk about it solo here because I genuinely need... I genuinely need to be on my own for this one because I just cannot understand the dumbassery that I'm experiencing here. The total werewolf, vampire, pedophile death. I don't know what that would be as an acronym. Someone in chat make that an acronym. We need that as an acronym moving forward on this channel. This is the problem that I'm facing here with covering this story is that all parties involved that first brought this story forward, aka Max, Spencer, those two, are single-handedly two of the most, what's a nice way of saying this so I can get monetized in the first few minutes of this video? Complete retarded dipshits of the highest order, and the two of them have killed the credibility of an actual story if Camden is actually as horrible as they say. I'm gonna be real here. And the reason I've come to that conclusion is not because I've watched all the other stuff before, which I was coming to that conclusion already a little bit, right? Cheers, my dude. It was the leaked call that Diorio put out that really pushed me over to the edge that Spencer is not to be trusted. There's also another wave of privacy complaints going on. Every time a large drama happens, there's always a wave of privacy complaints, and nobody knows where they're from. I want to address something like right off the bat here before I switch the screen over and say hello to chat. There will be nothing posted in this video that can or should be flagged for a privacy complaint. If you flag this video for a privacy complaint or any other of my live streams involving Mamamax, you will be bitch slapped to the highest order. Do you want to know why? Because I've dealt with this before. I know exactly what to do when things like this happen. You are not fucking with somebody that hasn't done this before, or anyone in this sphere in the first place. Every single person you have flagged, whoever you are, you fucking limp dick piece of shit, knows how to handle this. You are just making the situation worse for the person you're trying to defend or covering up for. In my opinion, and I can't prove it, nor am I going to say it's a definitive fact, I believe that Spencer is really realizing how bad it was to come forward with their story in the way that they have, because something tells me it may not be Spencer, because I'm not going to accuse Spencer of that, but somebody in Spencer's circle. I don't know who. I don't have any information. I've been investigating it all day, and I keep hitting brick walls on who it might be. But again, to reiterate, if you falsely flag this stream, you will be met with a dispute. That dispute, ergo, will take down anything involving your channel and subsequent channels here then of. Please do not flag this, because if you do, I will go out of my way to do that and to make sure that the dispute goes through and that you look like the dipshit. Okay? Are we all on the same page here? Perfect. Let me say hello to chat. Hello, everybody. Welcome. It has been 10 whole days. 10 whole days that I've been not streaming. This is a problem. My consistency is absolutely terrible. I'm the worst live streamer in this community. I'm complete shit at it. Hello, Patreon preview of Victor Tangs. I've never seen you before in my chat. Welcome. Hello, Survival. Hello, The Idiot. Hello, Shogun. Hello, Hannah. Hello, Sakura. Hello, K-Huck. Hello, Gaming History. Hello, all of you guys. I'm complete dog shit at my job. I can't stream consistently. Damn, no wonder my channel is so insignificant into the world. Happy February. I don't think I streamed on the beginning of this month. But I really need to emphasize that if you attempt to privacy complaint any of my videos during this live stream, I will actively show the chat that I will dispute it. I will not take the video down. I will not censor anything, because there's nothing in here that would be considered a form of doxing or releasing of personal information. Spencer willingly entered this call with Diorio and Muda. Max and everyone were recording. They were all privy to that recording. And the sheer fact that people are flagging videos that aren't even theirs, and I heard about the Xylee stuff, we're going to go over those first, is insane to me. I want to talk about the privacy complaints first before we get into the Diorio video, before we get into the leak call, because I just want to get it all done. I personally never want to speak about Mamamax ever again unless I can help it. But I have been talking about this story forever. I can't stop now. I still remember the day that Smaggle came to me and said, Chris, Mamamax uploaded a video, and it was the God Cult video. And I couldn't believe how fucking terrible that video was. Some of Chud Logic's fans suspect J-Mac the Wicked is behind the complaints. See, I have bumbled that around in my head as a potential situation, right? I've considered that. I really have considered that, but there's no, I'm going to be real, there's no definitive proof on anything. So I can't say whether or not it's J-Mac or there's a third party involved that I heard that should not be trusted. I don't know if it's Spencer. I don't know if it's Max. So we need to not play a witch hunt game and start blaming everybody and anybody. I'm not sure yet. And I'm not going to say I 100% know. I wouldn't be shocked if I was totally right with my Alex Jones conspiracy of who's doing it, but that's what it is. Also, I see Mamamax is trending on my Twitter account. My theory is that Spencer and Camden were dating and something happened. She got mad and that was the result of all of this. That's also a theory that I'm seeing thrown around on the forums, on Twitter. There's a lot of stuff going on with that. So let me go over the privacy complaints first, and then we'll get into the videos in of themselves, because I really want to dissect the call. But the Diorio video has something important, because I've been sitting on like what I knew, right? I even said it in the last live stream. There's always something that comes out that is way worse than what we initially thought. And in my opinion, this video from Nick, how do I word this properly? This video from Nick, in my opinion, and I even told Nick to his face on this one, I think this video is about 50 times more damning than the initial Nick Diorio video. Because, and I'm going to say it, what Max did to Night Docs is the worst thing that you could do to somebody who not only has children, you also did that to a man that allowed you to live in his home rent-free, to get to know his family, and you make up a lie like that? Bro, you're a monster. Like an actual piece of human garbage. I think this video buried Max worse than the last video did, but let's go over this first. Breaking Mamamax. Me and multiple other YouTubers have received privacy complaints from YouTube on our Mamamax videos, despite none of us doxing personal information about him. And I would also say Spencer or the victims. I would add that additional aspect to it, because from Nick's video, he goes out of his way to actually censor one of the girls' names that are directly working with Muda. So, like, I don't understand how somebody could file a privacy complaint like that. All this during Black History Month is crazy. Yeah, man, we got to represent. We got to defend the black pedophile werewolf vampire. That's going to be clipped out of context from Max's documentary. Fuck. Right there, chat. Timestamp it right here. That sentence is going right into Max's response that I'm silencing victims and I'm pro-Camden. Fuck. Happy Black History Month, everybody. Listen, I can't be racist. I'm going up against a white guy who's accusing a black guy. So, in a sense, I am not racist. I'm actually living up to what Black History Month is all about. Protecting black people. Fuck. There's enough rape jokes from yesterday. Yeah, that live stream had a lot of rape jokes. I said a lot of them in the chat too. So, like, it is what it is. Let's see here. All these were sent around 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. in the morning in Max's time. All right, Martin Luther King versus Blackula would be crazy. Yeah, epic rap battles of history. Mamamax versus Blackula. Who wins? Since when can you like super chats? It updated yesterday. I noticed it on Diorio's stream. Let's see here. So with Larix, these are emails I personally was sent from an email called privacy@supportyoutube.com. Could be real. It is real based on how it's structured. Because I've received these before. If any of my old viewers remember, I received a privacy complaint from Quantum TV in context to him copyright striking or flagging Repsion. And he put in a privacy complaint to me, and I basically disputed it and told him to go fuck himself. So I know what these look like. So these are legit emails. These are not fake emails. Real or fake, I don't know. I've never gotten an email about them before. But it claims the entire 2 hours of my recent stream yesterday showed private info plus my whole Nexpo call vid. See, that right there is interesting to me. My whole Nexpo call video.
Cheers, my dude.
Thank you for the 5 gifted, somebody. Thank you guys so much for all the generous donations for us to start. Thought you meant me. What the fuck did I do? No, QTV. You would never do that. This is where my suspicion lies. That this is somebody directly in the camp of like the inner circle of people involving Spencer and Max is the Nexpo call. But to be honest, that's more of a crazy conspiracy theory than anything real. And let me kind of explain why. Because if the whole video is claimed as a privacy complaint, and there's no name attached to it. These are all false, right? These are all false privacy complaints. Why would they flag the Nexpo call? What I'm thinking, like genuinely, if you want my honest opinion, I genuinely believe that this is just a disgruntled fan or somebody that is trying to stir up more drama. Is trying to stir up more drama so that this drama will continue forward. I think there's just somebody going out of their way to piss off the people covering Max so they can blame Max and have more ammunition against Max. I'm not going to jump that.
Jr. versus Black Yellow will be crazy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so J-Mac, I don't think J-Mac wants the drama anymore. He deleted his whole channel after Chud eviscerated him like the little bitch that he is. So, like, I don't think J-Mac would be doing that because J-Mac wasn't talked about in the Nexpo call clip. J-Mac wasn't talked about until after the whole Nexpo thing came out. So why flag the Nexpo call? It's a weird one to me. Hi, Lyrics. We sent a privacy complaint, privacy complaint, privacy complaint, privacy complaint. Those are fun. Let's see here. These are the videos that were given privacy complaints for reference. Coincidentally, my most recent coverage over the Nick New video and call-in stream, plus my most popular video on the topic, the Nexpo call. Yeah, that's a little interesting to me. Especially with the Nexpo call. I can't get over that. Why flag that when you know people are just going to eat you alive? Or that they're going to turn immediately on Max if you're trying to defend Max. I think this is just some sort of, like, flag troll. Yeah, but that dude seemed pissed that Max wouldn't let him in his gay-ass rape server, so maybe he did it to make Max look stupid. I guess, but, like, I don't think that guy thinks that far ahead. He's an ex-drug addict that was begging for money on his YouTube channel because he couldn't afford food. I can't say if it's J-Mac definitively. I've been working, like, Xylee knows. I don't think Xylee knows. I've been working literally all day today trying to track down everyone who's been flagged and correlations as to why people are getting flagged. I'm going to be real. It's too inconsistent. There's no specific timestamps. It's just blanket privacy complaints. There's nothing in detail with these. Some of them don't even have names, apparently. So, like, I think this is just some idiot trying to stir up more of the drama. Max starting to flag Lyrics. See, that's where the immediate jump is, right? Where people turn around and think, well, there's previous evidence of Max threatening to flag Lyrics, which is true. It shows a potential, but that doesn't mean that it is a fact. What threw me for a loop is this one. Big Bungie. Big Bungie made a great video on Max, but it was mostly poking fun at Spencer, Max, and Red Pagan. Why flag Big Bungie if he's trying to protect Max? It's a comedic video based on making fun of the drama. Like, what? Why even flag Bungie? What is the point of that? He didn't go over any of the leaked call. His video was released the same days as Nick's. Do you see where the inconsistency is coming from? I loved Bungie's video. I thought it was incredible. You should all check it out. Chud Logic just received a privacy complaint on this video. Based on my understanding of YouTube's policy, I don't see how this claim is valid, especially considering they are claiming most of the video in the complaint. So won't be editing or removing it. Smart on Chud. Fuck that guy. Then you got Big Bungie that got flagged. And then now recording. Do you see, like, this weird pattern of, like, flags? Like, it goes from Nick Diorio, Chud Logic, Bungie, Xylee, potentially myself after this live stream, or maybe, like, during it. I have no fucking idea. It just doesn't make any sense. And I see people in chat saying maybe Colton. I doubt Colton will flag anybody's channel. He grew up in the RFC sphere. It's just not a thing that I can even remotely give credence to. Muda has been flagged as well. That's also another thing. So I don't get it. Yeah, Xylee got hit with 5. Could have been a Nick stream yesterday, but no, Matt, I wasn't. Why are you trying to start stupid drama? You know what? Matt Pitt is worse than Keemstar with fake drama. All of Now Recording is just fake drama. They all talk behind the scenes. I've been told. All the Spurg drama is totally fake. I'm going to get a text later about that. Lyrics. Nick came out saying he got 1-2 for the first 40 minutes of the YouTube call, which is, I would assume, so now we're getting a little bit more pinpointed, right? where it's the first 40 minutes of the leaked video, which if I remember correctly, the majority of the first 40 minutes is Spencer's testimony and her side of the story involving Camden. So it's either a complete nobody, normie loser, or it's Spencer. Those are the two options that I have here right now. It's either a disgruntled fan of Max or one of his Patreon supporters, or it's Spencer herself. I'm really leaning towards the normie because there's been no definitive proof that it is Spencer. But I know Spencer doesn't like Xylee. It's really funny to me. Mudahar also got hit. Toastify got hit. And then Xylee got the worst of it, in my opinion. She got hit with 5 at once. Lyric's only got 2. Lyric's, I think, has like 10 or 11 videos on this entire thing. Nick has clarified the whole call was flagged. Okay, so now it's the whole call. Let's see here. But like Xylee got it the worst. She got 5 all at once. All at once. That's a little fucking crazy. But Xylee didn't do anything like go over like anything super in depth or anything involving the leaks in of themselves that would be damning or anything like that. It's just, it doesn't make sense to me. Why would you do that? This seems like somebody, Spencer most likely, is flagging people, but I'm not going to directly accuse her. I really need to emphasize I am not directly accusing Spencer of flagging. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to expressly do it, but it's really starting to sound like it because she hurt my feelings. I don't know, chat. Put who you think in the chat did it. It's a game of like, where's Waldo, or like who stabbed somebody right now. That's what we're doing. Question, does any of this help the victims of sexual assault? No, it actually makes it worse for them. It makes it a lot worse for them, Leon. It actually makes everybody in this situation that is trying to get justice against Camden look like complete fucking child idiots that don't understand that what they do is immediately throw more ambiguity out there. They completely destroy everything. They make it look worse for their case if one person in that group goes rogue. They need to, like, actually not go rogue. They need to keep it together and work with the cops and Muda. Leave Max and Spencer. Actually go work with them. You know? It's almost like you should be doing that from the first place, but they never fucking did. Max and Spencer and Max are innocent. They were out collecting boulders. Yeah, Max and Spencer are the new Matt Jarbo. It's happening. It's happening right now. We have our own Matt Jarbo moment. I can't wait for when Max calls into Xylee's stream a few months later and goes, I've never flagged anyone before. Okay, share your flag history. I'm just waiting for that. I'm waiting for that exact moment. That'll be great. Mudahar and Spencer. Bunty King back for revenge. Jesus Christ. It was Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, it was all these people. Mamamax is Matt Jarbo. What do you mean, bro, Xylee? It would be kind of funny. He gets on a live stream with you. You're like, did you flag anybody? And then he lies to you. And then you pull it out of him. You pull his teeth until he does it.
When I set out to...
But I do want to talk about this video in particular, because the Night Docs part of this video makes my fucking blood boil, but we'll get to that part. But Nick made a great video updating everybody on the Mamamax drama, and especially Max's involvement behind the scenes on other things. I think this video, again, like I stated earlier, is about 50 times more damning than the original video. So let's get into it.
Discuss Mamamax and made an extremely detailed deep dive into his past and present actions. I could never have imagined how far he would fall mere days after my video was released. For this reason, I feel like moving on from the situation too soon would be a disservice to both my audience and the community. Without further ado, I give you Mamamax.
I could literally cancel you, Charlie. I could literally cancel you.
Can we talk about that fucking clip? I don't think I talked about it yet. Have I talked about the Mamamax Charlie clip? I feel like I missed that one because I haven't been streaming in 10 days. I may have talked about it briefly where it's completely delusional. So, like, if I want to be, like, if I want to be charitable, right, to that Mamamax clip of him going, I can literally cancel you, Charlie. I'm the pedo hunter. Like, if I have to be charitable, which I don't have to be, but I'm going to try. It's an outtake of a video of him acting like some kind of crazy person, commentary community knockoff, right? It was an outtake. And people say stupid shit in outtakes. So that's like the most charitable I could be. But it's also still, this is the other thing. It completely undermines everything else. Because he genuinely believes, much like you're going to see later, that no matter what he does, he could get people canceled. Ergo the Night Doc situation, where all of his friends left him. And I just look at that, and I'm like, how do you even have the balls to say that?
That day. I was out saving werewolf vampire children with my sister while the flagging was happening. I'm innocent.
Yeah, thanks for the 5 pigeon. But like, it shows like a level of, in my opinion, and I'm just going to say it, mental illness, egomania. To even say that in an outtake, even like, I'm not the joke police motherfucker, right? But it didn't come across as a joke towards the end. He was like, well, I am the freaking pedo hunter. It's like, first it sounded like a joke. Now you made it sound really fucking serious in the outtake. So, Max, which is it? Can you cancel Charlie, or are you just a terrible pedo hunter?
And I choose not to. It's true, though. It's the truth. Like, I'm the friggin' pedo hunter.
I'm not gonna lie, this fucking intro's really good, but I'm not gonna sit here and watch this.
Okay, so just to catch you up, Mamamax claims to be a filmmaker who empowers children, but he's actually a con artist who fakes large portions of his predator hunting content.
I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that.
But wait,
when I rehear that, it blows my fucking mind, because okay. I didn't think people were going to take it seriously. Dude, you created a whole campaign of hashtag pick a side YouTube, and it's being like, you're pro-pedophile if you aren't on my side. Like, how weren't people supposed to take that seriously in the context of all these creators? They're like, wow, Mamamax got taken down because they were too stupid to fucking look into him. Other people took you seriously. You didn't think when you made the hashtag pick a side thing that people weren't going to take you seriously from here on out? People gave you that credibility that you were a legit dude. Like, what? It's just retarded. How do you be like, oh, I always assumed that everyone just knew it was fake. I don't know why people take me serious. Every time I hear it, it's like, bro, you saw the response the pick a side shit did, and the hashtag even before that.
Trying to get in the good graces of Max so he isn't investigated. Flamenco is the Phantom Menace.
Flamenco's the Phantom Menace. Jesus. It makes no sense to me. You're shocked that people take you seriously, but you also say that you do things in a controversial manner to drum up more eyes on you for your important mission. So which is it, Max? Are you not an important person that just fakes shit for entertainment purposes, or are you somebody that everyone needs to pay attention to all the time because you're the only guy that is covering pedophile allegations? Which is it? Every time I hear that, it's a question that gets drilled into my brain.
You don't think that people are going to think your videos are real?
That's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a face and what they're doing.
Man, that would be great if you had a description in your video. This pause frame of him having this big-ass mega mind head is perfect for this exact rant. Dude, maybe you should have put a disclaimer and been like, this is all for entertainment purposes, but at a certain point, we do have a tough conversation right at the end. Make sure you watch to the end. Instead, it's just like, we are coming for you. Pablo Sonny has raped multiple children. Like, but we're not supposed to think 90% of the video is real, or that you aren't being serious for 90% of the video, only 10% of the video, maybe even 5%? God.
Max is also not the type of predator hunter who actively tries to send your abuser to prison. So you've never actually gotten a pedophile arrested?
Not to my knowledge.
His methods include sexting those predators himself and awkwardly wondering why the police just won't do anything.
I'm also actually going to start interviewing police because I know they all want to arrest them. It's just the law binds them.
Despite
I love that line. I know the cops really want to arrest pedophiles, but they just can't do it. You know, cops really want to arrest drug dealers, but sometimes they can't do it. Cops really want to arrest sex traffickers, but they just can't really do it. Cops really want to arrest dads that beat their wives or kids, but they just can't do it. They really want to arrest that investment banker that embezzled millions of dollars from a charity, but they just can't do it. I wonder why they can't do it. You can add that to everything, Max. There's so many things that the cops fail to fucking do. Like, or they can't do because there's not enough evidence.
his long, storied history of catching exactly 0 predators in his 5 years of hunting, Mamamax has attempted and failed to help multiple girls claiming to be abused and previously
Might be the whitest statement said by a white guy. But am I wrong, Leon? Am I wrong? All the time, people bitch and moan that the cops can't do shit. Or the cops do, like, they always bitch and moan. Doc is up, 0 privacy complaints. That's good. At least Doc didn't get hit. Which is weird, because Doc was in the call too. So why not flag Doc? But, like, you could add what Max's mindset is. Well, they can't arrest predators all the time. I know the cops want to do that. Yeah, the cops want to arrest a fuck ton of people. They just can't do it all the time. You need actual hard evidence to arrest most people. You fucking idiot.
Indoctrinated in a cult.
Max is supposed to be the one bringing the story across.
Thank you
to
for the
everyone.
10.
And yes, if in the case that everything is actually,
why is it my job? Yeah, why are you putting it all on me?
To put things plainly, Max has no idea what he's doing and has created a circus around these women. Today, I would like to take the time to discuss with you.
Okay, so I know what Max is gonna say. I'm gonna call it. Okay, you guys could reference this stream back if I'm wrong or I'm right. When Max puts out that silencing all survivors video and gets clips of Xylee saying stuff, Nick saying stuff, Chud saying stuff, Tommy saying stuff, I'm saying stuff, Matt Pitt saying stuff. When he gets those clips, right, he's going to go, nobody wanted the platform, the survivors. They just wanted juicy internet drama. This wasn't on me. I am burdening these girls' story because the girls are the most important. Their story. Like, he's going to use that as a response to everybody. He's going to be like, it's not on me. These girls have come forward, and I am just telling the story of these girls. He's going to do it in the new video. I'm calling it.
Since you washed out of the military to change your middle name to a translation that means literally savior.
Yeah, I saw that part. That was fucking funny. Also, he flushed out of the military because he cut himself that Magnetar stole his forever girl, which I have no sympathy saying that. Bitch, you cut yourself? Pussy.
Several things that I left out of my previous video, Max's responses to our coverage, and I would like to personally introduce you to the members that previously populated Max's friend group. They're eager to share some testimony of their own regarding Max's character.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Prior to myself and Mudahar publishing our videos, Mamamax tried to get out ahead by releasing a video of his own. This abomination was titled, I Place Accountability into My Own Hands.
That was the greatest video of all time. Greatest response video ever made. Colleen Ballinger with the ukulele, that's like a solid 2 to me. Max's accountability video was incredible. There's so much deep pausing, so many sighs. So he hugs his girl at the end of it. Oh, God. The sympathy baiting was crazy, dude. I don't think I've ever seen somebody fumbling accountability videos so hard in my goddamn life.
Which is hilarious.
All right, listen. Next response video involving a drama. You have to have sex with your wife or partner on camera now. You have to up Mamamax. A hug's not enough anymore. Now the bar's been raised.
Because absolutely no accountability was taken by Max. The truth is, we knew Max was going to pull this stunt. In fact, he vaguely threatened Mudahar by saying he, Muda, will appear on the wrong side of history. And he threw in a far more direct, this will get very ugly for you and your brand, in there just for good measure. If you watched my last video, or really anyone else's coverage, this was the upload that contained the infamous hug.
Jesus Christ. Next apology, you should get all the survivors to hug him. Dude, imagine he's like sitting in the chair, right? He starts crying. He's like, ugh, I finally have all the evidence out there against Camden Gerard, Blackula Werewolf, Pedophile Davis. And he starts crying. And all the sad music just comes on in the background. And it's just like a hallelujah song. And then all the girls, they just come around him. And it's like I know. It's like that statue by Michelangelo where Jesus died and they removed him from the cross where Mary's holding him. It's like that. They're all holding him and he's like, I have died for your sin. I have died for your story. My career is over. And they're all just holding him. That would be awesome if he did that. I'd actually give him props.
Ladies and gentlemen, we made him cry. The entire video was fishing for sympathy, and I'm just going to be honest, Max is not going to be getting any from me in this video. One of the largest criticisms against Max is that he hides behind his abuse survivors like a coward, and no example that I've shown you up to this point comes close to what you're about to see.
I hope you can all understand my position. We are living in a world where survivors scream for help and no one wants to listen.
No one wants to listen. Okay, bro. If your family member gets raped, I'm assuming that most people that are normal are going to go, holy fuck, we need to go to the, we need to help this person. We need to do something about this. Most people have empathy to the situation. Max, you're making a YouTube video about it. It's not going to change anything. Like, people care about that issue. But you, being a YouTube filmmaker dedicated to empowering children, does not make people care. It makes them go, wow, this dude is weird for putting in murder in the pedophile hunter video. That's all people ever think about. Your friends didn't even watch your fucking content, dude. No one thinks you're important. People care about these issues, but they don't care that you handle it. They never have.
That was the night where he had induced my last marriage. But
man, I love, no one wants to listen to these people. I'm putting total accountability in my hands that I have fumbled this story really bad. Interlaces a video of all the victims talking about horrible shit that Camden has allegedly done to them.
You know, the transformation process is really dangerous on your body, especially because you're...
Mamamax card dropping soon. Let's go, Bubba! Let's go! We have a Mamamax lockout trading card coming out soon. The link is above. Bye!
young. So from there, she had me like put stuff in my body and told me to pretend it was like his penis.
During the midst of it, I tried to scream.
We interrupt your sympathy baiting and bitching to play a sexual abuse survivor sample platter to really pull at your heartstrings. I don't need to tell you this is extremely manipulative and disgusting behavior. This video also includes some of my favorite quotes ever.
You can't just tell your story anymore. Now you need concrete evidence.
Yeah, no.
Do I really have to rant about that a second time? I don't think I have to. I feel like that's just the most retarded sentence of like of all time. You can't just tell a story anymore. You need like evidence or something. That's crazy. Why do people demand evidence? Why do they demand evidence? Why, you know, it just sounds so crazy to me. You know, it's really bad. Imagine needing proof. Leviathans are coming to issue privacy complaints. Toastify, if you want to watch the beginning of this stream and how I'm going to handle the privacy complaints, you could clip that out and like just say that's like what everyone should do. I feel like I'm going to be totally fine versus you guys that didn't go nuclear like I did.
Oh shit, jackass. Ironically enough, despite throwing shade towards myself and Mudahar, Moist Critical gets a long, thorough glazing in this video.
I'm surprised he just didn't say sucking dick. Max literally got on his hands and knees and just took the biggest glizz of his life, like just two-hander, and just shoved it in his mouth, saying, "I'm sorry, Charlie. I'm so sorry for making you mad at me. Please don't hate me anymore. If Charlie forgives me, the commentary community will forgive me. If Charlie forgives me, everyone making videos will stop." Like, bro, Max had to buy more butt plugs than Hina did
you can talk
to
about
fit
how people don't
Charlie's cock
listen
in his
to the
asshole.
victim stories when you spend more time talking about rogue AI and global warming instead of the victim's stories.
True. Max needs to get that asshole nice and lubed up. Way more than Hina ever did for Scammer Payback. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry to Charlie for dragging him into a case that is not necessarily his fight. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry to Charlie. I really am sorry. I did not mean to make you upset. We just need help.
I was about as confused as you probably are here when I first watched this. As of a few days before my video, Charlie was actually still the only person willing to sit down and chat with Max and Spencer.
So we decided to reschedule.
And what happened with that?
We were waiting for Charlie to get back to us because we were going to fit it with his...
Okay, so now that Charlie's reached out after your stupid fucking stunt, now you'll be patient for Charlie. Now you'll be patient for him. Something tells me that Muda's already told Charlie about all this stuff, and Charlie's not going to touch this shit with a 50-foot pole. I would be shocked if Charlie moved forward and was like, yeah, guys, you know, the Mamamax stuff's kind of crazy, you know, big butthole dildos. There's this guy, like, a vampire, werewolf, pedophile. You know, it just sounds like a rim job and a half. I don't think Charlie's going to do that. I don't think Charlie's going to touch your fucking shit with a 50-foot pole, dude.
So then why are you putting this weird blame on me?
Even after Max, the predator hunter, clickbaited him and upset him personally, Charlie was still willing to make time to meet with Max. The reality was, this is probably Max's last chance to get a large YouTuber involved, and well, he hadn't chased him away just yet.
I hope it's clear why I'm so willing to just call him a cult leader and sexual predator. I feel there's enough here. People have gone by with a lot less. Even Charlie has called people pedophiles without any hard evidence.
In context to who? Because I know in the leaked call he says Sneeko, but I also saw some other people saying Maximilian Muss. Maximilian Muss literally said that there is CP in the server. There's a direct quote from fucking Maximilian Muss's server. Charlie was right to call him that. And he called Sneeko like a creep for liking cuties. That's not calling... Bro, anyone that likes cuties is a fucking freak. Easy. Oh, God. Yeah, he just called him a creep and a cuck, and then he also showed his guns off. Like, I don't get that Max is like, yeah, he called Sneeko a pedophile. No, he didn't.
Who specifically?
Who was it? Was it Sneeko?
Max released this video alongside a
That just shows how fucking retarded Max is right there.
brand new GoFundMe. After months of Patreon support and the recent wave of criticism, Max thought asking for more money was a good idea. People were also quick to point out that Spencer, one of the girls that Max is currently representing, has the role of financial manager for all of the other survivors. Spencer, who might I remind you, is literally homeless and living in Max's house, is now in charge of everyone else's money.
Which is really smart. You want the person that doesn't know how to keep their finances tight. Like, they're really, I'm going to be honest, you want the homeless person taking care of your money. Hear me out. Because they don't know how money works. So that means, ergo, she won't embezzle the money. Why put her in charge of the money? Aren't you the one that is in charge of the account? Why would you put just a random person in charge of minimum 20 grand? That's like a retarded fucking idea. Hey, random homeless person on the street, I'm going to give you an access of $20 million a month. Please make sure this money goes to the right place when they can't afford, they can't even like have finances enough to buy themselves an apartment or a car or anything else. But yeah, sure. You can take care of the fucking money.
I think y'all understand, like, the relationship here.
This is wildly inappropriate, and Max has not detailed how these funds are being distributed or which survivors have actually gotten a percentage of the money raised thus far.
You can release it with their approval.
And then if the evidence isn't substantial enough, I'm putting myself in a defamation issue?
So you don't believe them?
There's a difference between believing somebody and being willing to...
I just sent it to you. Testimonials can serve as evidence.
Yeah.
Man, it all goes back to flamenco. Nick can never escape flamenco. He can never do it. He can never do it. He can't escape the man. Allegations or evidence. Where's Aiden? He needs to debate Mamamax on allegations or evidence on Doc's stream. It's time. Aiden, where the hell are you?
The judge and jury must consider whether the witness statement is credible alongside looking at other forms of evidence.
Dude, this is so. We're not even in court right now, and you're talking about what could potentially get a conviction while you're trying to go to the court of social media, and you're telling them you don't have any fucking evidence. You're taking the wrong stuff to the wrong place, dude. If you thought his last video was rushed, the next one looks like it was thrown together in about 20 minutes. Unlike the quote-unquote accountability video, Max's post-video response was locked behind his Patreon. We are not beating the grifter allegations today, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention, the GoFundMe that Max...
I love that he put his response video behind the Patreon. I think that's maybe the most iconic thing that you could do. Iconic. Being called out for potentially being a money-hungry grifter. You are in a public spat and a drama with multiple channels, multiple people that have severe criticisms of you. You have fucked up an investigation from start to finish. The main criticism from Tommy in particular is that you are a fucking scam factory. And the first thing that you do is upload an update pseudo response video to everybody on Patreon. Thank you, Poser, for the 11 months. Congratulations, Mamamax. He has been exposed as a fraud and will now be sent to the YouTube banishment irrelevance hell, just like EDP. Jesus Christ. From the river to the sea, Mamamax will never be free. What the
fuck? Why did you have a random homeless person who was convinced they were a vampire be in charge of any money?
That's a good point.
I wouldn't trust her to tie her shoelaces.
You can't even trust her to, like, take care of herself. I'm pretty sure she does. Bro, just by the way that she looks, I could tell that bitch has no idea to cook for herself.
Launched, where all the money was being managed by Max's homeless survivor he's currently representing, ended up getting shut down in mere hours. I went to sleep, woke up, and it was gone.
We stand at a pivotal moment in history for the voices of child sex crime survivors. The silence has already been overwhelming, and now powerful forces are trying to further mute our efforts.
Yeah, Max, powerful forces are trying to stop you, like your gigantic ego and rampant narcissism, or, I guess, the law.
Because I know they all want...
Bro, listen, Max just doesn't know. He's onto something. There's dark and powerful forces keeping silencing victims constantly. It's the cabal. You all don't know, but there's been a cabal this entire time to take down Mamamax. His pedophile ARG Marvel movie cinematic universe is real. He was predicting the future the whole time.
To arrest them, it's just the law binds them.
The rest of this video is just a bad speech where Max places blame entirely on the dissenting voices, such as commentary YouTubers, and announces an entire separate documentary called Silencing All Survivors, where he will no doubt embarrass himself further. I personally think that Max should invest this time into a self-reflective sister project called Exploiting All Survivors. It could be about the dangers of fabricating evidence and the morality of doing it while you're making $15,000 a month on Patreon from the abuse survivors in your audience, but...
Bro, I feel like we have to... everyone, like, touches on the Patreon. But, like, we don't know how much money he's actually making. Like, at a minimum, like, $15K, bro. There's a $1,000 tier. There's a $1,000 tier. There's some stupid bastard that's paying for that. I swear, I want to know who you are. And can you give me your money instead? I'm a lot more entertaining than Max. Please, give me your $1,000.
Look, I'm not a documentarian. In the background of this video, Mamamax chose to include a scroll through of the trending page to showcase the discourse after my video released. What happened next, I assume, was an oversight. This is an actual screenshot from Max's video. Yeah, your eyes do not deceive you. Max included a screenshot.
He had that. Of course, Nick had that. He fucking had to.
Shot of my avatar crudely photoshopped onto the face of Derek Chauvin with the caption, "We stand at a pivotal moment in history for the voices of child sex crime survivors. Powerful forces are trying to further mute our efforts." This is really weird and uncomfortable. And yes, this is the same guy who thinks he's the Martin Luther King of predator hunters.
Dude, yeah, I love these guys. Always keeps me on my mission, I think.
Leon, how do you feel about a white guy invoking Martin Luther King as his sole inspiration to keep going on his mission to make pedophile ARG videos? I'm curious what the black community has to say about that. During Black History Month.
the importance of my mission.
Imagine Martin Luther King's I have a dream speech. It's just like, in the future, I hope that people that look as white as the driven snow make pedophile ARG videos and claim that they are helping people.
Of our mission.
What mission? You haven't done shit. Is that MLK on his wall? Give me a break.
I have a dream. By the way, happy Max History Month. As you could probably imagine,
incredible, the fucking emote.
Neither of these responses were able to stop the bleeding. Max's YouTube channel would go on to lose 47,000 subscribers in the month of January.
I'm actually curious where he's at right now. I'm like curious. Let's take a look after Nick's video. It's been like almost a 24-hour turnaround time. Let's see what we're looking at here. Oh, he's dropping down. Oh, no. Oh, no. Bruh. I'm taking bets by halfway through this month, he's going to be under 700K.
Matters worse, Max was losing support from the survivors that he'd been trying to help in his inner circle. It's also worth mentioning that all of Camden's videos, including the apology video we just watched, have been removed from Max's public-facing YouTube channel. This includes all the live streams as well, but does not extend to things like anything Spencer has released. Remember that, by the way. Compartmentalize it. If Mamamax did lose support, the following segment is most likely the reason why. If he didn't lose support, the mistakes he made here absolutely should be the reason for the remaining holdouts to drop him. Leaked images started dropping from inside the Survivor Discord, and this was both concerning and really funny. Mamamax was trying to convince the survivors to help him sue Mudahar, who's really rich, apparently.
That's not a friend, dude. That's not a friend.
Next Max video, Spencer will make allegations that Santa Claus groomed her into working in the coal mines as an elf where she's force-fed cookies.
She would actually probably like being force-fed cookies with how fat she is. Oh, no! Fuck! No fat jokes. Stop it. Stop it, stop it. No more fat jokes. I need to stop myself. Because as a part of the call that I've been making this joke, and I got yelled at when I kept making that joke. Stop! Stop it. Stop. God, I can't help it. This is a fat-phobic channel.
Imagine SA survivors giving this guy money to fund investigations to see justice,
Yeah.
and it's just a massive grift. How
Yeah.
skewed is your ethics to do that?
I don't know. And like to get on this part again, where he's like, Mudahar's extremely rich. Dude, a friend of yours, like a real friend, if you actually like respected Mudahar at any fucking point, right? If you actually looked at Muda as a friend, you wouldn't be doing this he's extremely rich line. That means that you just used him and you had this knowledge that it was like, well, I have a very successful, rich friend that I can always lean on at any time. Now that he's against you, now you're like, I want his money now. That shows that Max never respected Muda and just saw him as like a guy that he can use as an advantage for everything else in his life. That's how I perceive that kind of message.
In this, he types, at everyone. Spencer and I, Spencer being his lead witness in this vampire sex cult case, are considering a class action lawsuit against Mudahar for breaching our non-disclosure agreement. He's extremely rich, so the lawsuit seeks $1 million in damages to be distributed between all of you. Reading the word, he's extremely rich, so the lawsuit seeks $1 million in damages, is quite possibly one of the biggest mistakes you can make when actually threatening litigation. Because this is what a court will look at and say, ah, this is why you're actually hitting them, because you just want a payday.
Max would...
Okay, listen. The J-Mac guy is a complete fucking degenerate loser that can't keep his life together and is begging for money on YouTube. So, like, I have no issue saying this. Yes, I'm happy that some of this stuff got out, but it was also by a complete schizophrenic, drug-addicted loser. A piece of garbage. Human shit. Like, it's great that we know that this is there so that if he does try to sue Muda, this is going to get thrown out in court almost immediately. But, like, fuck the J-Mac guy regardless, you know?
Was foaming out the mouth, claiming he could get these girls $1 million and it would really help their case. Unsurprisingly, some of Max's own Discord server was going against him, as it really doesn't make any sense, and it just seems unproductive and fairly malicious on the side of Max.
All I ever was to this man was an extremely rich friend who had enough social...
Oh, shit, I didn't watch Muda's update video, so it's crazy that, he said what I said. I didn't watch his update video. Damn, I nailed that one on the head.
media clout for him to piggyback his stupid case off of. This, to me, is quite possibly one of the worst, like, internet betrayals I ever had. And if anything, it's the one thing that has pushed me severely away from everybody on YouTube in the last week or two.
The leaked message from Spencer is kind of telling in that it shines a light on what she's after here. I don't really know how else you can read a message like that. In my opinion, it's about money for her. Some of the victims in these leaks look like they want their alleged abuser convicted, and some of them look like Spencer, ready to just take that money from anyone if Camden doesn't have the...
I love this. I think this is important personally. Muda has breached the terms of the NDA. Hey, retard. It is an NDA written over Discord. It's a non-binding NDA. Even then, nobody's going to sue for that. And to be honest, Muda is not an American citizen. Like I stated before, that is a $100,000 minimum lawsuit just to start it. You're really going to piss away all the CSA survivor money, Max, on a petty lawsuit involving an NDA because you're a fucking idiot? Spencer, too? Man, this woman is very smart to be... You know what? Max was right. This woman's a genius. Do it. Do it. It would be funny to see you fail.
That somebody who's as white as the Saltines Spencer was fed can make films where he can judge these predators, not by the fangs in his mouth, but the number of allegations, which are evidence. MLK 2024.
Holy shit. Thank you for the 20.
Assets needed for a civil case. What happened next is actually pathetic. The entire evidence server was leaked, and it's all Max's fault. A random person pretended to be a survivor of Camden Gerard Davis and infiltrated the group. Because he dropped the ball so badly and didn't vet this person well enough, they were able to leak details about survivor evidence that hadn't been publicly shared yet. This all led to the dumb NDA being revealed and subsequently laughed at.
By the way, if you're a YouTuber or whatever, if you break this NDA, like, nothing is going to happen to you. This guy doesn't have any money for any legal bullshit or anything. This is retarded.
It's funny how Max thinks these unnotarized NDAs that were likely written by ChatGPT are
Nox, I don't know how you're getting more pissed at Mamamax. This is already, even before this video, it's already reached the point where, like, nobody should trust this man for the rest of their lives. I'm gonna be honest, even on, like, a personal level, like, I'm usually not the guy that's, like, take things from the internet to real life, but Max has crossed that line, like, again, with the Night Doc stuff that we're gonna get into later. I would never trust somebody like Max in my entire life. I wouldn't let them near me. I wouldn't be friends with them. I wouldn't let them anywhere near my friends, my family, anything, because they're an absolute fucking chameleon, thin-skinned fucking liar. That's what Max is. He's a liar.
Forcible? We've all been viewing them as...
Be sure to like the stream as well, and check out the Lockout trading card link above if you want to buy a pack. And if you buy a pack, that'll give the company more incentive to make a Mamamax card.
It's kind of a joke for a while now. The one I signed to watch a video early came with a promotional obligation where I was required to live stream it and give Max a shout out. This is a joke. I literally signed it on a PlayStation controller mat.
Okay, so Nick's pretending that these aren't actually his twos. I'm going to tell you guys, he does write his twos like this. He tried to prove to me in a Discord call that's not how he writes his twos. It's how he writes his twos. Nick's going to kill me. I'm joking. I'm joking. He doesn't write his twos like that. He doesn't do it. Just because if Max tries to sue Nick, I have to be upfront. That's not his twos.
After Max threatened a lawsuit and his Discord was compromised, Max's former editor released a weird, edgy outtake video which contained gems like these.
I could literally cancel you, Charlie. I could literally cancel you. And I choose not to. It's true, though. It's the truth. Like, I'm the friggin' hunter.
See, like, you see that? It sounds like he's joking in the beginning, right? He's like, yeah, you know, I can literally cancel you. And he starts laughing, and I'm like, okay, it's just an outtake. Then there's that part.
It's true, though. It's the truth. Like,
he, like, you could see the emotional change from, like, haha, this is all, like, kind of funny. I'm totally joking. Then he goes, oh, but it's true, though.
I'm the friggin' hunter.
You gotta just see how it no longer becomes a joke at the end.
Like,
Clearly this video was at least partially in character, but I think there's more to this than what meets the eye. Remember the time that Max straight up wrote that he doesn't hunt predators to help children? He does it because he likes hurting people. One thing that didn't make it into my first video, surprisingly, was that Mamamax's Mega account was suspended and subsequently reported to law enforcement per their website policy. Max used Mega to store those evidence files that would be found linked in a pastebin in the descriptions of his videos. Due to the subject matter of his content, many quickly jumped to the conclusion that Mamamax was storing evidence on this account. When confronted directly, this is what Max had to say.
Like I explained, the Mega folder and why it was publicly available was evidence of predators. This includes them masturbating on camera while I am telling them I'm a 15-year-old girl. This was...
Jesus. Imagine you get paid $50,000 a month just to pretend that you're a minor online, to have weirdos jerk off to you, and you think you're making a difference in the world. Fucking shit, bro. So all those idiots that were paying him on his Patreon for all those months, years, you must feel fucking retarded. That all he did is collect a paycheck and have people that are attracted to children jerk off to him. I bet all of you feel really fucking stupid. I'm glad. I hope you never get that money back, you fucking idiots.
Was made available so that people could see that these videos, even if there are fictional elements, this part is real, and this needs to be taken to law enforcement. If it was sent to law enforcement by Mega, then it is serving the purpose it was intended for.
The problem with Max's response here is it's not possible. When sites like Mega remove CSAM material, they are identified with known CSAM hashes, and Muda will explain far more coherently than I can what exactly that means and why Max's explanation is impossible.
Those hash files are then checked against other hashes of images, objects that you have on your local device or wherever you store online continuously, and if a hash gets tripped, which there could be false positives, but generally there aren't, they all check hashes, okay? Literally fingerprints within picture files. So I decided to go to Mega's transparency, and I wanted to see exactly how they identify objectionable content. When an account gets hit, they can appeal.
MLK would have done all of this for sure. Yeah, Martin Luther King's really proud of Max.
But the appeals are so limited that I'm not joking. In certain quarters, they have literally allowed 0 appeals to go through. In fact, their highest appeals were 10 appeals. And this is obviously thousands of accounts being taken down. Very, very few accounts ever get reinstated.
There's also the matter of vetting Max's story. Let's listen to that one more time.
The Mega folder and why it was publicly available was evidence of predators. This includes them masturbating on camera while I am telling them I'm a 15-year-old girl.
You'll never beat the racist allegations, bruh. Bruh. Check the name on the channel, bruh.
Later on in the call, Max claimed that the account was not even his. He had no access to the email used to create that Mega. How do you know what was... Did they notify you what videos triggered this or took your account down?
Yeah, the hash in particular, maybe.
So, like I said, I don't have access to the account. I sent all of my evidence to a member of my team. It was a non-hacker, and they...
Dude, Xylee's been right this whole fucking time. This dude doesn't do jack shit. Okay, this is what Max does. He gets jerked off on by pedophiles. Holy shit. All right. Here we go. Nuclear statement. Max doesn't do anything. Max just gets jerked off on by pedophiles that bust a nut to him sending a photo of his own ass to them. And then other people take that evidence and put it in a fucking folder. That's all Max does. He doesn't do anything else. He lets pedos jack off on him for $15K a month. Nice. What a job, man. You're really changing the world.
Uploaded it. And
Xylee was totally right. This guy doesn't do jack shit.
Send me the link.
So for all we know, that person could have posted something that triggered it.
I doubt it. They abandon all their accounts after they upload shit.
Max would send all of his evidence to an undisclosed third-party team member who then posted it for him on an account they would immediately abandon. This means it's impossible for Max to have even known what the reason for removal was. If he had no access to the email, he would have no concrete reason to believe what he's saying here. He wouldn't know why he was suspended. Despite that fact, Mamamax went on to concoct an entire story about how he was taken down for uploading videos of predators masturbating to him.
When you're a YouTuber doing an investigation, you gotta do everything by the goddamn book. The fact that you even have people on your team that are getting law enforcement to investigate you over illegally acquired materials, which can land not you in jail, not just you, but ruin any case that you work on.
Max's really weird lie raises far more questions than answers, but one thing does remain clear. This guy does not belong within 50 feet of a serious story pertaining to actual victims. Before we get to our last main subject matter of this video, I wanted to briefly address a few things that didn't really fit, well, anywhere else. The first of which is, Max has an unreleased video called My Little Pony, where the plan was to expose predators in the brony community.
What happened to the My Little Pony video? What was that about? So,
what a terrible fucking title. My Little Pony. It just makes me feel fucking disgusting. Christ. No wonder his friends didn't watch his fucking content. When you set a title like that, it's like, yeah, man, I'm working on this video called My Little Pony. It makes me sick to my stomach. Yeah, I know, Ahsoka. We're getting to that.
My Little Pony was gonna be a video inspired by all the pedo communities in My Little Pony community, like all the bronies. I didn't go through with that video just because I thought it was harmful, like labeling all bronies as pedos, basically. And I don't think I should spread messages like that, like just concentrate one group. Oh, these are all...
Oh, I should never just concentrate on a group and say that they're pro-pedo or that it's a group of pedos, but I'm totally fine with calling individuals pedophiles and having my sycophantic audience go after them, like Tommy or any others. Yeah, you're totally cool with that, but calling the Brodies all pedophiles? Nah, that's too much, man.
I mean, maybe not, you know, maybe them just, you know, maybe some of them just suffer mental illness or have traumatic childhoods and are... Turkey Tom did a video on Brody. I trust Turkey Tom. I'm sure he did a good job.
Later on in this video, we'll be...
Man, he's gonna eat those words when Tom actually, like, takes the fucking Camden case and makes a video on it, just steals all of Max's thunder.
Be briefed by Nexpo about a drama you've never heard of. But before that, he's offered to come shed some light on the My Little Pony video.
Okay, to start things off, I'd like to just clear the air and say that I've seen a lot of whispers about the My Little Pony video. So the My Little Pony project was something that Max approached me about pretty early on in our friendship, back when he was doing like the gaming mystery video phase of his channel. Essentially, it all boiled down to Max was going to fabricate a mystery surrounding the My Little Pony community and blow the whole top off of it and expose...
Guys, I was going to make a fake My Little Pony expose video on predators in the brony community, but it was all it was going to be fake, and I was going to blow the lid and blow the lid off the case. What case? You made it up. It's totally fake, you fucking retard.
I guess whatever story he was going to cook up. I didn't know too much about the project, but he did want me to collab in it with him, but he did end up scrapping it at some point, so it ended up falling to the back burner.
Look, we all knew that Max would recreate or fabricate evidence against what he claimed were real predators. He's also confessed as much to me. Nexpo's statement alleges an even more sinister reality and casts much more of a doubt on his backlog. Another thing I really need to mention is that Max directed and filmed a rape scene for one of his more recent pieces of content.
Okay, I need to, like, emphasize this part, right? I think I had a good conversation. I don't remember who I had the conversation with in private, but it's like we all heard about this video, right? But nobody, and I mean nobody, wanted to click or watch the video in of itself. Because what you're about to witness is a small snippet of a video. Small snippet of a video. Where he does an ARG of a person being raped. And this was uploaded to his Patreon pretty recently. Nobody clicked on it because everyone heard there is he did a what? A video simulating what? Like, nobody wants to watch that. No director is going to put that together. Like, it just shows how, I'm going to be honest, it shows a very disturbed and disgusting mind to even think that this is a good idea to make a video like this.
This is really fucking weird, and it's weirder when you see how he addressed it to his Patreon supporters who were voicing their discontent.
People asking you not to film.
He literally put a disclaimer in his brainwashing video that basically said, anybody that denied what was in the video was potentially a predator, abuser, or kidnapper. I'm not surprised anymore.
Fair. He did say, like, watch their actions. If they don't agree with the brainwashing, watch their actions. They might be a pedophile near you.
Scenes of implied children is not shying away from the issue. I believe it is, but we can disagree on that. We are all aware that this happens in your depictions of this. This is not true. I don't think we are all aware that this happens. At least not.
Nobody knows that children get raped. Guys, Max has brought forward a new concept. Child rape. Fuck. Oh, I'm gonna get this flag I'm gonna get this stream taken down by YouTube. But guys, listen. Not enough people know that there is child rape. Not enough people know that happens. Like, what the fuck? So I have to simulate it to show you it because people don't understand that it happens. It's a brand new concept in 2023, everybody. It's never happened before. God damn it.
Not to the extent at which it does happen. And I didn't even go into detail. Like, I could have, like, there are mutilations, there is torture, there is things that cannot even be presented in a medium.
Just to be clear, the actress who played the minor is obviously an adult, but I don't—
Oh, Don, thank you very much. Max is not just cringe. I would say he's malicious. And if you haven't seen this video yet, and you haven't come to the conclusion that Max isn't a he isn't a malicious actor at this point, I am shocked. I am genuinely shocked.
Don't understand the point of anything Max has made here. How is artistically recreating the exploitation of a minor empowering to victims? Max, you're a degenerate.
Imagine you have a group, you have a whole Patreon dedicated to CSA survivorship. You have a group of people that watch you that are all CSA survivors, and then you make a fake child rape video. How did he think that was going to go over well with his audience? It's actually confusing. Hold on. Wait a minute. This shit was uncomfortable for a second.
Just trying to stay to the truth. The character is an AGI. That is a spoiler, but it's also, whether she's an AGI or not.
Listen. She's just an artificial intelligence. She's not real. It's not a real human getting raped. Come on, guys. Like, why are you so mad about this? I just wanted to simulate a rape. But she's a robot, so, like, it's whatever. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Like, why is everyone so upset? Why is everyone so mad? I don't get it. But she's fake, though. All I think of is that tweet Tipster put out that's like, you never see a girl with small tits before? The lolicon argument. Exactly, the idiot. That's what I felt. That's literally what I first thought of when I saw it.
It doesn't really matter to the conversation. I just wanted to get that out there. I think the fact that the actress is a consenting adult portraying a child is the problem here.
No, it's just that you made a video simulating child rape. That's the problem. It stops right there. There's no more discussion after that, Max. People are mad at that one particular thing, you fucking freak.
Which I understand.
Guys, the thing that I meant to be a child is not a child. It's an AGI. Wow, that really changes so much.
I don't understand. If they feel that way, why would they continue to fund you on Patreon? So, Echo, you bring up a great point. I think it's because they want to vent on my Patreon their personal opinion, because it feels like they are being purposefully confrontational.
Uh-oh. My favorite. Someone has criticism for me. They're just doing it on purpose because they don't like me. I love when people do that. It's my favorite. I thrive off of that shit. I thrive off of when people say that because it's delusionally stupid. If your audience has been nothing but like, yeah, you're good.
I may be a degen, but I'd never go that far of the route, you dumbass fucking chuckle fuck.
Nice, Spectre. Thank you for the 5. But like, I love when people do that because your audience was like 95 to 100% on your side up until the stupid Camden case. And you get a little pushback that you made a rape video, but this person is just being purposely mean about it. They just purposely are creating fake outrage in my Patreon. Maybe that person was a supporter for a long time, and they saw the disgusting shit you put in there, and they weren't happy with it. That might just be it.
All of their responses are emotionally charged. They bring up things that have nothing to do with human trafficking. Yeah, let's not gang up on them. I don't want to gang up here. I want to have a conversation.
While the simulated rape porn is mostly censored for YouTube, Max's Patreon offers an uncensored version, and you can find that floating around online. Again, I'm not really sure who's being empowered by paywalled rape porn.
The only way I can make money is through Patreon. That is the only way I can make money. Even still, I put resources at the very top of the description. If you want to donate to other organizations that deserve your money just as much, if not more than me.
This guy thinks he's fucking Rain.
So I'm pretty sure the base of these arguments come from Mamamax only wants money. Mamamax only wants to make horror movies. Mamamax is willing to exploit children to do so. Like I said.
Yeah. Damn. So you understand why people don't like you. And you think that's a negative. You're just like, well, all these people just keep saying the same thing. It's kind of crazy. Like, they all just say these 3 things that are exactly what you do. Like, all the time. But it sounds... But Max is like, nah, that's crazy. That's totally crazy.
If I want to make money, I'm in the worst industry to do so. If I made any other content, my life would be so much easier. I wouldn't have to deal with all this criticism about, like, I'm not portraying it properly.
Instead of crying about how it would be easier to just make other content to escape criticism, why don't you just make different content or nothing at all? You've never helped anyone before, and this tantrum hasn't convinced anyone to be on your side. Max does this a lot with his Patreon releases. In the public puppy stomp video, Max included a vague call to action for his viewers to harm those he featured in his video.
Even if some cannot appreciate the gravity of what we are doing, they cannot deny that you and I and others have been setting a precedent where the world will no longer tolerate pedophiles talking to and touching children.
In the uncensored version, this call to action was played alongside a prison shanking, with the understanding that Max is...
But guys, he can't make money on YouTube. Isn't that crazy? He could only make money on Patreon. But he puts a prison shanking in the YouTube video upload. Guys, how come I can't make money? How come I can't make money on YouTube and really help CSA survivors? How come I can't do that? Guys, why did my video get taken down? Pick a side, YouTube. There's pedos out there. Like, I can't make money, guys. But I'll add a prison shanking into the video. Yeah, that'll go over great with YouTuber advertisers.
Faked evidence against his targets before, and oftentimes loops in real content creators like Tommy C to be exposed alongside them. This is really alarming.
That is the world we live in. It exists, and I think anything that tries to shy away from it or only imply it, but don't show the whole thing, just imply. How is that gonna affect anyone? Who's gonna have an emotional response to that?
For years, people...
But he says he got mad at that other person for having an emotional response, but he wants people to have an emotional response to things. It's fucking retarded.
Question, why is YouTube removing Max's content? If I'm being honest, these last few weeks have me questioning why he's even still here.
My dad used to do as a cop that brought down a pedophile ring in London, and it's something I'd like to do, but I don't know where to start, who to talk to, or what skills are needed. Part of You Can't Hurt Me will be educating y'all on how you can do the work yourself. And not just doing the work, but doing it professionally and respectfully.
Oh no. He doesn't know how to do it either! In your previous investigations, what have you done to ensure the evidence you're passing over to police is sufficient to get prosecution? And what precautions do you take to make sure it's usable in a court of law? None! They just beat off to him!
I mean, we literally had him.
Jesus.
It's literally us saying we're 14 years old. He's saying, yeah, I want to see your puppy. I want to see, like, I want you to ride me. I'm also actually going to start interviewing police local to me as to why pedophiles don't get arrested, because I know they all want to arrest them. It's just the law binds them.
Max, what the fuck does that mean?
That will be one of the sections of You Can't Hurt Me, is me showing all of you how to do this stuff. Because it is a little complicated, but I think it's worth doing if you're spreading the right message.
I sent him a picture of my ass. And yes, that is my actual ass. So why don't you go to Patreon and support me sending my ass to pedophiles?
It's a great message, guys. To put predators away and to make 50 to 20K a month. I'll just send pictures of my ass to pedophiles to bust a nut to and send me cum tributes of my own ass. That's a real great message out there, Max. Incredible. You're really changing the word. You're changing the world, bro. You're changing the fucking world.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. Holy fucking...
In the last installment of my Mamamax series, we also discussed the story of one Anthony Fields and how Mamamax made an unsubstantiated allegation of predatory behavior against him.
I don't feel he could do anything to me legally for saying that, because if he were to, the girl who made the testimony would come forward and testify.
So she
him.
has his dick pic and has timestamps of when it was sent.
She does not have his dick pic.
So what does she have that she could come forward with?
Just her memory, but just because
allegations are evidence. Guys, we're never gonna get past it.
Mamamax is bad at making videos, and is full derp. His ego is the size of China, and he looks like we need to shove him in a locker. This moron needs a bag of nickels thrown at his balls.
Yep, I agree with that. I just love this, right? So Max is saying, without a shadow of a doubt, that this girl could put Magnetar in jail because of her memory. Yeah, a jury is really going to love that. A judge is really going to love that. A defense attorney is really going to love that. A prosecutor is really going to love that. Okay, so how did he sexually assault you? Well, he sent me his dick. Okay, where is the proof of that? Oh, I just remember him ever doing that. I just remember him sending me the dick. What do you mean that he's not going to get arrested, officer? Judge, what do you mean we can't put him in jail just because my one testimony? What the fuck?
Because Anthony Field doesn't want to admit he's a pedophile doesn't mean he didn't do the things he did.
We already knew that Max Stryker believes allegations in and of themselves are enough evidence to conclude Camden Gerard Davis is a cult leader and child predator.
Well, I addressed him as a cult leader and sexual predator because that's how he has been described by the survivors, and even testimonials themselves serve as evidence in a court of law. So to me, that is all of the evidence I need to say this man is a sexual predator and cult leader.
But there's also
That's all the evidence that I need.
So that conveniently different standard set for the 5 girls that accused Max himself.
Who's going to have an emotional response if it's implied? Dude, it's still somebody being assaulted. Not showing is called being sensible, sensitive, and tasteful.
Yeah, it's called like actually getting the actual information and situation out there for people to actually analyze and understand, and then get them to do a call to action that isn't involving a prison shanking or showing the rape. You know, there's a lot of ways to do it. You know, there are people that do it, like, but no, I have to show it all.
Of being an abuser.
You provided evidence that was some girl's testimony, and 4 girls, if not 5, came out with their testimony against you. So by your own definition of evidence, they would have more evidence against you.
What I'm saying is the burden of proof is on them and they didn't provide any.
I even confronted Max on this, and he was unable to demonstrate how these 2 cases shared meaningful differences. 5 girls said it.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened.
Well,
5 girls said it.
Dude, that fake fucking laugh, man. That fake laugh. Hold on, did you guys hear that?
Differences. 5 girls said it.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened.
Well, you know, like, I had 5 girls come out against me and accuse me of being a horrible boyfriend. Well, Magnetar is a pedophile, though. What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You are literally given a layup to be like, well, I understand. I think I may have jumped the gun there. Nope, just doubles down.
5 girls said it.
Yes,
you?
After they were in a group chat together for 3 months, after changing their allegations.
Wait, I'm sorry. What group chat are you in? The evidence server with all of the girls?
There is evidence in there.
Clearly, Mamamax.
Which ruins the case because you're having all the CSA survivors speaking together and corroborating each other's stories, which is going to lead into leaking into each other's stories. And each one of them, if one person says something that the other one thinks would sound too bad, they'll coach them into saying something else. You're already witness tampering. You fucking idiots! This window looking brainless. Yeah, okay. I'll let that read out.
Has 2 completely different standards for believing women based on largely spoken word testimony, and he showcases an alarming hypocrisy when he himself is on the receiving end of an accusation. We also learn that Mamamax is ready and willing to tease unverifiable evidence in his unsubstantiated predator allegations. Evidence Max knows damn well he is not in possession of.
So do you have any evidence proving he's a pedophile? Because you didn't show it in your video.
What do you want? His dick pic?
No. What? I want evidence proving he's a pedophile.
I think his behaviors prove that he is a pedophile.
So she has his dick pic and has timestamps of when it was sent.
He does not have his dick pic.
But like I said, we all knew that already. What we weren't able to do last time was establish a pattern of behavior. Ladies and gentlemen, are you familiar with the YouTuber Night Docs?
I'm gonna be real here. All right, we're no more laughing because we're gonna laugh, obviously, But like, I need to kind of like get this part off my chest
This
once this is done.
brainlet is full proof that it can take 9 months to make a joke. The victim of fetal alcohol syndrome that dodged the coat hanger.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of want to like be serious with this part because I heard about this like before the video came out, right? It's the Night Dog stuff. And I said it previously, before I even knew anything, that a drama like this will always have an escalation of the story to a degree that was not yet known. And it can be, and there's something that is even worse that comes out. I am going to say this again. What Max has done to Night Dogs is single-handedly the most scumbag shit I've ever heard in my entire life. This man allowed Max to live in his home, to feed his children, to live there rent-free, to allow Max to be a part of his life. And Max fucked him over with no proof, nothing. Just because I don't even know why. There's so many different things that might have been the reason. There could be he got upset that Night Docs was taking up too much time of all of his other YouTube friends and felt like he was competition for him, so he got rid of Night Docs. Or maybe Max actually believed that Night Docs did something horrible, but didn't go anywhere public with it, even though he lived with the guy, and instead social engineered his way to replacing Night Docs in the friend group by creating a complete bullshit story. Like, I find this to be fucking disgusting because Night Docs is a dad of 2 daughters. And Max straight up made a lie that people bought. I'm upset that people bought that lie too. I think it's fucking crazy. Fuck Max for this part.
I heard you mention that you do like stuff with like politics and stuff. Like, I have no idea what kind of content you make. Typically, that you don't really follow under the same like genre as him.
We are definitely, there is a huge overlap in the audience for myself, Mamamax, Nexpo, Barely Sociable, all that.
Yeah,
so it's more dark, it's more dark documentaries and stuff.
Night Docs, or Jim, was a proud Mamamax supporter during the Pick a Side YouTube campaign. So much that he called in to actually debate me 2 years ago and defend Max's character from scrutiny. But do you think like referring to it as like YouTube and saying stuff like the files that YouTube loves? I think one of the ones was that, did he call them complicit? Like
the spirit of what he was saying, yes. I know, I understand this. Part of my response to this, I need further clarification from you though. What is the problem you have with him saying that? Like, why?
Yeah, we're gonna pull up the Night Docs response to everything after this video.
I see it as misinformation. Like Max and many of their mutuals, Jim is a video essayist who makes long-form content. He was also firmly in the friend group of Max, Nexpo, Mutahar, and others just a few short years ago. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, Nick, what happened to this up-and-coming YouTuber with all of these widely successful friends and connections? The reality was, Night Docs was cast out of his social circle because Max spread rumors that he was a bad father, a creep to women, and worst of all, a pedophile. You were one of Mamamax's biggest defenders. You even debated me on a live stream 2 years ago. But you've even told me offline that he lived rent-free in your house for months. Can you explain the allegations that Max has made against you to the best of your ability and respond as necessary? Yeah.
His allegations against me range from I'm a neglectful parent to
I'm just gonna let this play.
A creep, that I'm a pedophile. Essentially, the one that I was most bothered by really was when he was calling me a pedophile. He wasn't saying it publicly. None of the allegations he had against me were said publicly. He was doing it all behind the scenes with the people that I was closest to. I mean, I opened my home to this guy. I let him live not paying a dime in rent. He didn't do any chores. He didn't pay any rent. He really didn't do anything. So like if he's complaining about how one time he fed my kids breakfast or whatever, he owed my kids breakfast, lunch, and dinner every time I had him. And he never once offered to compensate me or do anything in return.
I've listened to this Night Docs part I think 3 times now before going live, just to like give you guys like how I genuinely feel, like how I feel about it from like maybe like a personal level or anything like that, to like make it make sense to you guys. But there's no real way to do it. There's no way to describe it other than what Night Docs has said there. Because as you all know, just from hearing that 1 minute and 13-second clip of Night Docs talking to Nick about what Max did to him, that shit should make anyone's blood boil. That should make you fucking hate this guy. I feel horrible for Night Docs all the way through and through. Not as a creator, but as like a human being. Because everyone pretend constantly we sit here and we're all content creators and internet's internet and whatever. And you can't get mad at the internet. But Max straight up lied to all the people around Night Docs. Max lied. Which an allegation like that, if that became public and Max was and Max let it go public and and since it's completely fake, that's a life-ruining situation. That isn't like someone on Twitter going, "Lol, you're a pedo," or some stupid joke or anything. That's he literally created a false allegation against a man with 2 children. Max is a malicious piece of human fucking shit. Garbage. It doesn't deserve sympathy in any case.
Turn either.
That's how I feel about it.
You heard that correctly. Not only did Max allege to have a predator friend that you never heard about, Max lived in his home by choice and rent-free for months. So how does it make you feel that he called you a pedophile? And I'm pretty sure you have, I don't want to say specific ages, but you have 2 younger kids in your house.
I do, and they are pretty little. One is 10, the other is 7. I honestly figured after what Ryan initially told me that him calling me a pedo or whatever was that bothered me, but I know the facts are on my side on that and everything, and there's really nothing that anybody could really say with any kind of credibility that would even hint at something like that. What really bothered me is he seems to have told everybody who will listen about what a bad dad I am.
Did he ever confront you about your parenting? Did he ever take you aside and say, "Hey, I'm kind of concerned about your girls"?
Not once. Never. He never confronted me about anything, especially the stuff that's been coming out of the woodwork that he's been.
Which you would think the guy who prides himself on being a predator hunter would do that. Remember I said YouTubers like Mamamax should be banned? Yeah, I agree with you. We have a whole video together teaching Rue and Leon about the Mamamax drama. I'm going to be real. I would not, I'm not saying to do anything to his channel. I would never say that in my life. But if YouTube stepped in and just nuked him from orbit, I would not shed a tear. I really wouldn't. I would actually just sit there and be like, well, that's that. And just move on with my fucking day. Max is a piece of human garbage. Human trash.
And telling people behind the scenes.
How did you find out he was saying this stuff about you? Did Max ever confront you directly? And if he did, how did you talk him out of covering this story on his YouTube channel? Because, he's a wild hunter, right?
I never had a chance to confront him because he never brought it to my attention that he had that perception of me.
Much like his allegations against Anthony Fields, evidence was never released by Max that would implicate Night Docs at all. Unlike his allegation against Anthony Fields, these weren't even made in a public setting, almost as if to damage Jim's business relationships exclusively.
All of my friends, he told them pretty soon after he moved out, and was then using that planted perception that he gave them to further drive a wedge until they were up in Buffalo or something. They were on a trip, and Ryan told me the story that he basically brought me up out of the blue and went off on this rant in the middle of the night saying, we gotta cut Jim off. It's only a matter of time before he gets canceled, and you don't want to be associated with him because he's in.
Gets him alone on a trip. All of his close YouTube friends, people that collaborate with him, business connections. Because, that's the thing. YouTube is, essentially a form of a business. There's a lot of fun things you can do with it. It's just YouTube, right? Some people look at it as a business. Some people look at it for fun, right? I don't know how Night Docs' mindset is with that. I think we're going to know more from the rest of the call from there, right? If you are, a YouTuber full-time, it is a business to you. It's your love. It's your passion project. It's the thing that you've dedicated a lot of your time to and effort to. Max also ran in those circles, and a lot of their audience overlapped with each other. So if Night Docs is getting more popular and Night Docs has more better performing videos, that means that there's less people that are going to like Max, or they'll share the audience, but Max will never be a household name. like Night Docs was at the time. I genuinely, I'm going to be honest, I really, really fucking think that this was all motivated. I think this was all business motivated. I think Max, like, straight up accused Night Docs of this for business reasons. I really believe that. I believe he did this because he wanted to be the more popular guy. I don't believe he actually believes what he said about Night Docs at all. He just wanted to be the guy. You know what I mean?
All of this. Now, I wasn't there to hear the specific things he said. Every impression that I've been given is that there really wasn't anything concrete that he could point to that supported his claim, only a predisposed feeling he had that he would then bolster with various stories that he felt he.
I think he was jealous because Night Docs did better videos than him. Potentially, that's always that there might be a level of jealousy within that. That might be the case, but we won't know. We don't know what was going through Max's head to do this. I'm just going based on like a gut feeling. I have no like actual realm of 100% this is exactly what Max was thinking at the time. Just from like how Night Docs is describing this situation and Max's pattern of behavior leads me to believe that there was a jealousy factor, that Night Docs was the guy and Max wasn't. And Max couldn't handle that and accused Night Docs.
Could tell to bolster that narrative.
So for the last question, don't answer this as like Night Docs the YouTuber or the filmmaker. I want to hear from Night Docs the father. How does it feel to be called a pedophile, or someone who mistreats their children, or creeps on women? What does that make you feel?
It's really hurtful. I have a hard time understanding
Thank you for the 8 months, Mike.
Someone who called himself my friend would not only say that about me, but not have the balls to tell me to my face, but instead clandestinely go behind my back and do it in a way that people feel like they're in on a secret.
And if it was true, why wouldn't he do something to help your girls?
If it was true, why wouldn't he try and get me arrested? Why wouldn't he try and bait me with some kind of sting operation or try and catch me in or whatever? He never tried that because he knows that's not what I'm all about.
But that's like a good point. This man lived in Night Docs' home, knows his children, knows his family, lived under Night Docs' roof. If this was all true, Max let a predator still live with those kids and did nothing as the pedo hunter. If it's all true, which from what I'm being told behind the scenes and what's being shown in this video is not true. So Max, at worst case scenario, let an alleged pedo, what he is alleging to be a pedo, still live with those kids. It's not real because if he was a real predator hunter, he had real proof or something, he would have gone to the cops. He would have done something like a real fucking human being, but he didn't because it's all a clout grab. It's all a clout grab. That's all it's ever been. There's nothing more to it. Nothing.
To corroborate Jim's story, Nexpo has agreed to give an on-the-record statement of what Max told him directly.
So regarding Jim, there were two specific stories that Max really harped on when it came to Night Docs, at least whenever we had our little, I guess, falling out. So Max was convinced that Jim was this pedophile creep, and he backed up this claim with, firstly, a story about an inappropriate conversation that he claimed Jim had with a minor. As it turned out, this person was not a minor at all. They had told Jim their age at one point, which I believe was like 25.
I'm going to be honest, Mike. The clip about Max talking about Charlie, I'm starting to believe more and more that it's unironic. I think he actually believed that.
Or so. I'm not entirely sure, but that's that whole story that Max always referred to back whenever he would call Jim a predator. There was another story that led to more of Max believing Jim to be, I guess, a creep, and it involved one trip to a restaurant that he and Jim had way back when Max was living with Jim. Apparently Jim was, making moves on the waitress and, continuously hitting on her, and he just wouldn't stop, and it made this, I guess, situation, or this dinner that they were at, very tense and awkward. Basically, every single time that I was with Max during the time when we had our, I guess, falling out, I guess you could call it, Max would perpetuate this narrative that Jim was this pedophile creep, and he would always refer back to these two stories. And I guess I just never really vetted them because Max kind of planted this idea in my head that, oh my god, we're associated with Jim, we have to cut Jim, we cannot be associated with someone like this, he's a pedophile, he's a creep, he's all of these things, and we can't associate with this guy. And in hindsight, it's silly. It's silly to just listen to this, especially with his track record of just throwing out.
I wouldn't really call it silly. I'm gonna be real, Night Docs. I wouldn't call it silly. I would call it like a gross miscalculation. I would say it's a gross miscalculation for you to automatically assume when someone says something like that. Because let's be real here. This is YouTube. None of us know each other on a real life level. It's very rare that anyone on the internet does, right? Especially if you're in like commentary or moral grandstand sort of situation, true crime or anything. Nexpo. Oh, I called Nexpo Night Docs. Excuse me, Nexpo. My bad. I'm still like thinking of the Night Doc stuff. So I mean with Nexpo. I would still call it a gross miscalculation. Because the thing is that if somebody comes to you and says, there is this guy, our friend is a pedo, and you don't follow up on that and just take it at its word and just let it go from there, I really believe that's fucking horrible for you to do. Never just believe people at face value. Don't believe your friends at face value if you're in an industry like this. Even in real life, even IRL, you shouldn't be taking things at complete face value all the time. Always be skeptical. Never, ever take shit at face value. Because what it does is it causes more fucking problems. And if you don't get your facts straight, or if at least you don't do enough, like if you, like at the minimum, do some kind of research. Talk to some of these people. Try to figure out what the fuck happened. But no, they didn't do that. They just let it go. Like, I feel like I get Nexpo and Muda and a few others have been like, we fucked this up bad. But, like, this is incredibly irresponsible. I find this to be completely horrible that you would just let this shit go. You would just let it go and not follow up on it. I'm not here to dog on Night Docs more. He already feels fucking terrible about it at this point. But, like, bruh. I really hope this is like a black pill moment for that group of people not to believe everything that their friends say at face value. Look into it yourself. Never do that.
Allegations without any evidence. But yeah, that was the, I guess, narrative.
I don't think Nexpo is a dumb grifter. I just think Nexpo is somebody that took his friend at face value and it bit him in the ass. I'm not saying Nexpo was malicious. I'm not saying Nexpo co-signed it or anything like that. I just think he let his friend tell him something and he took it at face value. Don't trust anyone like right off the bat. Don't do that. Don't take them at face value. Always question your fucking friends. Push back on them.
That Max was running with. And I guess I didn't realize that.
I'm not here to dog on Nexpo, but fuck, man.
He could have been, embellishing some details. Jim, I know you're watching this. To you, man, I want to say that I'm sorry. I know I've been talking to you privately behind the scenes about all this, but again, I'd like to go on the record here and just say that I'm sorry, man. I should have handled this better, and I should not have listened to what Max was saying.
Now look,
which is good. At least he owned up to that. I would never call somebody like that a grifter in the moment. Yeah, is he coming out at this time perfectly when Max is being taken down? Should have said something earlier. I've already expressed that. But, like, I'm not going to dog on the guy more. He's already beating himself up publicly and privately, apparently. So, like, you got to let it go eventually.
if you have a problem with what Nexpo just said, remember, Max said allegations are evidence. As it turns out, Max, the Predator Hunter, wasn't even man enough to confront Jim head-on. Mutahar was the one who would inevitably ask all the difficult questions.
In regards to Jim, or Night Docs, there were two allegations, one of them which had come from Max, allegedly, in amongst a friend group, about him not being necessarily the best dad. There were two key things. One of them was him being asleep most days, and then the other was that Max would have to step in and feed his children cereal or whatever else was in the house. This is something that I heard, again, not from Max, but through our internal friend group. And while this one definitely raised some questions about, okay, you know, gotta be attentive if you're the dad, it wasn't necessarily the most serious thing. However, what was more serious was the allegation where he had allegedly started unzipping himself in front of a minor, exposing himself over a Discord video call. Now, I actually confronted Jim about this one specifically because I wasn't exactly, I needed to know the bottom of this truth, or I need to understand or at least get his side, because obviously I met the person in reality. Me and my wife confronted him, and in this situation, Jim obviously categorically denied that he had done anything, but I didn't have any any evidence for or against Jim, and you know, in spite of all that, I still decided to, you know, hold back my connection, not talk as much anymore. We weren't necessarily the most talkative people anyways, but this absolutely sealed the deal, and that's just because I don't really like to interact with somebody that even has that kind of an ick on them or that stain, because again, I don't know what's true or what isn't. In this situation, I just decided to dial back the friendship that I had. Obviously, considering everything now, I'm more inclined to believe Jim at his word, given the other party, but yeah.
I just, Muda and everyone dropped the fucking ball here. I'm glad that they're fixing it. I have no issue with Muda. I have no issue with Nexpo. But, like, it's just, with hindsight is a bitch, right? Like, we could sit here all day and be like, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? Why didn't that happen? Why didn't this happen? I feel like it would just be, like common sense to do it. At least Muda confronted Jim on it. Nexpo didn't, right? So I give Muda that benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, those were the two big allegations. Well, at least one of them were the most serious allegations, that being of the minor and him exposing himself over Discord. The other one about him being a father coming into question, I don't think I ever really questioned that. I think, obviously, when it comes to him and his interaction with kids, again, in comparison to him interacting in a weird way with potentially a minor or any woman on the internet, was something that raised more red flags. But yeah, that was about it for Jim. Thank you for having me on.
Right now, your bullshit detectors are probably going off like crazy because this story makes absolutely no sense. There is literally no response that Max could offer that would make this situation palatable to the general public. If there was evidence that Night Docs is a pedophile, why did Max, the predator hunter, not disclose that his good friend and former roommate preyed on children? It certainly seems like something Max would, or dare I say should, have disclosed publicly on.
No, I get he understands that Max was like faking shit, and he should have said something. I've talked about it in the Nexpo video, which you can watch on my channel. I go into a lot more detail about that. So if you want to see my position on that, you should watch that. But I don't want to rehash it.
His main YouTube channel. Look, if it was me being paid 10 to 15 grand a month on Patreon to hunt predators for a living, I personally would feel compelled to share the revelation that I lived inside of a predator's guest bedroom rent-free. What I wouldn't do is wait until I moved out and then spread a rumor about him privately amongst his friends as a form of gossip.
When I lost all my friends, I just went away from YouTube and all that. Like, I just lost all of my self-esteem. I just felt like I was like irredeemable. There was something wrong with me that nobody would ever want to be around me. And I had no idea what it was that I did, but I was like, I'm obviously just a piece of shit.
So you'd say this impacted your career, I guess?
Absolutely, it impacted my career. I completely fell off. I ended up hospitalized. Like, I genuinely ended up hospitalized. I came within hours of doing something very permanent and very stupid. It was the last straw, and essentially on top of a period of about 3 or 4 years of one traumatic incident after another of things that were out of my control.
There's also the lingering fact that Night Docs is a father with children in his home. Reminder, these allegations never made it outside of Max's social circles. If Jim was a predator, Max didn't even feel compelled to get the message out to anyone who could get those children out of his home.
I'm really excited to see how Max is gonna fucking try and get past this, because when I heard this the first time ever before the release, I almost lost my fucking mind. And I'm sitting there going, there's no shot that Max can actually have a response to that. There's no way. No way in literal hell that Max can have a response to that. The entire credibility line of Max has already been destroyed, but now it's eviscerated. It has been thrown in a furnace and burnt alive. There's nothing more that Max can do to show that he actually cares about child predation. Nothing. Nothing. Unless he turns around and he goes, well, all the commentary channels are getting paid off by Camden Gerard Davis. Like, fuck off, you piece of human garbage. Nobody's gotten paid off by Camden. You lied about Night Docs, dude. How are you going to be able to respond to all that? Your video, silencing all survivors, I bet didn't think to add the Night Docs stuff in there. I bet you that 30-minute video has now turned into an hour video. Then from there, it's going to be a 2-hour video when more shit keeps coming out about you. And when Spencer eventually jumps ship and starts talking about you two. It's going to happen. This shit happens all the time, Max. It's over. You have nothing left. The Night Docs nail was the final nail in your fucking coffin. And I'm glad that it was that one. Because fuck you, man.
In reality, the most likely conclusion is that Max is lying. He doesn't have conclusive evidence that Night Docs messaged a minor. If he did, he would have come forward with it years ago. Max's unearned credibility in this time frame allowed him to make unlimited, unsubstantiated.
Spencer isn't physically capable of jumping. Apparently, she's physically capable of fitting through a window, which we'll get into. God damn it.
Predator allegations without anyone in his audience or social circle questioning him. Last video, we found out he did this to Anthony Field, and now it appears he's done this again to Night Docs.
I could literally cancel you, and I choose not to. It's true, though. It's the truth. I'm the friggin' pedo hunter.
So which is it, Max? Were you protecting a child predator through years of silence? Or did you maliciously lie to destroy a YouTuber's career? I'm looking forward to hearing that section of your Silencing All Survivors documentary.
I'm concerned about Max.
Max?
I'm literally concerned about
Max is definitely the most animalistic out of all of us, so
In conclusion, I never wanted to cover this story. Mamamax begged me to do it. I never wanted to stream about it. I never wanted to make main channel content, but Mamamax hounded me.
I feel like we got what we need. The conclusion in of itself, I feel like it's enough for everybody to be on the same page with that stuff, especially with the sheer amount of evidence showing that Night Docs got fucked over in the worst degrees imaginable. And I'm going to say it. I really believe that Spencer's going to turn on Max once she sees this shit. Oh, fuck the pause. He's what you look like. Fuck! Of course I paused at the black or Chinese. Can we at least watch the ending that Nick did? Okay, yeah. For you guys, because chat's asking, I'll do that. I'll do that for you, chat.
Look in the description for more information. Thank you to Night Docs, Nexpo, and Mutahar for appearing in this video to testify against Max's character. Thank you to everyone else who spread the word about the story. I think we've made a difference here. But one more thing before we close the door on Max completely. Did you know that Max almost took his fans into the pedoverse?
The Mamamax universe takes place in a dystopian future where...
That's still the funniest fucking thing I've ever heard. The Mamamax pedophile videos take place in a dystopian future where child rape is abundant. How did people take this guy fucking seriously, like, at any point? I can't. All of his fans that have been going over to other channels and be like, I always knew Max was a bad guy. You're all a bunch of fucking liars. Bunch of fags. All of you. All of you that are like, oh, well, Max was, I never really liked Mamamax and I never took him seriously. Bullshit. Bullshit. All of you fucking losers that are running around now being like, oh God, Max is a terrible person. Yeah, no shit. No shit. No shit.
Child predators have seized global power. The Mamamax universe, Mamamax universe, Mamamax universe,
There was an idea.
I told my roommate that to his face. I was like, you're retarded for thinking this guy was legit.
The idea was to bring together a group of remarkable people.
You've got to be shitting.
To see if they could become something more. See if they could work together when we needed them. To fight the battles that we never could.
Every time I watch this. Nick is such a fucking asshole.
Hey, again, guys.
This fucking guy. Bro, I fucking can't with Nick. Holy fuck. All right, before we get into the leak call, I want to go over Night Docs' response to everything. Let's see here. My statement on Mamamax video just released today by Nicholas Diorio, where I explained the first time what Max did to me. I'm grateful to Nexpo and some ordinary gamers who listened. I'm grateful to you. Night Docs will return soon. Let me open this. I know people have been wondering where I went and why I fell off so abruptly. My comment section is full of questions. The truth is that over a 3 to 4 year time span, I experienced one traumatic event after another. I was suffering from severe depression. Then I went through a messy, identity-shattering divorce. The woman I loved and knew me better than anyone rejected me. I lost my job, facing more rejection about my ability to do what I was hired to do professionally. My grandmother died. My house flooded during the big Texas freeze, and since I no longer had a job, I was on a mortgage payment deferment, which meant I believed I didn't have a home, so I wasn't able to repair the damage, and my house became a depressing mess, falling into despair, with a concrete slab for a floor. My house then caught fire during a live stream. On top of all of this, some of my closest friends who I thought knew me well completely rejected me and cut me off. And while I was given an explanation, it didn't make any sense to me. Then I found out Max, who I opened my home to and allowed to live rent-free, just so I can have a friend nearby to help alleviate the loneliness and isolation I was feeling, had gone behind my back and spread false allegations of the worst sort about me to my closest friends and didn't have the courage to tell me. Worst of all, I could not defend myself because not only did I not even know my character had been completely assassinated, he had so much credibility, both publicly and privately, that I didn't stand a chance of being believed, even if I knew what he had said. I simply wasn't strong enough anymore. By the time I had completely run out of money, I knew it was too dangerous for me to live alone. So I moved in with my parents, further eroding my self-esteem. My father and brother and I spent months repairing the damage from the flood and the fire and sold my home. I had what seemed to be undeniable empirical evidence that I was a toxic piece of shit that people were better off without. With nothing left to live for and no visible path to existence worth enduring, I came within hours of doing something very stupid and very permanent. I had a plan, a place, and I had made up my mind. I planned on leaving a note because at this point I felt I was so worthless that it wasn't even worth explaining anything. And then my daughters saved me. The image of their face is too young to understand and so unconditionally loving. It wasn't fair. My parents checked me into a mental health facility that evening, where I stayed for over a week and a half until only last week when Nexpo called me to tell me what Max had done to me behind the scenes. I really believed everything that had happened to me was deserved. I'm just now starting to put my life back together. I have a good therapist. My daughters love me with the childlike innocence that heals with every hug and kiss on the cheek. They know that daddy is sad, but they are too young to understand. But they truly saved my life by simply being who they are, and thought of them dealing with the fact that their father wouldn't be around for birthdays, graduations, weddings, all the boy problems. It kept me alive, if not for myself, for them. I recommend watching Nicholas Diorio's latest video, linked below, talking about what Max has done broadly. You'll hear me speak on the record for the first time about this. What he did to me pales in comparison to the damage he has caused to the women he allegedly abused and the victims of CSA that have failed through his own narcissism and unchecked megalomania. I and my friends that you destroyed are moving on. The damage is done, but the healing has begun. Out of the darkness, we can all find light. Fucking shit, dude. Fuck, man. Man tries to end his own life because he thought the world around him was crashing and he couldn't understand why the people closest to him were no longer supporting him. And it was all fucking Max's fault. Not the fire, not the flood, not any of that stuff, but like what he considered to be his actual friends were completely swayed by a piece of human garbage. I hope you like realize like how fucking horrible that is. All right, let's get back. All right, now that we went through the sad stuff, let's laugh at Spencer. Because honest to fucking Christ, I'm just going to say it. I don't believe anything this bitch is saying. I don't believe a damn thing. fuck this girl. Seriously, I'm not kidding. Fuck her. I don't believe her. I don't believe her. Thank you, Drew. Okay, listen. Can we just be real? A fat girl fitting through a window? Pfft, what are you kidding? You fucking joking? Have you seen a fat person try to crawl through a window? I have. They struggle. They make a lot of noise. And somehow the mom didn't hear that a fat girl was making her way through her window? Are you kidding? Dude, when I was like, okay, I don't talk about this publicly very often. I was kind of like semi-homeless for like 4 months, 5 months. I want to say 5 months. And I just I basically lived house to house between all my friends. And I thought I would be cheeky, right? Because I was smoking a lot of weed at that time. To crawl on my friend's mom's house, and I crawled on her roof. Dude, look at me. I'm not a fat person. I'm not fat, okay? I crawl through a window. I get on the roof. I'm incredibly quiet. I'm not even wearing shoes to make any sort of noise. I smoke a couple of hits out of a small one-hitter. I leave the joint at the top of the roof, have a change of clothes on the roof. I come downstairs, fall back asleep. Day later, the mom comes to me and goes, "Were you smoking weed on the roof?" I'm like, how the fuck did you find out? She's like, "You made a lot of noise on the roof." I was like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Look at me. I'm a fucking stick. How the hell is it a random woman not going to hear a fat girl try to get through a window? How? How do I get caught, but not some fat chick? Explain that to me. It makes sense. That me, a skinny fucker that is light on his feet, can get caught, but not some fat girl. How do I get caught? How does this fat bitch not get caught, but I get caught? It's bullshit. How is he feeding her? Not happening. She needs like 5 McDonald's orders.
So I haven't sent anything.
Spencer's full of shit. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. All right, I want to skip ahead to this clip because it's Nick getting cheeky with Destiny. You're a stoner on the roof. Yeah, I was. I also was incredibly silent, and I got caught somehow.
And I've also removed any right thing. It seems like today, ladies and
right now.
Hello.
Hey,
We're
what's up?
trying to get our camera on.
Sorry. No problem. No problem at all.
Unless we just want to do audio.
Yeah, you guys can get your camera on right now. We're
Perfectly
just
fine.
Here. Transit. Delete all
Max,
of
even
that.
your entrance to Discord is cryptic.
I guess so.
Okay, so we all right. So this is a call.
So as you can tell, we're going over the leaked call. I want to get through the Spencer part because I find that to be a lot more damning than most. Nick has thoroughly shown Max's side of this call. I feel like we don't need to go over all of the Max part. I want to go over the Spencer part because I have yet to be like incredibly brutal to Spencer, except for calling her fat, right? And that she's absolutely terrible at this, and that she's the worst star witness of all time, and she's retarded. I haven't like ripped apart her allegations yet. So let's get into the Spencer allegations.
Oh, where we're gonna.
And remember, if you try to privacy complaint me, I will dispute it. I will win it. And I will make sure your channel gets deleted. There you go. There's the threat. Try me.
Just basically talk about this entire story, front, middle, and end. Get to basically what the facts are of the situation. Describe everything. So we're going to ask some invasive questions. We're going to ask some questions regarding the cult. We're going to ask some questions regarding Spencer, the entire story from you. We're going to talk about, some of the criticisms that you guys have been receiving over this. And obviously, we're going to be covering the nature of this coverage so far, right? From your guys' end and, well, from everyone's end, really. The point of this is for me to personally establish what actually happened, right? Because I think we all can agree that given the current presentation from you, Max, we all really don't know much other than Camden Gerard Davis, a cult, which the name is still hazy for all of us to pick up on, and what exactly happened, you know? I think we all can understand that a 4-hour podcast may be a little bit too much for most of the audience to truly sift through. So my goal is to just condense the story down into something that is understandable by the grand majority, and also to discuss the proof that absolutely vilifies Camden, right? Because this is, again, a big question you guys have. So I'm going to be doing a lot of devil's advocacy. I'm going to be doing a lot of, due diligence.
That's bullshit. That is so hard to play devil's advocate for, like, most of this shit. Like, I try, right? I try to play devil's advocate for this stuff once in a while if I feel like being charitable. But then even if you try being charitable to any position that Max has, he just shoves his foot in his mouth and makes it impossible for the devil's advocacy to even work. It's literally impossible.
As I always do in a case like this. And yeah, so we all get to start, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one thing before we begin?
Okay.
Sure. Sorry, my notes have disappeared. Okay. Can either of you or both of you share your current understanding of our campaign and its objectives?
Nick, you want to start?
Sure. So
nice.
The way I understand it, based off of the 3 videos, the condensed version of the stream that I saw, and multiple live streams, is that Spencer reached out to you to investigate this specific scenario. You're currently...
You know what I think? I'm sorry. I know Nick's like explaining it, but we all understand it. Every fucking person with like a brainstem understands what they were trying to do, right? Max asking that question is obviously trying to gauge how much he could get away with. How much he can get away with in that conversation. Because he's like, well, do you even understand the messaging of what we're trying to do here? Well, if they slip up once, oh, I have an avenue to prove to them that they're actually stupid, and then I can make up a lie, or I can take them down a complete rabbit hole that will make sense to me and make me look better. That's what that question gives off to me. I think I'm being super uncharitable in that moment, but that's what it comes across as. It's like, well, do you even understand? Like, what is your exact understanding of our message and mission? Yeah, it's scoping out the mark. Exactly. It's kind of like trying to find an entrance point to see if there's one thing that they are not aware of so that he could turn around and go in his video, well, they didn't understand what the message was. Of course they're silencing the survivors. That's what I'm thinking.
Trying to get as many people who are involved in the Camden Gerard Davis thing together so you can take this case directly to his local police department, and through that you're hoping to go through a criminal case because the civil case wouldn't be possible since you don't believe he has very much there. So your idea was to create a video that attracted a lot of YouTubers that they could watch on streams. I think one of the things you said is it could have been...
Which I watched on stream before Chud did, because I was an idiot and I didn't clip that out and make it an independent clip because I didn't hire an editor at the time. Should have done that. But, like, I watched that. I was one of the people that Max definitely didn't want to have. I should not have watched that video. I didn't hire you confusing at the time when I went over that. I should have done that. That's my fault. But, like, me and Smaggle were just laughing at the whole time. We were laughing at that whole video. I had no idea what was going on. Smaggle just DMs me, like, we're watching stream. We're on stream together, and he goes, Chris, Mamamax just uploaded. I was like, all right, fine, fuck it, we'll watch it. And it was that stupid ARG fucking brainwash your favorite influencer video. I watched the whole thing before anyone else talked about it on stream, and I sat there and I was like, this video is retarded. And we even laughed at Spencer. I wish I had that clipped out. I wish I had that clipped out. I don't even remember what stream it was. I'm going to be real. I think I do remember, but, like, there's no reason to clip it out. It's too old now.
A good, like, Halloween watch where it would discuss cults, the impact content creators have on other youth, on the youth and stuff like that. The second video and third videos also pointed to the discussion about how like specific scenarios, I guess, like Spencer's, are outshined by...
Well, hold on. I'm going to be honest. The second video was him bitching and moaning about his comment section. Like, can we just be real about that? It was him whining and complaining that the main video, the God Cult Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer video, didn't perform well enough, and his audience started shitting on him. So, like, the second video was not anything other than that. Like, let's just be real here.
Celebrity gossip and drama, similar to Sniper Wolf, and you try to use that angle to mix with this story to create some sort of viral piece that would allow you to get access to more potential victims, or survivors rather, that you could use to help build your case and take it directly to Camden. Is that about right?
That's about right.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's generally what I have to say as well. Yeah, that's what it is. I thought that it was a viral stunt on, not a stunt, that's a bad way to put it.
No, that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. A stunt. It wasn't anything else than a fucking public display of retardation. That's what it was. It was him desperately trying to get people to pay attention to him like some sort of retarded child at his school. Like, that's what it was. Let's stop pretending it was anything else. But I know they're buttering him up and everything, but, like, that's what it was. On first glance, that's the first thing I said was, this is a stupid attempt to get people's attention.
A viral video on basically you guys spreading awareness on an individual and leveraging the audiences, larger audiences, and trying to identify victims in amongst those large online audiences. That's where I kind of got into it. But yeah, so is there any other question you want to ask us? I know you said there was a lot of there was a few questions you wanted to ask me, but I feel like we should just get those out of the way.
Yeah, well, we can do that all later. Let's just get right into the important stuff. Do I need to be watching this stream? It's not loading.
Not at
No,
this
it's
point.
not live. We're not. What do you
No.
mean?
If we need to pull up a clip, and you can, I don't know if you can hear it. Let me just test. Can you hear audio, even if it's not loading verbally?
Fuck you, I survived.
Did you hear that?
Okay, yeah, I can hear
All right, so in case we need to share audio or a clip from this specific interview, we have access to do that. But otherwise, we have no plans at this moment to use it.
Okay,
No.
sounds good.
Yeah. So I guess the thing is we should. So one of the criticisms that everyone, me specifically, well, I would say I had is this is a case where I have not seen, I guess you could say, ironclad evidence, right? And you got.
Yeah, but also, remember when Max went out of his way and said on a live stream, Muda's seen the evidence, ask Muda, it's corroborated? Yeah, remember when Max tried to use Muda's name to confirm the baseless allegations and screenshots that they have in that stupid fucking Discord server of theirs? Remember that? Remember that, guys? I remember.
You guys know what I mean by that? Like, just something that is definitively going to hold up in a courtroom and absolutely have this person with the Fed show up at their door tomorrow, you know? And I understand that evidence can be, a lot of people weigh evidence differently. Like, some people will look at a Discord screenshot, some people will look at a, Twitter DM or anything of that nature. I have a rule myself. I've always had this rule where unless I can fire up the server myself and pull the actual piece of data, I tend to believe that screenshots have a degree of doubt attached to them, right? Because of how easy things can be nowadays to fake or whatever. That also being said, you guys use the term human trafficking, am I right? When it came to Camden's cult operation, right?
Yes, he had attempted to traffic me when I was living with him. And the reason that I went into foster care in the first place was because I physically fought back. If you did watch any of the podcast, Camden did try to kill me at one point. He was chasing me with this stone vase trying to hit me.
But the mob didn't hear anything. Nobody in the house heard anything. He tried hitting you with a stone vase. Like a Flintstone scene. So you're telling me that he tried to Wilma Flintstone you. And no one heard shit. No one heard anything. A stone vase. How did no one hear that? That's actually like crazy. If there is a physical assault happening in someone's home, usually people will scream or run around or bump into things to get away from the person trying to hit them with a blunt force object. How did no one hear you? How did Max immediately question that and be like, how did no one hear you? Soundproof walls. You know what? The walls are totally soundproof. Imagine the twist of mom's deaf. But I'm pretty sure she said the brother was living in the house too, unless the brother's also deaf, and Camden's also deaf, and the neighbors are also deaf. No one heard shit at all. No, nobody. The whole family has to be deaf then that lives in that house.
Me with it. And in that situation, he pinned me against the wall, and I had managed to get the vase away from him, but then he...
So there's... Okay, hold on. Pinned you against the wall. There's no thud against the wall. No one in the house would hear this. No one would hear that. No one. I'm pretty sure my downstairs neighbor's about to text me right now. What the fuck was that? She's gonna text me and be like, what the fuck was that bang? I'm gonna call it. But like, no one heard a thud. Nobody. Not a single person in the whole house. Have you seen how big you are? Jesus.
He pinned me against the wall, and I guess adrenaline kicked in, and I picked him up and threw him into the wall.
Okay, so now there's another person being, apparently by this girl, not to sound sexist, to throw a man into a wall. Another thud. Another bang against another wall. And no one heard that. No one heard that either. Let's play the game that she actually did lift him and throw him. No one heard a smash him against the wall. No one heard anything. And yet the mother was completely not aware. It was 7 years ago, to be fair. She could have looked different, but still. Don't care! I'm saying she's fat now. But, like, I'm not being fair. I'm being a dick. But, like, this girl throws a man up against the wall and no one in the house hears it. It sounds like when people are like, if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, doesn't make a sound. It's kind of like that bullshit.
And after that, it was like about a week after that he made me go into foster care.
Just for clarity, human trafficking being a term that can mean a whole slew of different things, from trying to send you overseas to like crossing state lines. You know what I mean? Can you be a bit more descriptive what you mean by like he was trying to human traffic me?
By that, I mean he was on Whisper physically looking for men that wanted to sleep with me.
Okay.
And was trying to force me into doing that.
But was that over state lines or cross country? Or was he just trying to find, like, local pedos in the area? You know, like one of those porn ads. It's like, local pedophiles in your area want to fuck. You know, like, was he just doing that? Was he putting you, like, on an advertising board to fuck people? Were you getting trafficked across the country? Yeah, local pedos in your area. What the fuck? That's not really trafficking. Whisper is all nearby local. Then it's not trafficking. He was just a pimp. I think they said that in the live stream with Nick and everybody. He's just a pimp. A terrible pimp. A Twilight-loving pimp, but a pimp nonetheless.
Okay.
And, was he attempting to send you across the state lines to meet these men?
Not to send me across the state lines, but he lured me over state lines in the first place from...
My great-grandma can hear a bottle of shampoo dropping on a tile floor. I'm pretty fucking sure someone would hear a 180-pound woman and her vampire boyfriend being slammed against the wall.
True. So, did you guys pay attention to that part? She was like, he did traffic me. He tried getting me with local pedos in my area. Okay, that's bad. Did he try to traffic you over state lines, though? Well, no. He didn't do that, but he convinced me to come over state lines. Bruh. He wasn't trafficking you to other people then. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Texas to Georgia.
Okay. Now, the thing about human trafficking is one of the easiest ways that we prove human trafficking usually is through receipt of travel. And through your podcast and your various interviews, you took an Uber ride. You had a bus, right, that you took from Your route, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, it was from Wiley to Dallas, Texas. You took an Uber, and from Dallas's bus station, you went to Memphis, Tennessee, and from Memphis, you then went to Atlanta, right? And
No. From Dallas, I stopped in Little Rock, Arkansas. There was no ticket bought for me for that. I just convinced my way onto it, but
Have you guys ever tried to convince yourself? Have you ever tried convincing somebody who does public transport to let you ride for free? I have. It's a lot harder than it sounds. I used to do that on subways in New York City. I did it on buses back in college. Like, you can't really convince people that do a job that they take monetary aspects for to take you anywhere on a public bus. You might get lucky. You might get lucky, but I doubt a minor is going to be able to convince somebody to get on a fucking bus. I'm sorry, dude.
This guy told me that he would get me my ticket to Georgia, and he took me to his cousin's place where he sexually assaulted me, and then they dumped me at the bus station. I had to stay in
the house. Does anyone hear it?
Oh my god.
Side of the station I was at, like right behind it, there was a recovery center for homeless people, and one of the security guards pulled his truck outside of the gate so I could sleep in it, so I could wait.
You know what? I figured out why Spencer's so poor. Look at all that shit in her face. Too many piercings. That shit expensive. Tattoos, expensive. That tattoo could have bought her food for a whole month. The fuck? No shit, she's homeless. She's really bad at what she needs to fucking do to live. You gotta get tattoos, but you can't fucking feed
If
yourself.
a cow is tipped over and nobody was around, does it make a sound?
You guys are fucking mean.
For the next bus, managed to convince my way onto that bus. Then I went to Memphis, and then stayed there a week. Camden had Jess, the girl in Australia, buy the ticket and send it to me. So
A whole month, like really? Yeah, I can make $150 work for a whole month. I can literally do that. I've done it before. I still do it.
I could get on the bus from Tennessee to Georgia, and then he picked me up from the station in Atlanta and took me to Lilburn.
And from the week that you stayed in Memphis, where was that exactly? I believe you were saying you stayed with somebody else.
It was about I want to say maybe a 10-minute walk from the bus station. And I remember the guy's name. I really need to... I've been trying to get into contact with him for the past few years to thank him. But yeah, I stayed with him for a week. And then he walked me to the bus station when I did leave. And he saw me off.
Okay. Where did you meet this person? Was it like a friend or a friend, family, or something of that nature?
I was being stupid again, but I saw his teeth and I was like, oh, thank God. I was like, hey, do you have a cigarette?
Priorities. I'm homeless. I can't get on a bus. No one's paying for me. I'm in the middle of nowhere and I have no idea where I am and I'm scared. Thank God you have normal teeth. Can I have a cigarette, please? Priorities in life. Get the cigarette first. Get the cigarette first. Listen, cigarettes are important. I totally respect her asking for a cigarette. Priorities in life. A cigarette. Normal teeth and a cigarette, please. He's got that normal teeth, Riz.
And we went outside and we smoked cigarettes together, and he was like, you remind me a lot of my daughter. And yeah, he mostly just went to work and let me chill at his place and watch movies.
And you were 16 at this point, correct?
Yeah, I told him I was 18.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you're lying about your age already to other people. This is going very, very well. What's my favorite strain of weed? It was Sour Patch. It was Sour Diesel for like a long time, and then I can't keep smoking weed anymore.
Okay.
And this entire time, I was still in contact with Camden.
Okay. And so when you got to
the one person in the story who didn't rape her,
when you got to Georgia, where did you initially stay? Did you immediately move in with him, or what happened?
Yeah, so after I got to Atlanta, somebody let me borrow their phone so I could call Camden. He came and picked me up, and his mom was at work, so he went into the house. He opened his window and like pushed the screen out because his brother was still home.
Okay.
And I climbed in through the window.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You didn't get caught climbing through that window? I don't believe a goddamn thing that comes out of your mouth from here. No. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. And no one heard you climb through a window. Bullshit. Did you stop smoking weed because it made you run from the cops? No. I had to stop smoking weed because I started developing like significant paranoia when I would smoke weed. Like it got to the point where it was like debilitating, and I was like, okay, I stopped smoking weed for, I think I'm going for like 4 years now. Like I've done it like small bits in between, but I don't smoke as much as I used to. I used to like do it every fucking day, every hour on the hour, you know. But I had to stop that shit.
And immediately he initiated sex.
Okay. Falls through a window. Vampire werewolf, bro. What are we going to do now? I climbed through his window. Nobody caught me. And then he immediately fucked me. Man, baby, it's so hot that you crawled through that window. I already have a raging boner. What the fuck?
Okay. At the time, what was the age gap between you meeting Camden and what was the age gap roughly?
Clip that? No, don't clip that. Don't do that.
I want to say 2.5 years because his birthday's in December.
So throughout the entire time you were speaking, this be it on social media or in person, he was 18 and you were 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
okay, am I gonna be the only one that says it? 18, 16. Are we really gonna have this debate right now, chat? Are we really gonna have this debate? Really? High school context. That's all I'm gonna say.
You lived with Camden for how long, roughly?
It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird, but it's a 2-year age gap. Calm the fuck down.
I want to say maybe 3-4 months.
Okay. All right, so 3-4 months.
We're not gonna have the debate. I'm just gonna say this is you guys. I'm not having the debate, but it's literally a 2-year difference. Everyone, shut the fuck up.
And how many other people were living in that house?
It was just his mom and his brother at the time.
Okay, so there are 2 people in this fucking house. No one heard this girl crawl through a window and get fucked. No one heard a stone vase being used as a weapon and 2 people being thrown up against the wall ever in this house. Bullshit. Bullshit.
If a red-haired manatee climbs through a window and no one's there to hear it, does her vampire werewolf boyfriend now identify as her stepbrother?
You guys are fucking awful. You guys are terrible.
Spencer tried to climb through the window, but she was so heavy that the house collapsed beneath her.
You guys are terrible. You guys are like, I don't even know what to say to that. I don't even, fuck. I'm developing such a fat phobic community. God damn it.
But there was a point where he had me on Whisper trying to look for other teenagers that wanted to run away from home, and we found a girl that was like 13 or 14. I'm pretty sure she was 14, and we used Kai's I think
So you're telling me that you were an accessory to luring a minor to this supposed pedo? You are admitting, drumroll chat, a crime. You are admitting to accessory in a crime. Congratulations, Spencer. You're going to jail next. Come on down and get your indictment. Maximum 10-year sentence.
Grandma's Uber account, and we went and we picked this girl up, and she stayed with us for one night, and he tried to convince me to convince her to have sex with him, and I kept refusing. And
He tried convincing you to convince this 13-year-old girl?
yes.
Okay. So you found this 13-year-old girl on Whisper, and you organized her travel through Kai's grandmother's Uber account, right?
Why is the grandmother having an Uber account? I can't even get my fucking grandparents to figure out how to use their goddamn iPhones. Like, what? What? See, I'm telling you now, this is the first time I'm listening to, like, the raw call. Like really analyzing it. Because I just listened to it in one sitting by myself on, like, 1.5. And I picked up on, like, certain things. But the grandmother Uber thing doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. I can't believe that.
Not with her permission.
Okay.
We were logged into it previously when they allowed us to.
Wait. So if they had an Uber account and potentially was on the grandmother's phone, the grandmother would get any sort of indication of receipts being made on that account.
She ended up having her own gravitational pull, except the only things orbiting her belt were predators.
God damn it. God fucking damn it.
Spencer and Max are exposing Camden because she owes Camden's mom money for damages. This is all a cover-up.
You guys are fucked. You guys are fucked. You guys are fucked. But, like, this is the thing. Chat, one's in the chat if you've used DoorDash, Lyft, Uber, anything like that, and you get a receipt emailed to you that is linked to the account when you buy these trips. Have you not gotten an email before?
I'm fat and I'm loving the jokes. Keep it up, chat.
Nice. I feel like everybody would get a receipt, right? We'd all get a receipt. That seems like a normal thing that has happened before. Yeah, you also get an iPhone notification. Doesn't matter which phone is using it. So those receipts would be in the grandmother's email. And she's saying, well, we didn't do it with her permission. Why did the grandmother go, holy shit, who is using my account to buy Ubers?
Use it to go over to Kai's place.
I don't imagine that we have a receipt of that, right?
I don't think so, because that's the same grandmother that let Kai's grandpa sexually assault her.
You can't ask. Okay. This is me kind of like being a complete dick. Even though that happened, you know, you could like still get the email, right? You could be like, hey, I used your account on Uber a bunch. Can I have like those receipts real quick? I don't understand how that correlates to not getting the receipts just because grandpa fucked somebody. Okay, who assaulted the grandma? Who was assaulted the grandma or the girl? I didn't watch that part because people were saying that they were debating that on stream, like who raped who. Listen, I think the grandfather molested the granddaughter. I'm not going to debate outside of that. The rest of the call can try and come in here and try to convince me otherwise. I feel like that's what the timeline is that the grandpa sexually assaulted the granddaughter, not the grandfather sexually assaulted the grandmother. And the grandmother doesn't seem to have sexually assaulted the girl. Stop! We're not getting into this debate right now. I don't have 20 other people in my call arguing that shit. debate was retarded. I'm glad I missed that debate. I would just sit there and be like, what the fuck is wrong with all of you? Why is this still happening?
Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I was
one
like
more
that.
thing. So for the people in the house, let's say the brother and the mother.
Don't add a fourth party to this. The Uber driver didn't essay the grandmother. Stop confusing people. God damn it. Thank you for the 2. Stop. We can't have a fourth party involved now. No more. The debate's not happening.
Are they aware that you are 16?
They can subpoena the records from Uber. They could do that as well. If they have the account information of the grandmother, they could subpoena that. If there is a conversation of sex trafficking, they can subpoena that information. Just like how people can put a request into Twitter to have their DM history be shown again, you could do the same thing with Snapchat. All of that stuff is saved somewhere. All you have to do, like they said, is get a subpoena, get some form of information, or request it from Uber, and Uber has to send that information. So why not do that? How do you not have these receipts, but then claim that's what happened? Uber car was from Cars that essayed the grandfather. No, we're not bringing in the movie Cars as a potential rapist. Stop it. Lightning McQueen didn't rape anybody. No more. Woo!
Spencer is just in hiding because of the unpaid Uber Eats allegations on Camden's mom's debit card.
Jesus Christ.
His brother knew I was there. I don't know if he knew how old I was. I don't think he really cared either way. He was mostly either at...
Okay, to the asshole in chat just goes, nah, you right. It was Mater. Fuck you. Like, there's... Fuck. Leave Mater alone.
School or off smoking with his friends.
Mm-hmm. And the mother?
He was primarily at work. I primarily hid most of the time when she was there. Either that or I would...
Shill time. Make sure you subscribe if you're new. We do pretty consistent live streams. I'm trying to get back into the flow. We upload pretty often. I hope you enjoy the content. That's my shill in the middle of Spencer's rape story. Fuck. I'm not beating the grifter allegations when Max makes this video.
Sleep during the day while she was home.
She was unaware that you were there for 4 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it a large house by any chance?
I mean, I considered it pretty decently big.
How many floors?
It was just 1 story, but...
Okay. I threw this guy up against the wall. He pinned me to the wall. Tried to kill me with a vase. And it's a 1-story home. No one heard anything. Nah, bro. Nah. That's total bullshit. Chat, how many of you have lived in a 1-story home? I'm curious. I've lived in 3-story homes, 2-story homes, 1-story home. I've lived in a bunch of different homes. A 1-story home, you can hear everybody. You can hear everything. You can hear everything. You can hear everything. No basement, you can hear everything. It's just like, you can hear it. You can hear it. You gotta be shitting me. Fuck off. Fuck off. It is a 1-story home. Everyone who has grown up, lived in, or owns a 1-story home knows exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. There's no fucking way, dude. In the original interview, she threw him across the room. He bounced off the wall, then the floor, then broke her ankle, kicking him in the gut. Yeah, nobody heard anything. No one heard a thing. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? You are fucking joking. No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
She had like a huge bedroom with a lot of shit in it, so it was like pretty soundproof in there, and I know because Camden and I had to walk through there when he was stealing stuff out of the walk-in closet in her bathroom to sell.
How many bedrooms? How many?
How is it like super soundproof? Dude, I used to steal snacks from my house all the time.
Are you saying that Lightning McQueen cooch out Spencer's grandma? Scared face.
No.
Scared face. Scared face.
Quit slandering Lightning McQueen on my channel. What is happening right now? Why are you all slandering Mater and Lightning McQueen?
Spencer reminds me of Johnny Silvestri, a chameleon morphing her story based off other people's. All while she's not innocent, Snake.
You guys all need fucking mental help. You guys all need mental help. But like, dude, I used to like steal food from my mom's fucking cabinet all the time. And it was a one-story home, and she fucking heard me. Where I used to live, the walls have to be thick because it's hurricane-built homes. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Stream lagging for anyone else? Refresh if you're lagging. I'm not seeing any drop frames on my end.
Any bathrooms, just so we can get like a better picture.
3. It's 2 regular beds, and then a master bed with a bath, and then another bath.
Okay, understood.
Wait, how many bedrooms was it?
3. It's 2 regular beds, and then a master bed with a bath, and then another bath.
Okay.
Okay, so 2 bathroom, 3 square footage, probably like 1,005, maybe even less than that, maybe like 1,002.
Hino was the Uber driver and essayed the grandmother.
Stop. So it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, square footage, being generous, 1.5K square foot.
Story, bro.
Yeah. No. You can hear shit in there. Dude, I lived in a guest room, my room. Dude, I lived in like a 5-bedroom home. And I heard shit all the time. Yeah, 1.2 to 1.6K square foot. You can still hear shit. You can still hear
Major
shit.
And Lightning McQueen spit roasted the grandma while Spencer inappropriately touched the Uber Eats driver.
What the fuck did I just hear? Pigeon! What the hell? What the fuck?
Understood.
Okay. And that's obviously like one of the things that people have been kind of asking. It's like, so you've lived in their house for, again, just reclarification, 4 months? You lived with them?
Yeah, about 3.5, 4.
Okay, so 3.5, 4 months, and obviously, you know, I think people are going to ask, it's like, how was it done clandestinely, right? But, you know, at any moment, was it just you living in the house? Or how many total victims at any given moment were living in that house?
The only other person we had was that 13-year-old girl, and after she wanted to go home the night after, I was like, I'm not picking up anyone else like this.
Okay. All right. So you lived with him for a while. What got you out? At what point?
I'm just so confused. So 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1-story home, estimating 1,200 square feet. 1,500 square feet. Let's go with 1,500. Let's be like super generous. You could still hear shit, especially when somebody's trying to club someone with a stone vase.
Point did this relationship dissolute and you had to get out? What was that? What did that look like?
It was about a week after I had fought back when he had tried to kill me. And he like woke me up and was like, Leviathans are coming for you. You need to get out now. You need to get all your stuff. We need to get out now.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked down to the gazebo at the end of his neighborhood with him. And he was like, yeah, here's this phone. It didn't have service, but you know, all phones can still call 911. So he was like,
he just has phones lying around to give people too now. What? I had 5 kids living in my home when I grew up. My mom worked all the time on her days off. She was all over our house. If there was an extra kid, she'd know, and there were extra kids.
Paralyzing him from the waist down.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Y'all are fucked today. But he just had, Dracula phones with T-Mobile. The pedophile werewolf vampire payment plan. Funded by T-Mobile. Jesus Christ.
That call them and go into foster care. Don't go back to Texas because your family will physically abuse you if you do.
I'm going to be real. How does a 16-year-old fall for this shit? I'm going to say it. How? I cannot imagine being this fucking stupid as a 16-year-old.
When I was younger, I let an ex stay the night with at my mom's. It was 2 stories. I stayed downstairs. My mum immediately knew.
Yeah, mine too. I had a girlfriend stay over my house, and my fucking mom goddamn knew immediately when one of us tried to move. Like, what the fuck? It was a 2-story home. But, like, I don't get this. How does a 16-year-old fall for this shit? I'm sorry. I don't buy this shit. I don't buy it. I mean, 16-year-olds still likely like sparkly vampires. Yeah, but, like, dude, you can like something, but believing it in the real world is like totally different shit. Totally different shit. I think that's insane. Even as a 16-year-old, you can't be that retarded to believe that there are vampires, fucking werewolves in the world. Bullshit. Yeah, like HDFX, probably watching too much Tumblr. Yeah, they just sat on Tumblr too long. Their brain became fucking mush.
You won't be safe with them. You have to stay in Georgia so I can protect you. So I used that phone and I called 911 and an officer did come out.
Oh my god, people in chat are going, wait, you're telling me that vampires and werewolves aren't real? Yeah, the Tooth Fairy's also not real. Santa isn't real. I'm just going to ruin all your days. Anything magical is not real.
And he got...
I think some of them are so desperate.
The leviathans are coming, more like the spouting whale. Hunters are coming.
Jesus fucking Christ, thank you. I think some of them were so desperate for family and or magic they lied to themselves to get to it. That, to me, like, I get that somebody can have, like, a bad home life, right? And they can create justifications for certain things or actions, but I also sit down and I'm like, you are retarded. Like, I know people that have, like, horrible family lives. And if I went to them and said, bro, there are vampires out there, my friend would look at me and go, you're fucking retarded. What are you talking about? Like,
me and everything. And while he was like sitting there taking notes, Camden had walked back out to the gazebo and was just acting as if I was just some random homeless girl that was just sleeping in that gazebo and he was bringing me food.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And one of the important things that I want to ask you about too, so when you were living with Camden for 3 to 4 months, you talked about pregnancies as well and your miscarriages. Can you give us the rough timelines of those pregnancies? Obviously, I know exact dates are pretty outrageous to ask, so just a rough outline of, the pregnancies and the miscarriages you went through during that time.
Okay, here we go. This is my favorite conversation. I fucking love this one because it makes no sense. I'm saying it. It makes no fucking sense to me. 3 miscarriages, technically, I think she says 5, right? Within a span of 3 to 4 months at the maximum. I can't believe that that's even remotely possible. It's physically impossible. Because your body goes through, like, the worst fucking shit on planet Earth the worst fucking shit on planet Earth during a miscarriage. And your body needs to recuperate to be able to handle another pregnancy. 3 to 5 miscarriages. Yeah, I don't believe you for a fucking second.
So
especially when you're beaten. When you're beaten. I don't believe that shit at all. If you are beaten to force a miscarriage that is so fucking damaging to your body as a woman, there's no way that you are able to do that again.
First miscarriage was...
Or at least that many times in a short period of time.
Actually from the assault in Little Rock. Camden forced me to drink a bunch of orange juice, kept giving me vitamin C and cinnamon and
Okay, I need where's Leon? Yeah, I see you still in the chat. Leon, we need to have a conversation. I saw you on Twitter. Did you just misunderstand the situation? Like what Gaming Witch was tweeting out.
Usual suspects for Spencer's next case are going B, the Tooth Fairy, the Muffin Man, Bigfoot, the Easter Bunny, and Augie.
No, I'm just like genuinely curious. Because do people think that vitamin C causes miscarriages? Are there any medical professionals in the chat? Like unironically, not like a troll fucking answer. Cinnamon and orange juice, does that cause miscarriages? That sounds insane. Don't say yes, confusing. I know you're not a medical professional. How does cinnamon and drinking orange juice cause you to have an expulsion of a fetus? A dead fetus. How does that happen?
Beating me and everything, and
I don't believe that. And you're being beaten on top of that. I'm pretty sure the beating is what made you miscarry.
I think that was about, I want to say I'd been there for about 3 weeks already.
How did you know you were pregnant?
Because I got pretty sick and I couldn't figure out why, and then I realized my period was late.
Okay. But you never.
So automatic assumption, you felt sick. Your period was late by an additional couple of days, but you don't give like a timeline on like how long it was. So you said 3 weeks. Was it a whole week your period was late? Was it like 2 weeks that your period was late? Like what's the timeline on that? Because maybe you were just sick. Am I an asshole for assuming that? Do I not understand women physiology? Do I not understand women then? She could be stressed out, you know, living in a pedophile werewolf's home. She didn't even test. Your cycle could be late. Exactly. Your cycle could be late, but that doesn't mean that you're pregnant. So here's me being a dick. She got sick, said something. Allegedly, Camden beat her and made her drink orange juice and cinnamon. That sounds retarded.
Never took like a formal test.
He wouldn't let me.
Okay.
Okay.
So then you were uncertain. You don't even know if you were pregnant at the time. You don't even know if you were pregnant at the time.
Do you know the rough month and year of that first miscarriage?
I know it was in 2016.
Cinnamons kill vampires. Silly.
I thought garlic did that.
It had to have been sometime maybe in April.
Jesus fucking Christ. You guys are being brutal today.
I would believe it if she said garlic.
This chat is being brutal today. Holy fuck. Oh man, we are 100% getting into that Max video. We're 100% getting in the Max video. we're 100% getting in that video.
Okay. And then
bro, you don't forget that shit. Spencer's retarded. Yeah, that is a good question. Hold on.
It was in 2016. It had to have been sometime maybe in April.
You do realize that a miscarriage is a traumatic event for a woman. Let me be real here. A miscarriage is incredibly traumatic. Whether or not you wanted the kid or not, it's still something that psychologically and physically is traumatic for a woman. And you can't remember your first miscarriage. As fucked up as that sounds. You don't remember that. My wife just found out she was pregnant with our first. And she was at least 8 weeks in.
The fetus.
Yeah, Jesus. But the official, funny enough, the official Lolcow trading card game channel makes a good point. My wife found out she was pregnant with our first. And she's at least 8 weeks in, possibly more. How does Spencer know that within 3 weeks? 3 weeks. That math doesn't make sense.
The orange juice and the cinnamon steaks. Of course, Master Wayne. Good.
damn it. How do you know that within 3 weeks? How do you know that you're pregnant within a week to 2 weeks? Your body goes through a whole chemical change. That takes a while for you to notice. Bruh. I don't believe that you miscarried. I don't even believe that you were pregnant. I think you were just sick and you assumed that you were pregnant. I don't believe it.
Okay. And then obviously your first miscarriage, what happens is
blood force trauma helps with a vitamin C deficiency. Holy fuck, bro, you guys are fucking brutal today. Holy shit. Yo, I thought Lyric's community was fucking brutal sometimes. I like my chat. You guys are funny.
he basically forces you, in your words, to take orange juice, a lot of vitamin C, physical abuse in order to induce a miscarriage.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so after that first miscarriage, when was the second time that you had been pregnant and went through another miscarriage? Because I believe you list, I don't know exactly how much, I gotta look through my notes again, but you have it in your podcast. I made a point of it just so I can get an idea of like how often his sexual abuse is going on, you know?
Unfortunately, you can get pregnant again 2 weeks after a miscarriage, so I did end up getting pregnant.
But did you test for that?
Blunt force trauma helps vitamin C deficiency.
But you said that he wouldn't allow you to get tested for the first, so did you get tested for the second? And you can get pregnant again within 2 weeks of a miscarriage. Let's do the math of that. All right, just double checking it here. All right, here. Typically, sex isn't recommended for 2 weeks after a miscarriage to prevent an infection. So she never received an infection. She had a miscarriage and apparently got fucked again and immediately pregnant and didn't go to the hospital, didn't have an infection, nothing. You can ovulate and become pregnant as soon as 2 weeks after miscarriage. Once you feel emotionally and physically ready for pregnancy after miscarriage, ask your health provider for guidance. She probably, and most likely, would have gotten an infection if she had sex right after the miscarriage. Which means she would have to have gone to a doctor or a hospital. I don't know.
Pretty soon after that first.
Yeah, exactly. Just because you can doesn't mean that you will. Exactly, Rain Cloud. That doesn't mean it's always going to happen every single time.
Miscarriage.
The wire hanger was cinnamon scented.
Oh my fucking god. Stop.
Just like... Whoa! Camden wasn't an abuser. He tried to stop Spencer from eating. She just got so big sneaking twinks that she thought she was getting pregnant.
Please stop. Stop. Stop, please.
Same thing.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Happened, got super.
I have to get through this. I have to get through this fucking call.
Super fucking sick.
Oh yeah, Spencer's definitely gonna strike this fucking video now.
My body was like killing me pretty much because he was starving me as well. And
depriving you of food?
Like literally not allowing me to eat for extended periods.
Okay, so you're malnourished, you're stressed, you've been beaten, drinking orange juice, and eating cinnamon. And somehow you still got pregnant multiple times. That doesn't seem real. That seems fake.
Okay.
Like forcing me to fast for like 3 days at a time.
And were you
Is there,
still
like,
there
some-
because like you didn't have anywhere else to go, or
Because I had Stockholm syndrome at that point. I didn't know it, but
God, it's like every mental health buzzword just keeps coming out of like any time that they ask her, they're like, "Oh, so why didn't you leave? I
He
had
orange
Stockholm
brass
syndrome."
knuckles so that the punches to the stomach would affect the baby.
Give me a minute. Give me a fucking minute. Come on, man. The brass knuckles were orange? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things that we always like kind of ask is when there is a psychiatric diagnosis, and in this case, I assume you weren't diagnosed by a medical professional. Did you see any medical professional at all during this stay in Georgia?
Not while I was living with Camden. I didn't go to doctors until after my last miscarriage.
So during this entire time frame, you never received any sort of medical care, didn't get an infection after having sex again right after your miscarriage. You didn't go to the hospital. You didn't have any sort of anything. Yet somehow you got pregnant this many times in a row. And somehow knew that you were pregnant a couple of weeks into knowing him, when most people don't realize that they're pregnant until like a month in or later. So what the fuck is going on here?
Which I got about 3 months along on that one, and I did take a pregnancy test on that one, and it was literally right before I was getting moved from my foster parents to a group home. He told me to come out and see him, so I had to find a way to do that. And when I got there, we were outside of his house, and he started, he told me, "Hey, I have to teach you how to fight again." That's usually what he'd do when he'd start beating me.
Took Hawaiian punch a little too literally.
And
And
he's giving you combat training or something.
yeah, saying that I needed to learn so I could quote unquote protect myself. But he started beating me, and he saw me trying to cover my stomach, and that's when he like pushed me to the ground and like held my hands up and just wailed on my stomach. And I didn't go to the doctor for it, but that period was the absolute fucking worst.
And this, I assume, is the
was
third and
most
final miscarriage,
pro-choice
right?
advocate out there.
You guys are fucking brutal today. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So total 3 miscarriages. This one went 3 months along.
Yeah.
And did you get a DNC done by any chance by a medical professional?
I did not. I didn't know to ask for one.
Okay. Okay, DNC. Dilation and curettage is a procedure in which material from the inside of the uterus is removed. The dilation refers to dilation opening of the cervix, lower part of the uterus that opens the vagine. What is it used for? Treats certain uterine conditions such as heavy bleeding, which is what would happen in the event of a miscarriage, is heavy bleeding. And she never got that the whole fucking time over multiple miscarriages. Come on. Yeah, you don't ask for them. The doctor needs... You need to go in and say, I have had a miscarriage. I need to speak to a medical professional.
It's just so the thing about the DNC is this is where, and again, this is where the doubt gets cast, is usually after a 3-month term. And I'm speaking, this isn't me saying it, this is my aunt, who is a medical professional, one of the best gynecologists. This is my wife, who's a nurse. She was, and obviously my mother, she's been through pregnancy, she's had her miscarriages. The thing about a DNC is, if you don't get it done, there's no way to prove that, obviously, the entire fetus has been removed, and the risk for infection is almost guaranteed at that point. So that's where a bit of, obviously, I'm sure you've read the Reddit, I'm sure you've read the people critical.
You know what? Muda's being very analytical here, but he doesn't understand. She has the physiology of a vampire. We have to keep that in mind, guys. She has vampire physiology. She doesn't fit the mold.
Poor Chris.
What are you
He's been
talking
beaten
about?
down with these donations like he's Spencer's stomach.
Okay. Okay, bro. Jesus fucking Christ.
Of the situation, and this is a big sticking point for them. And obviously, I'm bringing this up because I'm always trying to find a reasonable explanation, and maybe that's why I asked you if you met a medical professional. Maybe they had done something on you and given you a bill of health or told you that everything was fine. That's where it gets a little, dicey.
I mean, I did go to a gynecologist once when I was in the group home. That was after the miscarriage. It was about a month after. And
Which miscarriage? Was it the one? Was it the most recent one that you just talked about, or like the second one? I feel like you should be able to tell and discern which miscarriage that happened with. As much of a dick and a nitpick of that is, you should be able to tell, because you've had multiple of those. And like Muda said, the infection risk is guaranteed if you don't remove the fetus.
And I was like, hey, can you check to see if I have PCOS or something? Because
Okay, Xylee lost her This is when I tuned into Nick's stream again. Xylee lost her fucking mind when she heard this. What is PCOS?
Count Blackula used belly drum on Spencer. It's super effective.
You guys,
Spencer fainted.
you guys are fucked. Holy shit. PCOS is a very common hormone problem for women of childbearing age. Women with PCOS may not ovulate, have high levels of androgens, and have many small cysts on their ovaries. PCOS can cause missed or irregular menstrual periods, excess hair growth, acne, infertility, and weight gain. Okay, that was just mean. But she knows what that is, like, right off the bat, but she didn't know what a DNC was and that she needed to get one after the miscarriage. I see why Xylee got mad at that. I see exactly why Xylee got mad at that now.
You think the Hawaiian punch was G-rape flavored?
What the fuck?
I didn't realize that.
Oh, this live stream's staying up, Jerb. Don't you worry. Everyone should like, comment, and subscribe. This live stream is staying up. I do not care.
Miscarriages had fucked my periods.
Yeah.
So, they did the intrauteral 3D ultrasound to check everything out, and there was nothing there.
Okay.
So wait, so you didn't go to a doctor or anything? I thought before you said that after the third miscarriage you did. Was that what you were talking about with the gynecologist, or?
Yes, so that's the only doctor I went to, but I didn't go to one like right after the miscarriage.
Okay.
I was too scared to, because Camden kept telling me, if you go to a doctor, they're gonna find out about all of this. They're gonna find out about the supernatural. They're gonna find out about God. They're gonna find out about everything.
They're gonna find out about God. They're gonna find out about God. Yeah, the doctor. He's gonna find out about God for the first time ever. He has to come to grips with his mortality. Jesus.
You need to keep this under wraps. You can't tell anyone.
Mm-hmm. Can you so it's great that you mentioned about like this God and everything, and Camden bringing the supernatural. At the time, you were 16 or 17 when you guys were discussing these religious things.
Cult traits, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So 16, 17. And
this live stream
so
isn't
he made you
staying
believe that this was exactly what is the supernatural here? Like, let's just try to understand that.
I could not imagine asking that question and taking it seriously. I'd be like, yeah, let's talk about the vampire pedophile werewolf thing. Is it real?
Spencer was never pregnant. It was just water weight or grape soda.
That's my editor that just said that. You guys are fucked.
Did you hear any of the lore of...
I heard...
Did you hear the lore? Hey, you ever hear the lore? The lore of my miscarriage? We're gonna get the lore, chat. We're gonna get the lore now. This is a Matt Pat video now. The lore on Five Nights at Freddy's. It's happening right now.
About the Adams and the Eves and the Avatar people. It's just I would just
the Avatar people.
Honestly,
It sounds like he pulled from a lot of sci-fi. I think that's also something
He
that Max
really
series
did.
would- Yeah.
A lot of sci-fi, a lot of supernatural shows, like Supernatural itself, Teen Wolf, and all that. But majority of this was he kept saying that he was the son of God and everything, and God could possess him and talk through him, and soon enough it grew into, well,
This anime arc is crazy. Shut up, bro.
now the archangels can speak through me. Now Lucifer can speak through me, and he would make all of the best way I can describe it is faking DID.
Okay.
He would like sit there and give each entity their own like personality. Like Lucifer was just this fucking flamboyant gay dude.
Yeah, you know, he just turned into Satan one day, and he would just turn into a raging, flaming gay man. Thank you for the $4.99. I don't know why I didn't read yours. You guys are fucked, yo. Why y'all beat on this poor victim like this? Her stomach are okay, dude.
And he was like, quote unquote, my best friend and everything. And he would like do that so that you had what you thought were other people to talk to, so you weren't just with him, so you weren't quote unquote isolated.
So a lot of Christianity, a lot of the tropes from there. And so one of the things I want to ask you is like your mental state at the time. What led you, in your opinion, to easily be manipulated? And again, I'm just going to state it for the record. I was 16 at 1.2, and I'm sure most people were. When we hear that, it at least to me,
a theory, a grape theory.
Everyone's so fucked.
It comes off as
we're all gonna get put in that goddamn Mamamax response video. You guys suck.
readily apparent the guy's a fucking nut job, you know? Like, I'm not going to believe that personally. I wouldn't have believed that at 16. So that's why I'm asking what your mental state was like at the time. What led you to be easily suggested by what many assume to be outlandish, you know?
So I had what I...
Wave high to Max, chat. Wave high to Max. We are definitely in that fucking response video just from this one live stream. Not all my other coverage, but this particular one.
Would call ghost experiences, maybe. And he would kind of play into that. My mental state honestly was not the greatest. The year prior, I had actually attempted suicide stupidly with a fucking belt.
Okay. Now, chat. I have an angel and a devil on my shoulders right now. I can make a really, really fucked up joke right now. Like, very fucked up. Maybe one of the more fucked up jokes I've made on this channel. Or we could just move past this. This is... There's... There's two sides of... I could say... I'm gonna get clipped out of context. This is so bad. Okay, listen. Did the belt snap because she was too fat to hang herself from the fucking ceiling fan? Like, god damn it. That was a bad joke. Joke. Disavow what I just said.
It didn't happen. The fucking belt broke. The next day I had one of my, because I was living with my 5th cousin and his wife, and they were mentally abusive towards me. So I had my friend's mom take me to the police station that was just down the road, and I filed a CPS report and put myself in a mental hospital.
What was the Ted? So Camden was basically standing in front of Spencer with an orange around his fist saying, "You want to take this fruit punch, or do you want to take Lucifer's fist punch?" So he chose
hospital. And then I came back to Wiley.
Don't clip it!
Where I failed the school year, did summer school. Then I met Carrie, the girl that introduced me to Camden. And I think I met him in February of 2016. So I wasn't doing all that well. I had been lashing out and really arguing with my family because I wasn't okay. The only time my dad ever took me back to try and seek mental help, they didn't make him leave the room, and they basically just said, "Oh, she's just a disobedient kid." And
really, that was where, I guess.
This was probably in the DFW area. I don't know if it was in Allen or Dallas.
No, not like specific location. Like, was this, what kind of mental health professional is that, I guess?
Oh, I don't know. When they checked me out of the mental hospital, when I was with my
5th cousin. Like, is that like your like 5th in the generational line, or like literal 5th cousin? Like you have multiple cousins and there's a 5th cousin. You know?
Belt, not plural. She seemed
okay.
like the kind of person
Okay.
that would
Okay.
need two
Okay.
belts.
Okay. 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 Stop it. It was a bad joke. I wish to apologize. I'm gonna take it right back. I'm gonna take it back. Nah, I've been making that joke all day today. I don't give a fuck.
cousin and his wife, they just said, "Oh, here, since you're going back to Wiley, here, do a follow-up here," and that's all it really was. I didn't know
like a therapist,
exactly what
or...
it was. I wasn't even allowed to talk at it.
Oh, okay.
Before we move on to the next question, I'd also like to say, and I have interviews with the cult psychologists, they want...
Like, what, bro, like, Max, do you believe that a cult psychologist is the person that you should be speaking to right now? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, Muda, I have interviews with cult psychologists. Dude, what? She's talking about going to the doctor, and they're trying to understand her psychological profile. And your response is, but Muda, I interviewed a professor of cult psychology. It's way more important than what Spencer's saying right now. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Everyone to know that no one is immune to thought reform, which is popularly known as brainwashing. Cult leaders utilize social persuasion, and all it takes is a perfect storm of circumstances for someone to fall for it. Even if the beliefs are outlandish, people will do foolish things if there's an entire community of people love bombing you. I just want to make that clear. And Mudahar, if you want the interviews that I did with the cult psychologist, I will send them to you.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So okay. After all of this, the Camden situation, once you thankfully got out of that situation, you made it back to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, or Wiley, I assume?
Yes.
How did that happen?
When I was in the group home, there was a specific worker that was mentally abusive towards a lot of us. She would intentionally, like, just kind of push us until we would snap because, you know, all of us are mentally ill fucking kids that had fucked up situations and we're all there. We don't want to be. And it just got so fucking bad to the point where I literally asked one of my classmates if I could borrow their phone to call my family because I wasn't allowed to call my family alone. Like, we were only allowed to call family twice a week. You would get...
What the fuck? What? Wait. In a group home, you're not allowed to call people? That sounds more like a mental ward facility versus a legitimate group home. Because isn't a group home supposed to, like, allow you to stay there temporarily while you don't have a family? This can be true. Group homes all have different rules. It can be strict. Okay. You know what? I'm not going to poke a hole in that one. I won't poke a hole in that one because we genuinely don't know, like, the exact rules of this location. So I'm not going to poke a hole in that one.
It one 10-minute call, 2 5-minute calls, or you could separate it up, but you were only permitted 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And so they would sit there, and if you said anything bad about the group home, you got punished. Like, you would get privileges taken away. Like, you wouldn't be allowed to watch TV, or you wouldn't be allowed to participate in games or anything. Like,
Do you know what group home this was?
It was Rainbow Group Home in Dahlonega, Georgia. I went to...
Okay. Give me a second. Yeah, they definitely won't put the rules of the home on the main website if it's that strict. So I think I just did that for an unnecessary reason. I just wanted to verify if it was a real place, which it is.
High school.
Okay. Rainbow. What was it? Rainbow?
Rainbow Children's Home. Rainbow Home for Girls or something. I don't know.
So, not to jump ahead here, but I know you ended up going to...
Yeah, she did call it like 3 different names. Because I found what she initially said. It's a 5-star rated group home. But, you know, 5-star ratings don't really mean much. You know, you could still have shitty interior rules and like shitty to the kids and all that stuff. I'm not going to poke a hole in that one. But like when it comes to like saying 3 different names, wouldn't you be specific based on the name of where you were staying, especially if it was that traumatizing and that strict?
We're mentally ill fucking kids. Really?
Okay.
I couldn't tell from this Tumblr retelling of Castlevania, Spencer's Quest and Castlevania, Blackula's Curse.
Jesus Christ, Pigeon, you're fucking brutal today, dude.
The police about Camden at some point. Where on the timeline does that fall?
That would be the September of 2017 when one of the members, I can't remember what alias she's going under right now, but she had a Wattpad story from recruitment because that we were told to like post stuff like that on Wattpad and Amino and stuff.
A lot of things that are traumatizing in her story, she forgets most of them. See, that's the thing. I don't know if it's just me not understanding like human psychology, but wouldn't most people remember like traumatizing events, locations, and stuff like that, especially ones that were like the hardest in your life? I'm not talking about like putting down like or putting like a mental block on something that traumatizingly happened to you, right? Like let's say your uncle touched you or something. Like most people internalize that and they never remember it unless it gets brought out of them. But like locations where nothing like crazy happened, so like I just don't get it. I know people like Spencer, they're all just stretching the tooth, whatever extent will sound the most tragic and get the most sympathy. She's a liar. Dude, I've been saying that she's a potential liar this entire time. Like I don't really believe in her. I really just don't believe her.
What is Wattpad? Like just a chatting app?
Wattpad is like stories.
Yeah, she would at least remember like the miscarriages, the name of the group home she was staying at after everything. Like I feel like that's all important shit. I feel like that's important. I feel like that's important to remember to get the timeline right.
Like a Snapchat story or like a...
necessarily trauma-related mental blocks are a thing, but Spencer should still have an emotional reaction to talking about this, and she doesn't. That is a good point. Because if somebody is talking about something traumatizing, they're not trying to sound combative. It hits them like a ton of bricks, and they become more emotional by it. So that would make more sense.
No, it's like vanilla archive of our own.
Okay.
Yeah. So somebody had commented on the recruitment story post.
Is Nick involved in the investigation like Muda and Tamar? I believe this is where Nick's involvement is necessary. I think this is where Nick's involvement is basically going to end, from like putting out the information about Max. And I think Muda is taking up the actual investigation. And then Tom is doing an actual video based around the actual quote unquote cult. Right? That's at least what I understand. With trauma, you either remember or you don't. There's no bits and pieces that continuously change. That is also a good point.
And they were asking about it, and we were like, no, do not join. This is literally a cult. And Q, Camden, Carrie, and all his other little lackeys coming in, yelling at us and everything. My sister was 4 at the time, and her life was threatened by Carrie. And one of the other members, I don't know exactly who it was, but they were saying that they wanted to slit our throats and everything. We had actual threats coming through. I asked said survivor tonight, actually, I'm waiting for her response, if the post is still up and she has access to it. But if she doesn't, I told her to check her email and see if she still has the notifications from it.
Now, by this point, we're approximately 1 year out from when you left there, because you said if the miscarriages and stuff happened around April, you were only there for 4 months. September of the following year, we're like a year and a couple months, right?
Yeah.
Now, have any other girls moved in with Camden? Are these interactions strictly online? Is he like physically involved with any other women at that point?
After I left, he well, not even after I left, while I was still in the cult, but not. I was still in while I was in Wiley. I didn't leave until 4th of July of 2017. But I'm sorry, my brain is frazzled. What was I saying?
You did a whole 4-hour interview. You've told Max all of this information previously. And now that you're getting asked more direct and pointed questions, you can't remember your own story.
She failed Wattpad as an author, so she pitched her story to a failed filmmaker. What a match.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. But, like, how do you not remember that? How are you getting frazzled when you actually, like, have told this story multiple times? If you are consistent on your story, you shouldn't have to, like, try to remember certain events or, like, important things about it, because you already have those locked in, especially if you're the lead plaintiff in this investigation and the lead victim in this investigation. Every time she tells her story, she miraculously remembers the significant event that changes the story to fit any inconsistency people find. She sounds excited to talk about it. It's so weird. Yeah, I kind of feel that. It's fucking weird.
So you were saying that you'd left around the 4th of July, and we were kind of discussing on whether if there were other people who were living with him around that point.
Okay, yeah. So
Mood also pointed out that the stone vase story wasn't exactly in the 4-hour podcast, so that aspect is completely new. Great. So we're just adding more unnecessary fluff.
Before I had even came back to Wiley, he had started this relationship with a girl named and
is she like speaking to you guys, or is that just
oh no, she is still with him. She is living with him. She is one of his quote-unquote wives.
Okay.
With 2 other women.
Okay. So after your relationship was done, you communicated with the police about Camden Gerard Davis. What can you explain that whole interaction with the police?
It wasn't even full on with the police. I contacted Detective Fontana, who was on my case, and he.
Did you get a badge number?
I did not. That was just what was on my missing flyers. My family was like, we were working with him. Maybe I could try and see if they could get into contact with him.
I can also send you all the uncensored missing flyers poster.
Yeah, sure. If you want to drop it into the Discord.
But like, wait, but she could. Why didn't she just contact the family, get the badge information, or like any sort of subsequent police report that her family filed for missing persons? Why wasn't that brought up? Why wasn't that immediately done if you're putting all this shit together? By the way, Detective Fontana is a character in Law and Order. I don't know. Like, bro, when I heard that, I was like, what? I don't know. Like, there might be somebody with the same last name. I don't want to immediately assume that Detective Fontana is literally a character. I really, 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 really don't want to do that. I'm trying not to, but it'd be really funny if it was. It was, like, really funny.
We can just look at it.
Get Ice-T on the case.
But yeah, so okay, you contacted Detective Fontana. She worked your case, and
she said she loved Law and Order, though. Spencer said she's a big Law and Order also. Yeah, like every other woman.
I don't blame her for having such a frazzled. She did get out of a relationship with Camden Gerard the completionist, after all. That open and closed hand foundation left her with a faulty memory.
Oh my god, stop.
I don't know if they like really worked my case, but
I checked Colin and Co. Sheriff's Facebook. There is an Officer Fontana. See, I don't know. I don't dig that deep. I should, but I'm not. Like I said, I don't want to directly say, because some people might have the same last name.
When I told them I had gone over state lines, they were like, that's out of our hands now, and just threw me over to Trafficking 911, who they took all of my information and said that they were going to file a report for a couple months, I did still keep a contact with Sherry from Trafficking 911, who took my report. I still don't know if they ever filed it. I've been trying to contact them. Sherry doesn't work there anymore. The worker that I keep emailing, she won't respond. Nobody will really respond to Max, and
I wonder why they're not responding to you. Are you telling them, hey, there is a pedophile werewolf vampire cult that needs to be investigated? Are you emailing them that, or are you saying, hey, we have direct evidence that this individual has done horrible things. You need to contact us as soon as possible. No contact within a few days, you go to the police station. Like, that's it. But that's all you have to do. Go to the police after they don't reach out to you after a few days. Like, come on. We're willing to accept that this happened so long ago that her memory is spotty, but she seems to remember everything that happened before meeting Camden. Yeah, literally everything. She remembers everything involving in Camden's home, before Camden's home, but everything after and what she did after is all spotty and she's unable to remember. Okay.
when they do, they're like, oh, well, it has to be her contacting. And it's like, I am contacting, but they're replying to him, but not me.
And they're replying to me just to say they can't give it to me. They would have to give it to her. Even
Yeah.
though I sent them a picture of her holding up her driver's license requesting the info.
Okay, so do you have a record communication with the department?
Detective Anthony Fontana.
Jesus.
The deputy?
Yeah, whoever you were speaking to, that would. So, from what we understand, okay. So you contacted Detective Fontana. You communicated with Traffic 911. Is that the nonprofit?
Yes.
Okay, and this Traffic 911. So you never filed an official report with the police department itself. You went to Traffic 911, and they were supposed to assist you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Until recently.
Okay, so do you have the? Did you get a name from them?
Do you believe the police can fuck up 8 times in a row to take one person's story? It's humans. Humans fuck up all the time. So if I'm going to be like charitable, right? If I'm going to be like really charitable, police can fuck up investigations. We've seen it before where the wrong people get put in jail and all this other shit, right? Like we've all seen it. There was one guy in jail for like 30 years and he never killed anybody, but they thought they had the right evidence. Like they fuck up. But the way she's making it sound, right, is that the police have been willfully ignoring her or have been so inept at getting just basic stuff done, like getting back to her in an email. That seems to be a lot more not realistic to me. That's kind of how I look at it. Yeah, well, she's lost the point of charity, but I will still try at some points.
Or an email address or something, or
yes.
Okay.
We have the phone number of Nancy, who was the original person. She no longer works with Traffic.
Not Nancy, Sherry.
Sherry, sorry.
Wow, great. Good job, Max. You can't even remember the person that you're supposed to be in contact with, or at least trying to get in contact with. Good job.
She was the one who was on.
They make it sound like the police are completely incompetent, incapable, and they're supposed to do. There's no way they could screw this up consistently. Damn.
Spencer's case, she no longer works with Traffic 911. She instructed me to just contact them directly. I've been contacting them directly and sent them the picture with Spencer holding up her driver's license. They say they can't give it to me, so Spencer's been contacting them and they've been unresponsive.
Okay.
That makes no sense. So they'll get in contact with you and email you constantly and say, we need Spencer to give us approval, but they won't respond to any of her emails. That makes no fucking sense. That makes no fucking sense.
Camden Jarrett, the completionist,
at all.
did a lot of soft giving to Spencer. What a charitable guy.
Jesus Christ. That makes no sense. So they'll respond to Max all day long and say we can't do anything, but when Spencer emails them, they will ghost her. Does she check the spam folder? Bro, if it's just because it's been sent to the spam folder or something, I'm going to lose my mind. Also, reminder for another thing, if you become a member and you have Discord hooked up to your YouTube account, you will get access to my Discord. It is very dead in there, and it's just posting stupid memes and keeping up when I go live. So become a member and connect your YouTube account to Discord, and you should be able to access it.
That's Traffic 911, not the police department.
Correct.
Yes.
The police department, we have a recorded phone call of that if you want to hear it.
With Baldwin County PD.
Okay, and this was in relation. This was so the thing that I'm trying to understand is, so after.
Wait, driver's license. Didn't he say in the video? He did say driver's license number. He did say driver's license. Maybe he means ID and accidentally said driver's license. Because, like, I've had people say that to me before. They're like, yeah, I have a driver's license, but it's just a regular ID. They aren't licensed to actually drive a vehicle. They just have a basic ID. So, like...
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Huh. I want to say that was a slip of the tongue. I would say that's a slip of the tongue. A lot of people use it interchangeably. See, that's what I'm going with. It might be interchangeable. He might have fucked up.
So after this whole Camden Gerard Davis
devil, Chris.
Jesus.
Situation, the first communication you had was with the police, right? And that was Detective Fontana, who was underneath your, like, that's what I'm trying to, like, understand. Traffic 911 is a nonprofit. I'm just trying to understand the nature of you guys and your first interaction with the police. I'm sorry if I'm not
Here, honestly, we don't even have to send you the flyer. Just look up missing poster on Google and it'll pop up.
We don't even need to send you the flyer. Just Google it. What the fuck? Just send them a copy.
Missing poster. Okay, so this is from Missing and Homeless Facebook. I see it right here. Since March 18, 2016. So this missing poster, do you know who got this poster out there in the first place?
Folder thinking it had spam.
Jesus.
I believe it was probably my aunt. I don't know.
Okay, so your aunt was the one that initially tipped off the organization, I think it's For the One or whatever. They were the ones that put this out. So when you got out of the Camden household, this is after the group home, right? Because you went into a group home just after you left the house, Camden's house.
Yes, this missing poster is from the day that I ran away to go to Camden.
Okay, so this has existed since you were Ubering to Dallas, Fort Worth, and then the buses to Arkansas, Memphis, the whole route. Okay, so,
yeah.
And what I'm asking is, like, so after the whole Camden situation, you lived there for 4 months after the group home. Is that after you communicated with the law enforcement for the first time?
Can you repeat the question?
Thank you for the
So
subscription.
after the Camden situation, his house, when you lived there for 4 months, 3 to 4 months, you went to a group home very briefly. How long was that stay at the group home?
Well, first I went to foster parents that were in Snellville, where I was still in contact with him and still...
But, like, why didn't you bring that up? You're trying to tell the timeline of events, then you add another layer to the timeline of events. So now there is a foster family before the group home when you never brought up a foster family. You only said the group home.
Saw him occasionally. September was when I got sent to the group home, and then I went home a week before Thanksgiving.
Okay. So after Camden, you went to a foster home briefly in the Georgian area. Foster home in Georgia, then a group home. And I assume you went there since September, so I'm going to say 2 months, for 2 months, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you went there for 2 months, and then after that, you went all the way back to Texas. And
yes.
To Texas, and so at this point in time, you hadn't contacted the police department at all. The only interaction you had with the police was when Camden was bringing you out food, pretending you were a homeless person.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I just out of curiosity, Spencer specifically, do you believe in this investigation that was done, the police had failed you?
Yeah, I believe that, Detective Fontana should have been able to help me more. Trafficking 911 should have been able to get me directly into contact with whoever they were filing this to. I didn't know exactly what I was supposed to do. I was 18.
Right. So where I was going with this is obviously when you got back to Texas.
But the thing is that you didn't do a follow-up with them after. Didn't you say you went to the cops and then just didn't follow up? But you expected them to do more. You do know the police, if you feel like they aren't doing anything for you, go back. Say, hey, is there an update to my case? What more relative information do you need to get an arrest? What? It doesn't sound like they failed you. It sounds like they got your initial report, nothing came out of it, and then you never did a follow-up to said report, so they never did anything with it. Now, is that a fuck-up on the cops' end? Sure, but it's also a fuck-up on your end. I don't give a shit that you were 18 at the time. Follow up with the cops.
Then you contacted Traffic 911, not the police department, right?
It was since I
So she met him when she was 16, left, and is now saying she went to the cops at 18. Jesus.
had left on 4th of July. I reported this in September because of the whole Wattpad thing where Carrie was threatening my sister because of Camden.
September, when you were in the group home, you reported this to the police.
And this is 2016 or 17?
Wait, in the group?
You said you reported this when you were in September?
No. The September of 2017.
Okay.
So the year after. So this is after I've already been in Texas. I was freshly 18, and me and the other survivor had seen that notification where someone asked about the cult, and we said, no, it's a cult. And yeah, after I saw the threat to my sister, that night I contacted Detective Fontana.
So when you came back from Texas, from Camden's house, how many months after did you get in touch with Detective Fontana?
From my last personal contact with him, that's just from beginning of July to early September.
And which police department was seeing this with that detective?
I'm pretty sure it's Collin County. At least that's what it says on the flyer.
Okay.
Okay, so you...
It just sounds like you went to the wrong fucking police department and it was outside their jurisdiction. And they just never acted on it. That's what it sounds like. And you also recruited a 13-year-old. You helped get a 13-year-old girl to Camden's house.
You contacted the law enforcement agent, I want to say, 12 months after you got back to Texas, right? Because
Yeah, wait, I thought Fontana was a female. I feel like everyone was assuming female.
Said a year later, this is in 2017, so it's safe to say that you contacted law enforcement for the first time 12 months after you got back to Texas after your whole ordeal.
Yeah.
And that was you contacting Detective Fontana of Collins County, right?
Call in. Just call in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Collin County, and where's Collin County located? Texas?
It's right out of DFW.
Northeast of DFW.
Okay, Northeast DFW, that's it. Northeast DFW. Okay. So when you contact...
Wait, so, okay. So she went to Collin County, U.S. County in Texas, for a case that happened in Georgia. And... No, not Fantano, the music YouTuber. So she went to Collin County in U.S. Texas, but the crime was committed in Georgia. She didn't report it in the right jurisdiction. No shit. The cops didn't do anything. You can't blame that department then. You should have went to the Georgia police. You should have called the police department in Georgia. Said, hey, I was brutally raped in your county. I need help. God damn it.
Detective Fontana, right? What was that initial conversation like?
It was, hey, this is me. This is my name. You were looking for me when I had ran away. This is kind of sort of what happened. I got lured over state lines, ended up being sexually and physically abused by this person. How do I report this? And he was like, well, not my jurisdiction.
No shit, the cop didn't do any more for you. As fucked up as that sounds, no shit. That is such a clean fucking clip. It's not my jurisdiction. It's literally not even the same state. It's not even close to that county. Let's take a look at a map of the United States real quick. Let's take a look at a quick map of the United States, chat. Just real quick here. All right. Let's learn some geography real quick. I'm going to teach you something. As you can see, that is Texas. Okay? Right there. That's Texas. That's Texas. Okay? Right here. Let's see how many states are in between this location real quick. Let's see how many let's see how many states that's in between. 1, 2, 3. 3 whole states. 3 whole states that you have to get through. No shit, the cops didn't do anything for you, Spencer.
Here's For the One, or not For the One, Trafficking 911. Or no, he did send me to For the One. For the One sent me to Trafficking 911. Oh, these cunts!
She just realized that right now. She just, literally right now, she just realized that she's been doing everything wrong this entire time. This is great. God damn it. I'm realizing in real time that she's fucked up.
Okay, so the law enforcement agent told you.
Did you hear the silence out of Max? There's no like, why didn't you tell me that? Or are you sure about that? Max just sitting there quietly. Quietly sitting there.
That because it wasn't their jurisdiction to
Spencer
report
changed
your
the pronouns of the
so
detective.
you went missing in Georgia.
Yeah, I think they did say female and then it went to male. Like it keeps changing. It's weird.
Therefore, the Texas police officer could not do anything because it's out of their jurisdiction. They didn't refer you to communicate with the law enforcement agents in that specific county for Georgia.
No, he said that this isn't a state case. This is a federal case. He said I can't do anything about that.
So in that response, so the cop told you it was a federal agent.
The cop would never say you can't do anything about that. He probably said, I can't do anything about that. You have to contact the FBI. You have to contact federal agencies. He probably never said, you can't do anything about that. I guarantee you, the cop would never say, there's nothing you can do about that. He probably said, there's nothing I could do about that. Bro, you're fucking killing me here.
Because I'm assuming you went across state lines, so anything that happens there is a federal situation. But instead of contacting something like the Federal Bureau of Investigation, one of their branches in Texas, he told you to contact a nonprofit.
Yeah, because he was like, they have all these people, they're advocates, they'll help you with this since you're so young, and this is going to be really traumatizing. Like, he told me to reach out to them for this support.
So they told you to reach out for the support, but did they specifically say that's where you're going to make your report and they're going to do it?
Yeah. He said that they can file the report for you. They can take all the evidence and send it for you. Because he couldn't touch the evidence, is what he said.
But you never did a follow-up with the FBI. You never did it.
No point did the cop ever try, maybe referring the case to the Federal Bureau office in Texas or the Dallas area.
I don't know.
You as an individual can't contact the FBI to open a case. A legal cop needs to contact the FBI to get the case going and give tips and stuff. Well, yeah, you can give the tip. But if you're not following up with the cop being like, hey, did you file that to the FBI? Hey, who can I get in contact with the FBI once it's filed? Do they need anything from me? Do they want a testimony? Do they want more evidence? Like, what can I do? Keep pestering them to do something. And she didn't. She just let it go.
It was literally at night when I was...
Also, no cop would say file with a nonprofit. What the fuck?
I was calling him. I think he just wanted to get off the phone at that point.
Okay.
So you didn't even go in person. You called them. You called them. You called the helpline. Instead of going in person and sitting with an officer. You called them. You didn't go and see them. You didn't provide the evidence to them at the police department. You called them. You fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's see and again, this is where I said in the beginning of this.
Supposed to be the call that would make Mutu and Nick look bad.
Oh yeah,
I
know.
Where a red-haired Snorlax admitted to getting the Texas police to try and arrest a dude in Georgia.
Okay, bro.
So I was going to do the devil's advocate stuff. Is usually when a law enforcement agent can make the distinction.
They work in tandem with the police, but I think that it could be a coordinated effort, I guess. But at the same time, going directly to a nonprofit and expecting anything to be done instead of going to the police and like actually going in person, I already throw like major question marks up.
Restriction, but then they said it's federal. Their next answer should not be a nonprofit organization because nonprofits, law enforcement can work with them, but usually if they're out there to make a distinction between whose jurisdiction this is, they would probably refer you to the FBI, which does in fact work with a lot of kidnapping, a lot of human trafficking cases. It's actually one of the they're the primary chief investigative agency when it comes to that in the United States. So that's where, again, just me obviously playing devil's advocate and obviously covering this as objective as I can, that's where it can be tough, right, to sort of understand. The cop made this distinction.
Trafficking 911. Trafficking 911 is a North Texas-based nonprofit organization existing to free youth for sexual trafficked by building trust-based relationships. Okay, see, now you guys are making me want to look this up. All right, Traffic 911. Let's see this shit. Okay. Let's take a look at what she got referred to. Learn more. Our mission is to free youth from sex trafficking through trust-based relationships, hearing about our history, our start, our values, who we serve, read our code of ethics, meet our amazing team, read our story, read about our solution. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is what I needed. Crisis response. Law enforcement, first responders, recover victim, care and support, advocate, companions, youth, healthcare, providing food, clothing, and support. Advocates. Advocate dispatches within 60 minutes to victim's location. Safety planning. Advocate works with multidisciplinary team for housing and safety plan. Long-term empowerment. Trust building through trauma-informed case management. Wraparound. Connection with anti-trafficking partners. Milestones. Celebrate and mark grow and healing. Community partnerships to support reintegration. Justice. Support justice-related activities. There's nothing about... Wait, but there's nothing about them contacting the FBI or any sort of like actual federal bureau. Do they report it? Our unique community-based approach sets us apart from other programs where a survivor must go to a location for services to begin. Advocates met youth high right when they are in their communities, begin building trust bonds. Yeah, there's nothing relevant to law enforcement that I'm seeing here. What is their mission? See, this is the thing. We need to find their mission statement. Okay, in 2015, Texas legislation was passed requiring every child sex trafficking identified in Texas to have a unique caseworker advocate assigned to them that do not belong in any one system. In responsibility to this mandate, Trafficking 911 was selected by the Office of Governor of Texas to deliver a voice of choice advocacy program as a part of a formally coordinated regional multidisciplinary teams in northern Texas counties. The Voice Choice Advocacy Program began to grow exponentially in 2017 when these MDTs formed, which include formal partnerships with law enforcement agencies, district attorneys' offices, juvenile justice departments, child advocacy centers, state child protective services, and others who work collaboratively within agreed-upon county protocols to serve child sex trafficking victims best. Currently, the organization formally provides services in Dallas, Tarrant, Collin, Denton, Ellis counties, serving over 200 sex child victims every year. Army full-time staff and volunteers supporting them are driven by theory of change. Free people, free people. They believe in the extent which they are modern-day abolitionists, accept the brave personal journey of healing and freedom. They are facilitate freedoms with others. Yeah, it just comes across as a support program. Yeah. It just comes across as a support program. They're just victim advocates. It's not like an actual organization that's going to go out of their way to fucking contact the police. I want to know what this around here. Connection with anti-trafficking partners. What are these anti-trafficking partners? Because they would say specifically if they contact like federal bureau teams or anything like that. Long-term power movement. Non-crisis referrals. Advocates sending court proceedings and help prepare the victim impact statements, hosting support groups, hosting birthday parties, working at child family, advocating, recommending specialization services, educating caregivers, advocating. So this is the only thing out of this entire thing, attending court proceedings and help prepare victim impact statements. That doesn't mean that they're going to file a case in another state on your behalf. Interesting. Yeah, that's not the cops. And I don't think a police officer would refer her over there and say, these people are the ones that are 100% going to get a case started for you and that they could do something for you. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Wojak, the fuck? What? Wojak. How autistic are you, Dioria? Susamogus? Susamogus? Because the only thing I'm seeing in this entire thing, attending court proceedings and helping prepare victim impact statements. This chat is so autistic. First, we bully a fat girl that got pregnant multiple times. Now everyone's just going to go with Susamogus memes. God damn it. Advocates respond to law enforcement when a victim is recovered and go to their location within 60 minutes. In those first crucial moments, advocates help establish felt safety with a meal and a backpack filled with cozy items. Yeah, that's great. A teddy bear, toiletries, and a journal. Basic needs, implement safety plan, and ensure the child has a safe place to stay. But that's just the beginning. Advocates work with survivors in adulthood for long-term healing and protection from re-victimization through trauma-informed case management, goal planning, and connection to safe. Yep, nope, these motherfuckers don't contact shit. It sounds like a very good program, very helpful, but I doubt a police officer is going to be like, yeah, you want to file a case? Go to this place. I doubt a fucking officer told her that. They probably said you should contact these people if you feel like if you've been victimized. But also you should talk to the right people and like actually get like genuine help building a case. It's literally just a support group. So the police officer apparently just told her, hey, fuck you, just go to a support group. I don't believe that for a fucking second. Bullshit. They may have suggested it as like, if you really need help like right now to get over your trauma, here's the best location and method for you. That's what I see it as.
It really seems like, you know, I wish I could honestly hear this call or this. I really wish this was done over email or something, and we would have seen the law enforcement agents do that. But, you know, so you went to Traffic 911, and they're the ones who were supposed to do this for you. So after you had made your initial report with them, what happened after that?
Well, Sherry and another worker from Trafficking 911 drove all the way out to Wiley. They picked me up from my house, and we drove to the coffee shop, Shoemaker and Hart on Ballard Street in Wiley. And they had their little laptops and their notebooks and everything, and I was telling them everything from start to finish, to literally to the extent of, hey, one of the other members of this group that I was really close with, she was convinced to send nudes and then was later blackmailed with them. Like, I told them everything, gave them every photo, every screenshot, everything that we...
So you gave a support group all of this stuff. They were probably sitting there going, oh, we're here to help a victim get through their trauma. And in her brain, she's going, oh, these are the cops. This is the FBI. No shit. Your fucking case didn't go anywhere, you fucking mongoloid. No shit. Fucking hell. You gave all of your evidence to a support group, not to the police. No shit, the cops didn't do anything.
Of course, we were young, we didn't know what to screenshot, what was pertinent, we didn't know we should record calls. And
so you sent child pornography across the internet, right? Because you were under 18.
I didn't send any pornography myself, but Camden did record a video of him and myself when I was 16 and living with him. I know that's probably still floating around out there.
So if...
How do you know it's... Okay, so she goes, I know it's probably floating out there. So do you know? Or is he keeping it for himself? And he hasn't uploaded it anywhere. Which is it, Spencer? Is your nudes floating out there publicly? Or does Camden just have a video of you two having sex as 16 to 18? Which is it?
If you were an unwilling participant in child pornography, why did you report that to the law enforcement agent at the time? Like, did you report that to Traffic 911? Did you report that to...
I reported that to Traffic 911. I talked about it to the detective, too, and like I said, he still said, not my jurisdiction.
We also have screenshots.
You get told twice, not my jurisdiction. And you keep talking to the detective like he's gonna fucking do something. He's literally telling you, I can't do anything. You need to go to the right jurisdiction. It happened in Georgia. Call the cops in Georgia. He's literally telling you. This is the second time he said, not my jurisdiction.
Of her chatting with Sherry from Traffic 911.
Okay, now, see, this is again where I'm just going to straight up say it. If you told Detective Fontana that there was evidence of child pornography and you were the victim, they would never, they would immediately have thrown you to the Federal Bureau right there because, again, it's child pornography, and they would absolutely
It depends on the it depends on the officer. I can attest to this. I have reported the distribution of CP to law enforcement, and even when I was in contact with the police on the phone, they kept saying, that's not my jurisdiction, go to this one. I would call that one. They said, this is not my jurisdiction, call federal. I report it through CyberTip and the FBI page, and nothing would ever happen. We'd received.
But Max, you have to admit, like, you're saying you talked to the detective in person, right, Spencer? You said that there's child pornography of you floating around. That's a little different than, like, I found this hub
I didn't
online.
say that to him in person. We didn't speak in person. Like I said, it was over the phone.
But yeah, you're saying you're having
But you had direct communication with the police. Like, you had direct communication with the detective.
a one-on-one interaction.
I mean, yeah, but like I said, all he said is that's not my jurisdiction. I was 18. I don't know the legal system like that.
Oh no, I'm not blaming you. Please don't take it that way. I was like pointing out that like there's a difference between Max, who is hunting pedophiles and providing evidence to try to get people thrown in jail, and like a girl talking to an officer directly.
Yeah. That's one of the big things. That should have been like a big red flag when you guys were talking about this. I feel like initially in your video, if you had told us that, hey, I talked to Detective Fontana, and I told Detective Fontana that there is evidence of child pornography, and she did not follow that up with the Federal Bureau, because that's the thing. The Federal Bureau immediately takes that 100% to heart. And it goes beyond, like, this isn't like writing a cyber tip line or something. This is an actual verifiable human being talking to another verifiable human being who then has to, basically is compelled to write a report. Otherwise, everything falls on their shoulders, and that department itself too, if it's not adequately reported.
And that's why we say we are willing to sue, like, the law enforcement agencies for failing them, because we know.
I'm having a flashback. I wish real life was like a fucking Family Guy moment where we would have like the wipeout and you would just see a flashback, and then there's Chris like a couple months ago talking about Keffels' GoFundMe and suing the police department. I'm just hearing that right now. I'm hearing that. I'm having a flashback moment, and it's actually kind of like fucking with my head right now. We're gonna sue the police. We're going to sue the police with all my Patreon money. I'm feeling it. It's not good feeling.
There has been neglect for this case specifically.
Okay. So have you guys communicated to the Federal Bureau now about child pornography existing? You being
Yes, I've filed tips on the website on like the actual FBI website.
That was given to us by one of the lawyers who specializes in cults.
Other survivors have done it as well, including the other.
Wait. I didn't catch that.
About child pornography existing? You being
Yes, I've filed tips on the website on like the actual FBI website.
That was given to us by one of the lawyers who specializes in cults.
By one of the lawyers who specialize in cults. They're cult lawyers? Cult extraction experts. Lawyer who campaigned against cults. That was back in 2022. Paul Morantz. Yeah, tips are not the same as an actual filing. It's literally just a tip. It doesn't create a case. It's literally just a tip. What the fuck? What legal actions can I take against a dangerous cult? All right, let's go to person policing. It's almost straight coworker, friends talk. I've never heard of a lawyer that specializes in cults before. That's a whole new fucking thing to me.
All cops are
that's totally like a new thing to me. I've never heard of that before. Like a lawyer that handles specific cult, like only he is specialized in cases involving cults. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like completely retarded and I've never heard of that before in my life.
Other survivors have done it as well, including the other one who, Ishmael, the one who also was solicited pictures from because she was 14.
Yeah, true. People do specialize in stupid fucking law, so like There might be a guy out there that specializes in cult law.
I've been trying now. I mean, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't at this point because it's been so long. Was his quote unquote main wife. She was a senior and he had already been graduated. This was like right after I had come back to Texas, and I didn't even know about this specific group of people, but he apparently did have a whole group in person, and the people living with him are members of the cult. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people total living there.
So okay, so and just one thing too. This is jumping ahead a little bit. We'll go back. Camden owns firearms as well too, as he leads his cult.
Yes.
So he's currently armed and dangerous.
Yes.
And a threat to human beings?
He's literally attempted murder and had the 2 men living with him commit.
She sounds so excited to say that. Can I just be real here? She sounds like too enthusiastic to get back onto the topic of Camden. Like Nick and Muda trying to figure out everything involving the cops. I don't really remember. Yeah, we fucked up here. Yeah, we fucked up there. The cops did this. Cops did that. The second that they get back into a conversation with Camden, is he like armed and dangerous? Well, yeah, of course he's armed and dangerous. He has 2 people that helped attempt murder one time. You know, he attempted to murder somebody before. That was pretty enthusiastic, and you remembered all that really easily, but things involving like important details of how you filed your police report is hard for you.
Crimes for him.
Is there any booking or
yes, smash and grab.
So Muda, there is a evidence chat that you cannot see that is only for the survivors. We are currently we have a private channel and a public channel. The private channel specifically things we want to wait to show.
But like, bro, a fucking lawyer is gonna eat that alive. So you're telling me a defense lawyer is gonna eat that alive. So you're telling me that a group of women that are disgruntled against my client have all been working together in a group chat to collect information on him and corroborate stories between each other. That sounds like witness tampering. That sounds like collusion. That sounds like a concerted effort to make my client look as bad as possible and get all of their stories on the same page. None of these people are lawyers. None of them. In that Discord server. Because I doubt they have the lawyer that they keep referencing in the Discord server. So what the fuck is going on in the Discord server?
There is evidence of crimes that were committed and the money was gotten for him. All 3 of his wives were arrested on felony shoplifting because he would tell them to literally steal anything and everything that wasn't tied down so that they could sell it for money. They would sit there. Evidence of crimes that were committed and the money was gotten for him. All 3 of his wives were arrested on felony shoplifting because he would tell them to literally steal anything and everything that wasn't tied down so that they could sell it for money. They would sit there and break into smoke shops and steal Delta 8 weed, like the legal weed.
Yeah, in Texas.
Yeah, well, that's in Georgia. They've got it too. So they would steal that and they would mix it with like real actual marijuana.
Now,
and
these are all obviously like adults at this point, right? Like none of these are minors, because if they were arrested on felony charges, that would be a whole set of red flags.
Yes, but the 2 other wives were underage when they were first brought into the group.
Is there any name or like...
Wait, hold on. So do they have charges against them? Like Nick just said, that's a huge red flag and a felony charge for shoplifting. Well, smash and grab, really. But like, wouldn't be... But she knows like all this stuff like off the top of her head, but everything else she can't remember, or she has an or a preface that she's like, nah, maybe. I don't really remember. Like now she just remembers every minute detail of that. Okay, dude.
Case number that I can pull up this public record of a smash and grab and these felony shopliftings.
Max, do you know where it is?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Do you want me to send it?
Yes, please.
Sure, yeah.
So I haven't sent anything because Nick has not signed the NDA.
Can you send it directly to Mudahar?
Well, if these are public, then we just want to see the public showcase of
yeah, if it's
okay, that's fine.
The public like report of the smash and grab.
Nick hasn't signed the NDA. Fuck off with your NDA, you fucking little freak. You gotta be shitting me. Max, you're being interviewed as to why you're fumbling this case and trying to get all the information that you keep saying is a counter narrative against you. You want to clear the air, right? Fuck the NDA then. Like, what is wrong with you?
Moody, you gotta sign the super NDA to get the secret chat.
You need to sign an NDA for the NDA for the other NDA.
I love that she laughs about that, but then threatens to sue Mudahar for breaking the basic NDA. She thinks that there's a real legal case for that. Okay, bro. Good joke.
God, is that how people think this shit is right now?
Yes! 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 That's exactly what it is. Is that what people really think right now? Yes. You bloated carcass. Yes! Exactly.
A little bit.
I mean, a little bit, yeah. It's the problem is with you guys' story is you guys are bringing up this so okay. So these public records, which I'm about to see, are of people that were under Camden, and they have felony charges for smash and grabs and felony shopliftings.
Not grab those, and then the one of the guy.
Yeah. See, like, this kind of information, if you had brought it up, would absolutely bring his character into question in your initial videos. And I think that's where people stress comes out of.
The thing was, we didn't meet these people until after we did the awareness campaign.
Yes.
Then why? Okay, bro. Dude, thank God Muda and Nick were the ones in this call, because the minute I heard that, I'd be like, whoa, back up. So you're telling me that you didn't have definitive evidence of this stuff, and you still put out a dumb fucking awareness campaign video instead of digging up the research yourself based on what Spencer was saying? Why did you put out a stupid fucking ARG then? Oh, well, it helped us get in contact with more people that know these people. Bro, what it did is it threw ambiguity in the air and you look like a clown. Holy shit. Nick and Muda have the patience of a fucking saint.
Yeah, so we literally reached out to them on the 1st of this month.
Yeah, so I hope it's becoming clear why we did the awareness campaign first.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is I also want to look at these reports, and obviously reports are one thing, but I need evidence that connects the report to Camden.
He is living at the same address as Camden. He is, I mean...
Whoa, wait a minute. I thought you said you didn't know where Camden was. But he's still at the same address of where Camden lives. I thought you didn't know where he was. But you know the address of the guy, and that address is the same address that Camden's living in. This has to be her just, like, fucking up her word verbiage. There's no way, dude. There's no way. We can't find Camden, but this dude still lives with Camden. We know the address, but we don't know where Camden is. What the fuck is going on? Bro, I can't handle this shit.
I'm not gonna say his address, but it's easily findable online.
The thing is even if you are living at the same address, you have to provide a receipt of communication or something that proves that he was the one that led him to do this, you know? The thing is, my brother could live with me and he can...
Fucking Eva had to find out that he was alive. Like, nobody even knew he was alive. Eva had to find him in his fucking arrest record. Like, what? Bro, what the fuck?
Rob a bank tomorrow, that wouldn't necessarily mean that I told him to rob a bank for me, right? That could be entirely out of his volition. That could be entirely out of his own decision making. That, you see where I'm getting at? So this is where I say, like, whenever you talk about these situations or you bring this up, you've got to have 100% proof linking these things together, because that's literally what he could say. It's like, I didn't say anything to them, and then you guys, the burden of proof is on you because you made the accusation in the first place there.
Yeah, you bring up oh, sorry, you can go, Max.
Oh, thank you. So what we could do is have Rick Allen Ross appear as an expert witness, since he is a verified cult psychologist and he has appeared as an expert witness to testify against cult leaders and explain cult psychology to a court of law.
Mm-hmm.
And he might even be able to deprogram these individuals for the criminal case against Camden. But
like that.
Oh god, deprogram. Like, this is a fucking Scientology film. Dude, what the fuck? Yeah, they gotta be deprogrammed. They're toxic personalities, man. Holy fucking shit. Dude, the way Max talks, he just talks like he's in a bad sci-fi movie. Like, he just talks in like a D-rated shit sci-fi movie. He's like, we have to deprogram these people. Fuck off. Fuck off.
How would he get access to people who are still, like, in contact with Camden?
What was that?
How would we get access to people who are still, like, in the direct living quarters of Camden, like people who are still there? How would you be able to decultify? I forgot what term you used, but how would you actually get to that?
Deprogram.
Deprogram.
I mean, there's one part that I can't really talk about because it is like we're getting evidence together.
Nick asked you, how are you going to deprogram people? And then she goes, I can't answer that. We're going to get evidence. Talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? How are you going to deprogram the people? Is that a secret? What the fuck?
And it is going to be like full, like heavy stuff.
There's a lot happening behind the scenes.
Well, it's all happening behind the scenes.
We're not able to discuss it yet.
This one in particular is like the big behind the scenes.
Okay, big behind the scenes is that, let me guess, the cult lawyer or the cult professional is going to try and deprogram some of the girls that are incredibly close to Camden so that they can break off and then testify against Camden. Did I guess it right? Do I get $100 for probably guessing it right? Do I get $100? Chat, maybe some members. That's all they're doing. I would assume that's what the deprogramming thing is behind the scenes. They're trying to convince one of the girls to get out of the cult, not the one that's currently working with Muda, probably the other one. Apparently there's a second one. They're gonna get her. They're gonna deprogram her through the fucking expert and have her take the witness stand as a surprise witness. I swear to God, if I'm right, I'm gonna be pissed.
Like, all I can say is like, we know a way to get in contact. And that's all I can say.
Are you
like, go ahead, sorry.
Okay. So do you, I guess, have a layout of what is
Thank you for the gifted membership. You didn't have to do that. I was fucking joking.
current living conditions are? Is his mom still in the picture? Brother still in the picture? You know where he lives, but do you know who populates the house?
He's been lying to members of the cult, saying that he killed both his mother and his brother.
Okay, bro. Jesus fucking Christ. How retarded are all these people? Like, really? And this whole, like, cult, in quotations. How retarded are all of you? Legitimately. That's like a real question I'm asking. How fucking-tarded are all of you falling for this shit? If it's exactly what it is. Thank you for another gifted. I was joking. Please don't donate more as a joke.
They have nothing to do with him. One of the other addresses that he used to live at with one of his friends, I think that dude cut him off. But he's living with, yeah, it's the 2 men and the 3 women that are his quote-unquote wives.
Okay.
Okay, so wait, there's 3 women that are his wives? I thought she said 2 before. I was joking! Stop it! Thank you for the 5, but stop. But, like, didn't she say 2? Like an hour ago? I thought she said 2. Did I mishear it?
Yeah, so, Max, do you have those police reports, by the way?
I'm pulling them up right now.
So, all right, so, again, the whole thing is, so he's got this cult, these people are not doing criminal actions on his behalf.
Thank you for the
are
donations,
dangerous.
guys.
Have you reported this to the FBI, the ATF of the area? Like a
Yes.
any branch? And what
Yes,
about it?
2 dudes, 3 women. Okay, thank you. I was confused by that. I was like, I thought there was like 2, and now we've gone to 3.
When we try contacting Baldwin County right now, they're saying that
Chris, she couldn't even remember the number of miscarriages. Yeah, exactly.
oh well, we can't really do anything about this right now. And right now,
So, okay, so you've explained to law enforcement clearly he's armed and dangerous, and he refused to do nothing.
that's so far. We're going to contact them again, and try and
hearing tipster over like cult rape pedophile Blackula werewolf shit is absolutely crazy to me. Like, just hearing tipster over this fucking shit, it's fucking crazy. Please stop. It's making me like laugh a little on the inside. I can't.
Them again. There's only so much that we can do, being states away.
Of course. It's just that if you, like, again, I always bring the federal jurisdiction into it too. It's like if he is, because again, listen, I mean, cops come out on swatting reports all the fucking time, That's because people can be armed and dangerous. So I assume that because this person is armed and dangerous and he's running what appears to be a...
Please stop. Stop having Tipster overlap this. I'm begging you. I'm gonna fucking turn off the goddamn notification.
Fucking criminal outfit. It should be a lot easier to get law enforcement involved, and that's where my shock really comes out of, you know? That's where trying to wrap my head around this is a bit foreign, but... Okay, so he's dangerous. Law enforcement doesn't want to do anything about it. Is there any reason why this evidence that you guys have under an NDA is a huge concern of mine too? Obviously, I think asking any YouTuber or any personality to make a PSA, right, let's say on the situation, without letting them have access to the evidence that they can use to discuss this individual in their PSA, that's where the issue is, and that's why the campaign to really hit the influencers has fallen flat. Because obviously, I'm sure people like Nick, you can't cover something unless you can see the evidence instead of...
Which is what most people should do that are actually smart, is that in the event that a situation like this happens, you want to have all necessary evidence in front of you. Hiding it behind a fucking Discord and an NDA, but demanding people cover it anyways is a fucking retarded thing to expect people with public platforms to do. It makes no sense. It's incredibly counterintuitive. Why are you all gifting memberships right now? Why? Why are you doing this? Thank you so much. You guys are great, but like, why? Do you just want to torture me, listen to Tipster while I'm hearing this really important part of the fucking conversation?
You know, just a witness testimony. Same for, people like me, or, Turkey Tom, or, Moist Critical, or really any person on the internet. That's an issue, and you guys do understand that, right?
Yes, so I would like to explain my position on this.
Sure.
So the purpose of the NDA is to protect the survivors. That is why the NDA protects their anonymity, and for them to be able to give the approval of what they want to share. But we do want to let people in and see what is occurring here. It's just my priority has been to protect the survivors.
Okay, but you do understand. Say Charlie looks at everything, hypothetical, right? Mm-hmm. Charlie can't then go, guys, there's a predator on the loose. I saw it on Discord. That wouldn't be sufficient for his audience. It's one thing to get somebody on board and to get moral support behind the scenes and join a group chat. It's another thing to get actual support, the stuff that you're looking for, and you won't get that until you show more publicly.
Right, and I guess the challenge for me with showing the evidence is I personally have not been walked through the evidence besides Spencer's.
Every time I hear that, I want all of you to put your credibility on the line, but I haven't confirmed 95% of the stories. I only got Spencer's. Story. But I need you guys to take a hit on your reputation just in case. You have to take the ultimate hit on your reputation. If I fuck up, you guys also fuck up. Why would anyone do that? Where's the exchange in that makes sense? It doesn't exist. It's non-existent. It's fucking stupid. It's just...
The survivors in the server, not all of them are as active as we would like them to be. Obviously, a lot of them have trauma. They talk about it, and that it's hard for them to actually just sit down and speak with me. But that's why I've been just asking the general public to please be patient. There's a lot of things we need to wait for.
Okay, you're asking the general public to be patient. Okay. Counterpoint, you made a stupid ARG video that made no fucking sense. You made a video bitching about the comments. Then you made a video pretending to cancel Charlie. And then showed all the DMs begging Charlie to talk to you.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
How is that you being patient? Now you're expecting the public to be patient after your public shit show? You're the one that did this to yourself, you fucking retard.
I am just trying to get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis. This is what the accusations against him are. And it's also, you can also, we are fine saying this is all alleged. We are fine if...
Well, you can't just say it's alleged now.
No, because, yeah, 100%, that's not...
Yeah.
I'm fine doing it because I trust them. But
okay,
all I want to do...
You said you didn't...
I trust them. That's all you need, bro. I just trust them. I can call anyone a pedophile. I just get their trust. You fucking retard.
Review most of the evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence. I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
So you looked at the evidence, but you don't understand.
Yeah, in the exact timeline, which has been just one of many reasons why it's been such a struggle to create the comprehensive timeline, as I'm waiting on a lot of different things.
But you see, that's...
Then why did you jump to the ARG video and then jump to blaming Charlie and that DMing Nick a threatening DM and all other subsequent creators? Why do that then? If you wanted to wait on the information, and you wanted to corroborate the victim's stories, why did you go on a threatening spree of people that didn't get back to you almost immediately or thought, this isn't my gig, but then you made it everyone else's problem? Explain that to me. Explain that to me.
That's why people are inflamed with you right now. It's because you just told me in this call that you didn't properly review every single victim, and now you're comfortable calling a man a pedophile, right? Like, whatever happened, I'm not sure, I don't know, but whatever happened, you're calling him a pedophile. Now you're saying in this call that we're fine using the term allegedly. You've been calling this person a pedophile, and you've been having this expectation that we just jump on board when, you are the chief investigator in this. It's not me, it's not Nick, it's no one else. You are the chief storyteller, the investigator, the person who has, we believe that you were the only person up till now who has reviewed every single bit of evidence and put the context into your head. And if you've only read Spencer's, which is fine, that's one testimony, we've been told that he has trafficked hundreds of people. Is there evidence now that there are hundreds of people, or you only appear to have 5 or 6?
So we can get into the public stuff at a later time. I would like for Spencer to finish, unless y'all are finished with asking.
Is there proof of hundreds of victims? You said that there are hundreds of victims being abused, being trafficked. This is a worldwide problem. This is a major problem. Are you done talking to Spencer, though? Listen, Max, you're saying that there are hundreds of victims out there. Is there proof of hundreds of victims? Seems like you only have like 5 or 7. But are you done talking to Spencer, though? You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Spencer questions.
It's just so stupid to me. You're asked a point blank question of what information do you have, and then you pivot it to Spencer again. It's pathetic.
Sure. Because I think once we're done with the Spencer related stuff, it would make more sense to transition into.
Yeah, I don't want to go back and forth.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
We'll save that for a little bit. There's honestly there's not much more that we can ask you, Spencer, because you got out of this whole situation. The arrest sheets that you sent me on Discord just now. Just how do these people relate to Camden? Are they?
They are the 2 men that are living with him and committing crimes on his behalf. They have been casing houses of an ex-member trying to break in. Yeah, they are also armed.
Is there evidence of that? Did you meet these people at all during your time, or did you do that's where I'm getting at? Because all I'm looking at is arrest sheets, but I'm not able to connect them. Like, do they live at the same exact address currently?
Yes, they do.
Yes.
They all.
Okay. So they all live there, and you guys have proof of their residence as of recent. How did you? Is there just a public?
Am I wrong in saying you have a contact inside the house?
No, there is a it is publicly on there, and I found it upon searching for a name, and then the most recent survivor is the one who confirmed it officially.
All right, but you definitely don't have a contact inside the house, correct?
Not inside the house currently.
Okay.
So, I guess that's your entire story, your experience with Camden. Is there anything you feel, Spencer, you want to add more that we haven't asked?
Not really that I can think of.
Okay. Well, then I guess we can transition over to the investigation, and this is again just pertaining directly with Max at this moment. So I guess we can continue what we were talking about 5 minutes ago.
All right.
You gonna answer the question, or is it just gonna be an awkward silence? Like, come on, man. Come on, bro. This is your shot. Don't fuck it up. I already know he fucks it up, but come on, man.
So, feel free to ask questions.
Do you feel like you're in over your head?
God, that fucking fake ass laugh. Do you feel like you're over your head? What the fuck? That's what a crazy person does. That's somebody that is way over their head, bro. Anytime he is confronted and he gets an uncomfortable question, he laughs like a deranged lunatic. Think about that. He's done that multiple times. Each live stream that somebody's confronted him, he's fucking done that. It's weird. It's weird. I'm listening to this while baking a dog-safe cake from scratch for my senior dog's 8th birthday. Well, happy birthday to your dog. Very happy birthday to your dog.
I feel like I need help with this, and that's why I've been asking for help.
Wait, asking who for help in particular?
Every influencer in my contact list, I have asked for help.
But what does Charlie have to offer you on this kind of case?
What does any content creator have to offer? What does any content creator have to offer in a multi-tiered cult of hundreds of victims? What do all of these what can these creators do? Talk about it. Wow, that's great. It'll just die off when the next fucking conversation gets blown up. Or out of your mind? Joe Rogan. Yeah, Joe Rogan will get involved. Clout Capital? Yeah, I agree. Clout. It's all clout. I just want more people to watch my shit.
Charlie done this before?
His voice, his reach.
Voice and reach is
We've had
one
a
thing,
conversation.
but when you spoke to Mudahar specifically, you said, like, I could have used this advice months ago. It doesn't sound like when you're asking Anthony Fantano for help, it's the same type of thing that you're asking Mudahar for.
Correct. It is all, I'm asking for help based on the strengths of everyone I know.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay, so we have a reach on our platform, but that doesn't immediately put us into an expertise to handle a situation like this. Do you agree?
Well, you specifically, Muda, in terms of investigations, I think you are optimal.
Yeah, but when
I think you are optimal. This dude does not speak like a human being. Holy shit. He does not speak like a person. He speaks like a robot. Muda, I believe that you are optimal. What the fuck? Bro, isn't he your friend? It's be like, from past investigations, you've been great at what you do. I thought you could help me out here. Optimal. The fuck is wrong with you?
doing investigations, I mean, you can agree that I'm always bringing the facts and the evidence to the table. With your videos on the subject, there hasn't been much evidence that we've been able to see. And I know that it's all behind an NDA, but you've been calling this person a pedophile, and today we're literally discussing that you didn't properly review the evidence pertaining to anybody else but Spencer. So now how am I, if I had went along with what you said, that makes me very irresponsible, right?
I don't see where you're going.
If I was to tell you, hey, listen, this guy financially scammed his audience, right? And you blindly went on it, you would go with the assumption that I have absolutely vetted the evidence and I have the, story down to a T, right?
I don't want you to come in blindly and like just do what I say based on what I'm saying. I wanted what is happening right now, a conversation with a survivor and her walking you through her evidence.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like not enough to go off and make a YouTube video about it. That's not enough. Just listening to one survivor is not enough. You can't just listen to testimony and go, okay, I'm going to do everything in my power to do everything right now for you. That's fucking stupid.
That is why I've been inviting people to the server. That is why, like, yeah, I don't want y'all to like just start making it like I want y'all to like get in and look at this with me and,
then let them in.
Determine what needs to be done from there.
Can you break down your mindset of why you decided to go through the campaign the way that you did?
So when Spencer initially reached out to me, this was like 2021?
Yeah, April of 2021 is when we first met.
April of 2021. So 3 whole years. 3 years, Max. 3 years. I wonder what was more important in that 3-year time frame. Oh, yeah, I forgot. It was making a video about Tommy C. Yeah, that was a lot more important than helping out your family friend try to get justice for getting brutally molested in a cult. Yeah, that seems a lot more important. Making a video on Tommy is very important. You fucking dipshit. I can't believe this guy.
Not in person.
April of 2021, she explained everything that happened to her. She said she was a fan of my channel, and I wanted to do this project with.
Wait, she was a fan of my channel. But isn't she friends with your sister? Am I misremembering that? Nick, Nick, if you're still here, am I misremembering that? She's also a family friend and a fan of the channel. So he just said a fan of the channel. That is what he hold on.
April of 2021, she explained everything that happened to her. She said she was a fan of my channel.
But like,
and I wanted to.
But that's a family friend. Why would you go with friend of the channel as your first thing why would that be the first thing that comes to your mind? That's a family friend that's going through like a horrible situation. Why the fuck are you introducing it as, well, she was just a fan of my channel? You know this girl. Chris, he's retarded. Yeah, I forget. I'm sorry. I have a common sense brain, and I have logic that goes into things, and I forget that I'm dealing with a schizophrenic that thinks ChatGPT is going to change the world. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that anytime I analyze something, I look at it in the realm of what normal people might fucking look at things. I'm sorry. I forgot, chat. Thank you for reminding me I'm dealing with a retard.
Do this project with her. I just told her that I would like to finish my current projects first. If you want me to hand off this project to someone else, I will reach out. And Spencer, do you remember what you said?
I literally told Max, I don't want anyone else. I want you on this.
So.
And why was that, Spencer?
But hold on. It seems like you're not taking sides and they are a fan, not friends. Makes him seem impartial. Problem is that he publicly said, I'm pretty sure this was before the call, that Spencer's a family friend of his. But he said that before this call, I'm pretty sure. If I'm getting my timeline right. So
that you specifically wanted Max.
Because with everything else that I've seen from other, I guess, pedo hunters, the way Max was going about it in the videos that I had seen at the time, it just, he was putting himself out there and literally catfishing predators and trying to get that evidence. And
yeah, sending his ass cheeks so that predators, excuse me, the exact words I used last time was sending his ass so pedophiles can send cum tributes back to him of his ass. Yeah, that's getting the evidence. Sure, man. Getting paid $50K a month to have pedophiles bust the nuts to you. What a fucking terrible job. What a horrible fucking thing.
I was like...
Yeah, he's really getting the evidence. So the clip of seeing them saying she was a huge fan of him and friend ended up being his sister. Also, the aunt knew his mom. Okay, this is weird.
I mean, if he can do all this, maybe we could find a way into the cult one day and get all the evidence and implicate the shit out of Camden.
What part about Max's investigations really drew you in?
Just his persistence on it, and
his persistence in setting his ass cheeks so that pedophiles could bust nuts on it. She really thought that was a great idea.
Not giving up on it.
Not
like, it didn't matter what anyone else had to say. He doubled down. And that's how I feel with the few people that are still in support of Max.
Man, you were a big fan of the Tommy C video, weren't you? I bet you fucking love that. I bet you love that clip where you pretended to be Tommy. And really doubled down on something super important. What a fucking joke.
This situation now, I feel that they felt the same way that I did then.
Okay.
So to continue from there, Spencer wanted me. So by the time I finally got back to her, this was after I had been canceled. This was after all of the disinformation campaigns against me.
All the disinformation campaigns against you. Max, you went on live stream and said all these things yourself. And people argued with you using your own words against you. You did that. You did that to yourself, man. It's not a disinformation campaign. It's people literally using your own words, your own clips, your own conversational points, and you don't like that it was thrown back in your face. That's not a disinformation campaign. You are so delusional on what criticism is that you think it's disinformation. You did this. You yourself did it.
And this is when I started looking into cult psychology and reading books on it and reaching out to cult psychologists, because what is occurring in our society, and I'm sure y'all have seen it too, like, there is so much disinformation.
We live in a society, chat. A society. We live in a society, chat. It's very important. Oh, I can't show the murder. Can I show the murder? I don't think I'm allowed to show the murder. You get the fucking thing. I'm not going to show the Joker blowing the guy's brains out.
There's so much blind belief. And I know it may seem like I'm contributing to that, but we do have the evidence to back up everything. I just,
You have the evidence to back up that he's a pedophile.
Pretty much.
Pretty much is not a good answer. It's either a yes or no statement. Do you have the evidence to convict this man as a pedophile? Yes or no? It's not a pretty much.
Would you say so?
Pretty much. I mean,
So, was interviewing.
Oh, he didn't. Oh God, he caught him. Oh, he's fucked on that one.
Cult psychologists, and based on what they were telling me, like there are patterns in our community, in our society, as a species. Like we are just blindly believing manipulative people, charismatic leaders, malignant narcissists, psychopaths is what the cult psychologists are calling them. And so I wanted to put a microscope on that subject while also addressing Spencer's case because of cult leadership.
That is so retarded. That's so retarded. I want to talk about cult leadership and society and changing the world, but I also wanted to kind of like meld it into an actual case, an actual predation case that's ongoing with hundreds of victims, and make an ARG about it. That is fucking stupid. This is fucking stupid. I can't even like say this is the brain of a filmmaker because this is just the brain of a fucking dipshit. Like a guy that is way too out of his depth and watches way too much Joe Rogan. That's what this guy is. He just watches way too much fucking Joe Rogan.
And that was probably a foolish decision to try to put everything in just one.
It wasn't a foolish decision. It was a foolish decision. It was a retarded decision.
One video, but I was expecting to make like a 3-hour comprehensive documentary on everything for the next few years, which is what we're still doing.
why don't you release with that initially? And again, I know it's the PSA to initially seek out the victims or something, but when you're making a PSA, why in your PSA did you make a statement of fact that this person was a pedophile? You could have just said, hey, we're investigating this individual. There's been allegations of pedophilia and trafficking. If you are a victim, please come and reach out to us. Why was it direct statement of fact?
Well, I addressed him as a cult leader and sexual predator because that's how he's been described by the survivors, and even testimonials themselves.
I could not imagine this going on for years, man. The sheer fact that Max is like, I wanted to make a documentary that was going over for years. No, fuck you. I'm not. Nobody's going to watch a multi-part documentary spread out between years. It's just not going to fucking happen. Either upload like the whole 12 hours all at once or not at all, you motherfucker.
Serve as evidence in a court of law. So to me, that is all of the evidence I need to say this man is a sexual predator and cult leader.
So you're saying the allegation in and of itself is the evidence?
I'm sorry?
So you're saying the allegation in and of itself is the evidence?
It was everything. It was the evidence that was already there. It was the amount of them. It was the consistency of their testimonials. And it was...
Max is really into the idea of the Me Too movement. I'm just saying it. This motherfucker like saw what happened to like Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, all those guys, and was like, man, we could do the same thing but with predator allegations.
But like you see the fallacy in that. Like imagine if I said, Max, you're a rapist, and Nick was to say, oh well, that's a statement of fact because Muda made this statement, and that
you don't have to say Muda made the statement. Say 5 girls said it.
Yeah,
because that's what happened.
Well,
5 girls said it.
Well,
yes, after they were in a group chat together for 3 months after changing their allegations.
Wait, I'm sorry. What group chat are you in? The evidence server with all of the girls?
There's evidence in there. It's not just that.
Every time I hear that, dude, even when Nick played that for me the first time, I still can't get over that. Well, yeah, all the allegations against me don't really necessarily pertain to your hypothetical here. Because they were all in a group chat together. Okay, what about Camden? You have all these girls in a group chat. Oh God, I really hope Magnetar makes that money for this lawsuit. I hope he hits that fucking goal, dude. Oh my God, I hope he hits that goal.
Plotting to take down.
But there was evidence in the other one too, right?
Yeah,
you did go on her
evidence
Facebook
that
and
wasn't available
post
either.
the self-harm stuff. You did like all those social media messages and stuff like that. That was you, right? Be it not the most important part of the story, clearly, but like it's not like they just lied about you.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
You were like the social media part where you put like the self-harm video on Haley's thing. That was real, correct?
Oh yes, that was real. So that was. Let me explain that situation.
Yes, so me cutting myself and putting it on Facebook was real, but everything else is fake. You can say the same thing about Camden, bro. You are done, bro.
I was in the military. Haley had made a Facebook posing as me to stop some other allegations that were against Anthony Field at the time, which is the girl I showed whose face is blurred and Believe All Abusers. She was making allegations against Anthony. Haley made a Facebook of me, posing as me, trying to tell people that this girl is crazy. And then after she did all of that, she gave me the Facebook with the login information. She's like, here, use it. I don't need it anymore. And I'm like, okay.
Wait, Haley just gave you... Wait.
Girl is crazy. And then after she did all of that, she gave me the Facebook with the login.
Wait, Haley gave me the Facebook with all the login information of her pretending to be me to say that this girl is crazy. And then I got the info and posted my self-harm photos on there. That makes no fucking sense in any world. That makes no fucking sense. If Haley wants nothing to do with you, why would she give you her that Facebook account if she made that in the first place? Why?
Information. She's like, here, use it. I don't need it anymore. And I'm like, okay. And then in the military, we were talking, texting, and then just one day I was losing it. I was depressed. And I cut myself and I posted it on that Facebook and I said, thanks, Anthony Field, or something to that effect.
Pathetic. Pathetic. I'm just going to be real here. I don't think anyone said it like as rough as I'm going to say it. Pussy behavior. You can cut yourself over some fucking girl and post it to Facebook. Pathetic. I don't give a shit if you're depressed or not, bro. That's pathetic. Hurting yourself because you couldn't be with somebody. You gotta be shitting me.
Yeah, I would say that is certainly evidence of something.
So, but I'm just saying that
it's evidence of you being a crazy person.
Are after him. They always were.
Yeah, they were always after her.
Majority of Haley's testimony is like the social media stuff, the cutting, like the only part of it that's contested is what happened in the hotel room, correct?
There's multiple things that were contested from my recollection. Like she was trying to say like I was stalking her the whole time when she was literally inviting me to parties to go out with her. We literally cuddled and she let me kiss her cheeks and draw on her stomach. So she was painting me as like a stalker.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to say no, this was a complicated. And to be clear, she was also like sending me self-harm stuff. So it wasn't.
Oh my. Bro, I hate the Max part of this call. It just makes him so much worse, like, as it goes. I think, listen, we're gonna, I've been streaming for way too fucking long. I'm gonna keep this going until about 9, and then I'm gonna raid Xylee or Larix. I don't know which one yet, probably Xylee.
I think the difference is the public versus private. I'm sure it's like, yeah, obviously sending self-harm stuff is manipulative in either way, right? But like the public act is a much higher elevation.
The public act was a cry for help because that was the day I tried to hang myself.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, one of my battle buddies found me, and I showed him like what I was doing, like hanging my belt around the friggin' railing, and he took me to sergeant. Anyway, that's what happened, and that's the last.
You're blaming Magnetar for taking the girl that you wanted the most. You're fucking killing me here, bro.
One of the last interactions I've ever had with her. The actual last one was I tweeted at her saying sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but that was after I got out of the military, months later.
So, okay, to whittle this on back to, again, this situation that we're currently discussing here.
Yes.
You called this, like, you told me in this call that there was a super secret evidence server that even I couldn't look into. And I'm going to personally say it. I looked through the evidence in that server, and I didn't find anything that could be used as a, I guess you could say, silver bullet, you know? Like, I didn't find anything that would absolutely hold up in a court of law. Nothing
Okay, Muda was definitely making a fucking joke there. I refuse to believe anything else.
I think everything is the silver bullet. Everything put together is the silver bullet. Even their testimonies, with 8 of them signed, would be enough, I believe.
Okay, the testimony is one thing, but the evidence, how do you believe it's a silver bullet? What specific points of evidence, and we can have this... You know,
Spencer, do you want to go over this?
Okay, so this evidence proves that he is a cult leader. Okay, so to ask, so you've talked about like these. So first off, I'm just gonna say like a testimony by itself would not hold up in a court of law. That much I think we all can reasonably agree on. That alone will never do it.
I think multiple would.
You're retarded. Multiple would. You're retarded. You could have 50 people all doing that and saying this dude did something to me, but they're not going to be able to convict without hardened evidence, or at least some form of evidence that would make the trial make sense. You can have a fuck ton of people say whatever the fuck they want, but a judge isn't going to convict just solely based on verbal testimony. You need something more.
I've been looking it up.
Multiple, even without corroborated evidence, would not. You have 100 testimonies, and it would never hold.
Dude,
up.
that's so painful. I've been looking it up. Fuck me,
I don't think
dude.
that's true.
You don't think that's true?
From what I've been advised on, I don't think that's true.
So you're telling me like this guy runs a cult, right? So let's say we had 100 testimonies of him running a cult. You think those 100 testimonies said by 100 people is enough to put him behind bars for running a cult?
Yes, I do believe that.
Okay, so
you're retarded. You're absolutely fucking retarded. You have 0 brain cells. Your mother probably like failed to give you oxygen as a child then.
And now in those 100 testimonies, you haven't even explained to me yet what the cult is. So what is the name of the cult?
There's multiple names. It changes because he is evasive, but
What is the primary name?
Like literally, Max, what's the name of the cult? Oh, there's like a fuck ton of names. Okay, your brain immediately should go to the immediate primary fucking name of the cult. You should not be trying to add more information on top of that.
The primary name is the Guild of Divinity. It's also been known as the Eon Syndicate. It's also just been referred to as the Family or the Pack. Is there any other?
The Daemon family.
The Daemon family.
Okay, is there any paraphernalia on the cult's psychology, the cult directives, the cult rules? Because cults usually have that.
If I've been trying to find it on the Wayback Machine, I don't know how to use that bitch. They used to have a YouTube called Guild of Divinity that has been since shut down. They do have a merch store, and there is an Instagram account that was active last in 2020, but that is ran by the girl in the one who bought my ticket from Memphis to Atlanta, and the one who's been sending him thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars over the years.
Who the fuck is this person that they just have thousands of dollars to give a random dude in America? What the fuck?
Can I see the merch store?
Yes.
Because here's where I'm going to get at with the 100 people testimony. So I brought up the example. Having 100 people isn't going to be enough unless there's an actual established cult that we can properly catalog and archive. Because here's the thing, you need to have like actual tangible entities to go after. A cult is a very organized group, and if Camden, you guys said in your video that he has trafficked possibly hundreds of people, right?
Well, victimized hundreds, not necessarily trafficked.
Okay, so victimized hundreds of people through this cult or through the internet by discussions online?
Can we discuss that now? Okay.
Can we discuss that now, bro? Come the fuck on. Just tell them. She's in the call with you already. If she let her speak and be like, no, we can't talk about that right now. Like, what the fuck?
Here, I sent you the link to the merch store.
My girlfriend pulled up a case that was by testimony only. I can.
Oh my god, fuck your girlfriend. Fuck the testimony only. What year was the testimony only case? Even then, they'll probably relitigate it later, you fucking dumbass.
Send it to y'all if y'all want it.
Was that a cult case?
Multiple sexual assaults by gymnastic medical doctor.
Oh my god, no way. I know exactly what case he's fucking talking about. Larry Nazaire. Former gymnastics doctor Larry Nazaire was convicted of sexually abusing young athletes under the guise of medical treatment, was assaulted inside federal prison in Florida. Okay, so let's see here. See, now I'm looking into this because this is fucking stupid that we're having this conversation. Sexually abused in Florida first. So it's in Florida, so that means that Georgia's laws are probably different. Let's see here. 6-year sentence, CP charges. So they must add proof that he had CP on top of that. So it wasn't just. If this is the same investigation that they're talking about, they also had documented proof of CP, not just him assaulting the women, and testimonials. They didn't just prosecute on testimonials. They didn't just get a conviction on testimonials. You guys are idiots.
Testimony doesn't count as evidence. If I take Max to court with 70 people saying he's a baby beating gnome that pulls the tails off of cats and eats Miracle Whip, I would still need some proof.
Yes. If that's the same case, I do not know if they pulled the same one, but I just Googled exactly what they said, pulled up the first thing that I saw, and it's talking about that. How many gymnastics, how many Olympic gymnastic medical professionals have been arrested for sexually assaulting women? There's not many.
Talking about the one from the Olympics?
His name is Larry Nassar.
Yo, shit, I was right. I didn't watch this part of the fucking call.
Interesting. Yeah, it only came to light because it was on 60 Minutes. Yeah, sorry.
It came to light of 60 Minutes and then they had more evidence. They had evidence of him having CP of them. It wasn't just testimonial, you fucking dumbass.
So,
There's the merch store.
that's the merch store.
The link to the Instagram is at the very bottom of it.
There's also a few emails attached to it. We kindly ask you do not reach out to those until everything is...
Particular reason why I can't reach out? Or they belong to Camden?
Yes.
Is there any reason why I shouldn't reach out to them?
That can easily disprove group verbal testimony. They could be coached, they
Mhm.
could be paid off, or a
Mhm.
group made lie. That's
Yeah.
why you need actual evidence, not testimony.
You can't just run on testimony alone. It's just not possible.
Just
It would either be Camden or it would be the girl in...
Who is sending him money?
Yeah. So she is one of those that would quite literally die for him.
And this would be Little Birdie 1234 Jalexa? Alexa?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is one of her aliases in the cult.
So I hope it's clear why I'm so willing to just call him a cult leader and sexual predator. I feel there's enough here. People have gone by with a lot less. Even Charlie has called people pedophiles without any hard evidence.
Who specifically?
Who was it? Was it Sneeko?
No.
Bro, I mean, Sneeko was literally defending the shit out of cuties. Let's not pretend. Come on.
All right, well, that's my
You know
argument. Like,
you know how many clips of him on Kick would exist of him saying minors are? Come on, like.
It's comparable to Anthony Field with multiple testimonies against him. It's comparable.
Whoa, not multiple. You had one. And it's not comparable. It's not comparable at all. Plus, I'm pretty sure he didn't even call him a direct pedophile. He said it was fucking creepy that he was so into cuties. The only person that Charlie has ever definitively called a potential pedo that I'm aware of is fucking Maximilian Muss. It's not the same. It's not the same.
Wait, you have Anthony Field saying that he's attracted to children? Because that changes everything.
Well, to Mr. Girl specifically, to Mr. Girl and Vito specifically, but Anthony Field, we have chats of him saying Max convinced me I'm a pedophile. But
Okay, but are they sarcastically done? Like, come on.
I think a testimony is enough.
He did not know how to answer that. He did not know how to answer that.
Put it out there.
I
Especially when
fully
it's back-
disagree.
Yeah,
and especially
I
when it's your
100%
sister's
agree with
friend, right? And your sister saw it. That's like totally inappropriate.
I mean, how is that not more pertinent than someone saying they're attracted to girls and cuties? We also have a testimony from Spencer.
Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to ask about. What does Spencer mean that he like went and like disguised himself to go meet sophomores, like going back into the high school? What is that?
So, in the Wiley ISD school district, once you hit 5th grade, your school uniform is any color polo shirt, and black khaki or navy pants. He would literally just dress like that and
Where's the proof of that?
walk into the school to have lunch with freshman girls. And it's not that hard to get into the school during lunchtime.
And he did this periodically? Like this was something he did often?
I saw it a couple times, but yeah, I ended up moving lunch tables because I had a whole thing with my table.
What year was this?
This was
Maybe after 2014.
It was 2015 because it was right after I had come back to Wiley from Houston.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because I mean that's around the time I graduated, and I don't know, maybe we went to different types of schools, but like no, that would not have gotten like the security would have escorted you out.
Yeah, like, dude, I even went to a fucking place that had school uniform policy. Like, I went to a fucking like place that had like full blown uniforms, right? Everyone knew each other there. And if they saw some dude that was older than everybody else, the school would be like, what are you doing here? You have to check in. Which means if he did do that, there would be a list of people, there'd be a list of check-ins of visitors to the school. which means you can go back and probably get the record of that. Like, what? You guys are fucking retarded.
It was a freshman sophomore table, and the girls that he was sitting with were definitely freshmen.
And dressing up as a student is
like without going through the office, showing his ID to get a badge saying, hey, I'm visiting someone for lunch.
So this is what I'm saying. There's multiple things against Anthony Field for me.
But does that make him a predator to go back to the school and talk to somebody? That's not how that works.
I feel comfortable saying he is a pedophile. I don't feel he could do anything to me legally for saying that because
Actually, wait, I can't. I always forget his actual thing. Where is it? I could have swore I had this somewhere already. Where are you? Come on. Where are you? Where's the law? Hey, here we go. In light of new statements from him, I plan to re-engage in legal action against Mamamax. This will unfortunately come at a substantial cost. Today, I'm asking for your help in holding Max accountable, not just to what he did to me, but to the harm he's caused to others. Go and donate to Magnetar. Now, normally, and I'm going to be real here, normally, I do not endorse GoFundMes like this. I don't endorse anything like this. But I'm going to be real, bro. At this point, with Max's fucking history of shit, go support him. Go support him. My thing will be, though, if this does not go through, if the money isn't set up, if it doesn't go anywhere, and Magnetar said he's refunding the money, if it doesn't hit the goal, good. If it doesn't happen, there'll be a different conversation. But something tells me we're not going to have that issue with Magnetar.
if he were to, the girl who made the testimony would come forward and testify.
So she has his dick pic and has timestamps of when it was sent. That's real. That exists.
He does not have his dick pic.
So what does she have that she could come forward with?
Just her memory. But
wait,
you're retarded. I can't handle the retardation anymore. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I can handle it anymore. I can't do it. Now, we're into the part that I think everyone's seen like 100 times because Nick was able to clip out these like really important parts for all of his other videos. I feel like we've hit what we need to hit. We've gone over the Spencer stuff. We heard the rest of Max's bullshit. I don't know how much more we need to do because Nick has the one-on-one with Max eventually. Muda leaves the call. Everyone's already seen it. If you haven't seen the whole thing, you are more than welcome to go and check out the actual leaked call. So go sub to Nick Diorio. I want to say thank you, Nick, for like doing all the legwork on this shit. You're a fucking G per usual. Again, I want to say thank Nick as well for inviting me onto the live stream. I wish I could have went there, but just couldn't do it. I think this is where we're going to be wrapping it up. Since Xylee's not live yet, I'm going to send you over. I'm going to send you over to Larix. Fuck it. Fuck it. Give me a second. I'm going to send you over to Larix. Wait, what the fuck? Something about Nick's not green. Okay, that's interesting. I might check that out later. I want to say thank you to everybody that donated today. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you all for the memberships. Those are really important to the channel. If you become a member and you have Discord, have it hooked up to your account, and you should be able to access my Discord if the link works. There's so many donations. It all was read out through TTS. I want to say thank you in particular to Pigeon Salad and to all the people that donated memberships today. QTV, Spectre, the Voyager, Memory Archive. Thank you guys. You guys mean a lot to me. You guys have no idea how much it means to me. Like, comment, sub if you're new. I'm going to send you guys over to Larix. If you enjoyed the stream, again, make sure you like, comment, and sub. Check out the Lolcow trading card game as well. Links are in the description. Apparently, the link is having an issue. I should have that updated the second I end the stream. So go buy yourself a pack. You can get my card and the tipster cards. There will be a Mamamax card eventually. So make sure you guys go and buy that once it comes out. I'm very excited for you guys to have it. I'm going to send you guys over to Larix. Hope you have a wonderful night. And we're going to be live tomorrow for a chill stream. All right. See you guys then. Have a great night.